of course, the one-year anniversary of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But from us here in the Good Morning Nigeria studio, it's goodbye. Bye-bye.
That's why it's good to write it down.
All right, it's been Ademola Adeoye with the demo tape on these celebrations, and Claire has been Claire as usual. Well, we are welcome to the live telecast of activities today, commemorating the inauguration day. You know that on the 29th of May, 1999, Nigeria ushered in its fourth republic, a fourth attempt at democratic governance in a checkered history of efforts at civilian rule with varying degrees of success, or some might say lack of it. Since the measurement of good governance lies with the people, the nation's citizens have returned on 7 occasions to elect leaders to drive the affairs of the country. While not seamless, there has been a general agreement that maturity and growth are a recurring theme in the processes leading to the podium. Today marks the 25th inauguration morning in the Fourth Republic, and more importantly, the first year on the saddle of the current administration. In renewing the vow of stewardship with the people, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu itemized his administration's priorities, efforts to turn these concepts to positive realities in different focus areas. While today's event is being marked low-key, it is equally important to track the milestones on the nation's journey to development. Are there trials or triumphs? Are there bumps on the road to progress? Are the pilots seeing a better landscape on the horizon? The Nigerian Television Authority, the NTA, the only television station that has covered the Nigerian story since the very beginning, is poised to answer these and other questions with key sound bites from those who have seen it all, those currently in the driver's seat, and those who hope to be there at some point along the way. For the better part of the day, we will be around the nation for live events, host live interviews, and show documentaries on key sectors of the nation's economy. I'm Fisayo Gufuyi, and this is NTA's special broadcast on the one-year anniversary of the current administration. Now, I have people in the house to talk about so many of these things. Let me, but before I, bring them on, let's first go for our short thing, and then we'll come back and set the pace. If you're just joining us, you're watching the Nigerian Television Authority's a special broadcast on the one-year anniversary of the current administration. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took over the reins of leadership on this day last year. 1 year on, what has been happening? What are the achievements? What are the milestones? And in some places, what are the impediments to also getting to some of the promises made as well? So to set this show on the road, we have from my immediate left in the studio joining us right about now, Dr. Runke Bello, a publicist and public policy analyst. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning. Nice to be here.
Let me tell our viewers that you are one of us, but you are on the other side.
Yes. It's good to be back home to NTA.
All right, and in the middle we have Dr. George Akwekai, Southeast Leader Tinubu Support Group, and also an eminent member of the private sector. So he's wearing 2 caps. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Doctor is also a chief, and you can see his red cap. So we'll also be looking at things perhaps also from the traditional institution and their views as well. And we have, of course, Dr. Nkem Okeke, former Deputy Governor of Anambra State. Thank you for joining us as always.
Thank you for having me.
Let me start from Dr. Nkem Okeke. You've been in the saddle as Deputy Governor of a state. When you mark milestones like this, there's the expectations of the people and also perhaps the confidence that you have delivered, so that you can come back to the people and say, okay, these are the promises we made, and 1 year on, these are the things what we have done. In your time, at least at the level of the state, what does a day like this mean to you?
I think a day like this is not necessary to that you've achieved your goal, but I think there must be progress in the right direction. You must be able to show the people that things will get better based on the numbers, the statistics, based on the feel-good factor for the people, the citizens that you're governing. And when I look at Tinubu's administration, I'm able to see that. If you look at some of the numbers, you're able to appreciate the effort that's been going, into the government to make things better. I look at an area of diesel, Dangote being able to reduce the price of diesel because he's now producing, locally. And I heard recently that he intends to start producing, gasoline, fuel, maybe sometime in July. These are progress. These are things that we need to see in the country because it makes us self-sufficient. We don't need to spend our foreign reserve by importing, gasoline. I look at some of the fiscal policies. I look at the rate of inflation. Yes, it might be going up, but the rate at which is increasing is coming down, which says that there is progress in reducing inflation. I look at some of the fiscal policies that the government has been put in place, trying to harmonize taxes. This is progress. These are things, excuse me, we'd like to see. Listening to some of the ministers and reading out their achievements, over the past 9 months, you see things that are happening. I think what needs to be done more of is the ministers need to engage more with the populace. We don't need to wait for milestones like this for them to know what a minister is doing. They need to engage the public and be able to say, hey, this is what we're trying to do. This is the progress. And people can ask questions and maybe proffer, solutions or change or twinkle policies in the process. And I see good things happening. I'm quite happy.
All right, Dr. George, you are from the Southeast, and perhaps part of your engagement would have tried to see if you can get the buy-in to some of government's policies, making people understand the direction of government's policies and the intention behind some of these policies. Have you been able to get this buy-in, for instance, in your region?
Thank you again for having me. I believe the past 1 year of President Tinubu's administration has been pretty eventful. I see it as he's a pretty resilient, courageous leader. And if you take into consideration most of the policies he has put out, they are pretty nice. Look at the fuel subsidy removal, look at the extrication of the foreign exchange, multiple exchange rate, the CNG. If you look and compare all this with previous administration, you see that the president is doing great. See, let me tell you, we have to look at where we started. Before this president came in, Nigeria was almost bleeding. The economy was almost battered. So the president came in and started taking very tough decisions, even though some people have criticized these decisions he took. But he took these decisions at the appropriate time. And you can see that within the past 1 year, the economy is turning around. Our international credit rating is pretty positive according to Moody's and even Fitch. So a lot has been going on in the area of infrastructure. The president has done quite a lot. Look at the area of roads, look at the areas of health, look at the areas of solid mineral, as well as agriculture. The president is doing great. And mind you, it's only 1 year. And all over the world, you cannot use 1 year to really say how an administration is going. But 1 year, this 1 year has been a lot of blessing to this country. if you go to US, Biden has been there for 4 years, but the economy has not really been that great. But for President Tinubu to triumph in 1 year, you know, we know there are pains in the country, but still yet, you know, things are moving gradually well. And I bet you, with all these policies that have been set up, the foundation has been laid. Within the next 2-3 years, Nigeria will become great again.
All right, let's bring in Dr. Nkem. We've spoken to Dr. Nkem. Dr. Nkem is right here with me. You've, seen some of, the policies rolled out, as well as the focus areas, priority areas that the, presidency lined out, and the matching order given to different ministries overseeing different sectors, and what the expectations are. Is that the way to go?
Yes, I would say that's the way to go. Like my co-panelists have said, yes, he inherited the system where he himself said he knew there would be challenges. You see, before I go further, let me say what I think some of us like best in the Tinubu administration is that he's a present leader and he's always talking. You see, there are some leaders that are frozen in indifference, but this particular president, this administration agrees that communication is the art of leadership. So at every point, they are telling Nigerians, this is where we are, this is what to expect. So yes, we are moving on. It's just 1 year. He's been talking. When you look at the policies, even now we have the credit facilities, like my friend here said, we have the infrastructure working, the fiscal policy, CBN is doing a lot, the student loan. Those are, in fact, even the student loan, for example, when the policy came out, and they saw that, well, it might not be measured and tracked well, it was suspended. And then they came back with it. So these are a few things that the Tinubu administration is doing. Is a leader that is present, is listening, and is making sure we are moving forward. Don't forget that he told the world, I did not beg for that, I begged for this job, don't pity me. And thus far, every time he's saying, look, I know, even a few days ago, he met with a group, and what he said was, look, there is turbulence. It's bumpy. I'm not going to say everything is rosy, but we are moving forward. And that's exactly what he has consistently done, that, look, we need to move forward. Another thing I think is done or being done right now that is very good for Nigeria is this local government issue.
The autonomy.
The autonomy.
Yes,
because,
yes. I don't want you to,
okay.
Because we were taking it one after the other.
Right.
But it's just like yesterday,
yes.
when the president came, and took over the reins of leadership from former President Muhammadu Buhari, and he said there at the Eagle Square that I'm ready and prepared for this job. Let's take you back 365 days. It's just like yesterday. Mayor Gidi captured that and then set the for what to expect in this next 1 year.
Ahmed Tinubu, do solemnly swear that you will be faithful.
The memories of that swearing-in ceremony extremely fresh as if was just a day ago. But 366 days already gone, how time flies. It's already 1 year impacting on building a safer, stronger and prosperous Nigeria, the Tinubu trademark. A trademark that signposts commitment to democracy and visionary leadership, encapsulated in the 8-point renewed hope agenda, inspiring confidence and trust among Nigerians, promising a new era of hope and transformation.
Vision is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone.
The pronouncement that divided public opinion on May 29, 2023, but today that statement and the unification of the forex market are speedily stabilizing the economy. Funds now channeled to critical sectors like healthcare, education and infrastructure. These measures have reduced petrol importation by 50% and boosted investor confidence, making the Nigerian Stock Exchange the top performing bourse globally. On national security, funding and provision of modern fighting equipment provided, though not a complete victory yet, but significant ground covered with the rescue of more than 4,600 hostages, 9,300 hostiles neutralized, and 7,000 terrorists and bandits arrested. Establishing the 50 billion Naira Polako initiative and annual recruitment of 30,000 police personnel, just a preview. Food security also on the jota of Mr. President, with declaration of a state of emergency and the launch of the National Agricultural Development Fund with 100 billion Naira. The Dry Season Farming Initiative and the Green Imperative Program aim to promote year-round farming and provide farmers with access to modern equipment and low-interest loans. Hope largely renewed in the energy sector, with focus on developing renewable energy sources and enhancing the efficiency of oil and gas sector and NLLG production, and initiated significant projects like rehabilitating the Port Harcourt refinery and reconstructing the AKK gas pipeline. Infrastructure also structured to align with the transportation needs of a growing economy. The coming on board of the Port Harcourt-Aba rail line and constructing the Lagos-Calabar superhighway, and there is a target to raise 20 trillion naira to deliver critical projects and modernize ports and aviation facilities. Expansion of primary health care centers and upgrading tertiary hospitals, the Student Loans Act 2024 and the establishment of the Nigerian Education Loan Fund highlight a commitment to broadening access to education. Social welfare schemes including cash transfer and microcredit programs aim to uplift vulnerable households and support small businesses. Accelerated diversification through youth-driven industrialization, digitization and innovations like the 3 Million Technical Talent Initiative and the NDICE program, the National Job Center and the National Talent Program, and support youth-owned enterprises also made the one-year diary of Mr. President. To enhance service delivery, the administration introduced the Mobilizer app for citizens' engagement and launched the Citizens Delivery Tracker app to assess public officials' performance. Reforms recommended by the Runsanyi report aim to rationalize and restructure government agencies, increasing transparency and efficiency. The renewed Hope agenda is a comprehensive package and no room for mediocrity, no excuses, no underperformance.
If you are performing, nothing to fear. If no performance, you leave us. No one is an island. And the buck stop on my desk.
It's been 1 year of foundation laying, restructuring, policy conceptualization and review of files, long list of projects inauguration and opposing voices gradually fading. The struggle to deliver the best is unending. Developing the nation is a process and not a project. But what is certain, hope is getting more renewed and second year is expected to be better. Mayor Ogede, NTA News.
Thank you, Mayor Ogidi. That was a potpourri of different things highlighting achievements so far in the past year. And I always say Mayor Ogidi is not a mere reporter, so he's been giving us a full dose there. You saw some of the highlights of Mayor's story, trying to do a chronology of some of the interventions made under this administration. Your Excellency, let's look at some of these interventions. Of course, we still need more. What can you say tickles your fancy
About the
interventions so far, as you saw in that report?
I think what makes a leader, a good leader, is taking decisions. What makes a great leader is managing the outcome of those decisions. I'm so happy with a president that can come in and say, hey, I'm going to take this. The decision on fuel subsidy removal is a major do. The unification of the exchange rate, it's a major do for me. And then for the fiscal part, the tax reform is important, because one of the things I noticed when I was a deputy governor was there were so many taxes. The state government was taxing, federal government was taxing, the local government were also taxing. Companies were just, there was this deluge of taxes on companies, on people trying to invest, and they didn't like that. That if we can make this a uniform tax where people know exactly what they're paying for, when the payments are due, it makes life easy for everyone. So these are some of the things I'm really happy about. I'm also happy with the student loan. Education is key to any development of any nation. I'm happy with the consumer scheme, where consumers can have access to funds to buy consumer goods, because that also generates demand. Increasing demand increases production. So these are areas that I am quite pleased with. Now, one of the areas that needs to be touched and touched seriously is agriculture. We need to move away from subsistence to commercial mechanized agriculture, because you find that any little shock in the system affects the people, these farmers who go to the market or who go to the farm to farm. If we have a mechanized system where you have large corporations setting up farm settlements, they're equipped, they have the capacity, they can buy the security, they know what to do, they can be economies of scale because of that, what they are trying to achieve. We can start by forming cooperatives, getting all the farmers together to form cooperatives and putting them in areas where they can continue to produce, because we need food security. That's one area we need to put more emphasis on. Once we're able to achieve that, then everything else will fall in place. I am happy with the refinery that's coming online. Hopefully by July they begin to produce. If we're able to produce fuel and diesel locally, it frees up forex that we can now inject for importers, so that the value of the exchange rate would begin to come down. So I'm praying. I'm happy. I see things happening. We just need to have patience and time and focus, sustainability, just continue what we're doing. I know we'll get there. People are not happy with some of the things that the IMF and the World Bank is basically saying that we should do. But this is a global village. You must do things the way other developed countries are doing it. Yes, ours must have a face, because every nation has its own pathway. But there are things that you must do as a nation to progress. You can't keep on subsidizing. You can't. Certain areas need to be subsidized. I don't have any problem with that, but you must figure out the best approach to getting things done, to making the country move forward.
All right, Dr. George Ekwekai, I keep on coming to you in terms of buying. Even when you do policies at the center, there must be, relative cooperation from the subnationals for these policies to percolate very well. In your experience, have we seen, state governments equally running with some of these visions and some of these intentions of government, so that the people feel directly, what government is trying to do? Or are there, gaps in within the tiers of government to get some of these things down to the grassroots, in terms of even understanding the policies and running with them?
I believe it is common knowledge that our president is a seasoned politician, and he's one with politics in his genes, and he's pretty nationalistic. If you watch most of these interventions that have been done in the country, you find out that it is devoid of, ethnicity, of religion. It's going round. For example, in the area of road construction, you talk about the Badagry, the 1,000 kilometer Badagry Sokoto road. You can talk about the 461 kilometer Enugu Abakaleke Nasarawa Benue road. Then you talk about the 750 kilometer the coastal road from Lagos to Calabar. You see what I'm saying? He's carrying everybody along. But in answer to your question, I think it's important that the state governments need to work in tandem with the federal government for this prosperity to go round. But more importantly, the issue of local government, independence of the local government, is pretty germane to the overall economic development of this country.
All right, that means I have to bring Dr. because that was our first point of intervention, local government autonomy. It seems to be your passion. Okay. And the discussion is on the table at the moment. Yes. You want to say a word or two?
Yes, I would love to. I'm happy that you've mentioned something that is very important. Subnational, where are they? We are running the federalism. The president is doing this. We have the state governments. We have the local governments. The local governments are closer to the people. So most times, whatever policies are being done at the center or at the head, until it's broken down all the way to the 774 local governments of Nigeria, we're going to have issues. And that's what I was going to say, that that's one of the greatest legacies we might have from this administration, that local governments are allowed to work.
All right, let me just tell you that we're not just going to be in the studio today. In the course of this broadcast, we will go live to the National Assembly to give you the joint session. The President with the joint session of the National Assembly, the Senate and the House of Representatives. That will be this morning. And our correspondents are there. We will, join. And then, of course, we have correspondents on ground to also give us an impression of what is happening over there. So you just have that, we will be in the National Assembly shortly, of course. And that's, of course, what you were talking about, local government autonomy, came, to the fore in their, session. They were talking about how this, the local government could be strengthened. So that, the last administration also, tried to do that. But it seems as if there's been a pushback, from the governors or something, but because we still see a situation where they still act as appendages, so to speak. And when you talk of, when you look at the submission of the Minister of Defense representing the President at that session, was saying that the issues of security emanates from the grassroots. Once it's nipped in the bud at that level, you won't have this hydra-headed monster we are having. Former Deputy Governor, you've seen some of these issues. What are your thoughts there? When you were in the saddle, did you allow the local governments to get their money?
No. It didn't happen. But let me tell you, there are issues that come up when you decide to make the local government, given the autonomy. Because all the local governments are under the same size. One, the allocation is higher than the rest of them. You find that if the state government doesn't interject in terms of providing additional funds to these local governments, they can't function. Now, it's for me, I think it's a need to sit down and work together as a group. Let me give an example. When Sullivan Chima was the governor of Enugu State, he did something very interesting. He allowed the local governments to work. And how did he get cooperation? For example, suppose he wants to do a road construction that passes through maybe 3-4 local governments. He invites those local governments to a meeting and says, okay, this is the road project that I want that passes your local government. It's this many kilometers passes through your local governments and so on. The road construction amount is this. So this is your own contribution. And this is how we intend for this money to come out of your purse. And the chairman agreed, because the roads pass through their own land. So it's just a situation where the governor needs to sit down with the chairman and say, okay, let's work together. What we're trying to do is to develop our state. What we're trying to do is make the lives of our citizens better. Let's just figure out, these nuances.
Nigerians would just say, let them have their money.
Which is fine. I'm agreeing with that. What I'm saying is, I think the fear is governors always believe that they end up funding these local governments
projects
from IGR. Excuse me, not from the FAC allocation. The same thing goes even for the judiciary. There was a problem. If you allow judiciary just to keep the money,
let me just let you hold that thought, because it's getting interesting. But our correspondent Ignatius Ikwo is at the National Assembly to bring us up to speed. IG, I understand that it's no longer a joint sitting. What exactly is happening today there? I think you can give us a true picture and let us know exactly what to expect from your side.
Yeah, well, the last 1 hour, it was quite clear that there might definitely going to be a joint session. And the atmosphere here at the National Assembly was a vivid reflection of National Assembly expecting an August visitor. But well, at the moment, all those features have reduced. You know, those securities that we saw around then, that I did say the first time that you came to me, that the studio came to me, were the basic features of the expectation of the president. But at the moment, some of those features are no longer there. For instance, the red carpet that we always see that links between the villa to the National Assembly has been rolled off. And at the moment, the members of the House of Representatives are already seated. Plenary is ongoing. And then we expect that any moment from now, senators will also sit. But what is actually not very clear is if there's still going to be a joint session, because from the order paper of the House of Representatives that I'm holding here, the only item that is on the order paper is the admittance of the president and members of the Federal Executive Council and former presiding officers of the National Assembly is what we have here on the order paper. Now, earlier, before this time, we've seen some of the former presiding officers and clerks of the National Assembly entering into the precinct of the National Assembly. But at the moment, members of the House of Representatives are already seated, convened, and they are taking on some issues that come under national public importance. So, well, if going by the order paper we have here, the issue of the admittance of Mr. President is still on the order paper. So let's watch what happens eventually.
Thank you very much, Ignatius. The call will still be on you. Of course, we'll be expecting you to give us activities as they unfold. Now, the upper chamber of Nigeria's bicameral legislature is a major pillar of Nigeria's democracy. Having remained consistent in engendering good governance through effective discharge of their functions with zeal and commitment, National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports on that. And also, we would also have a report from the House of Representatives, which says, of course, a good parliament is the foundation of good government. And the saying captures the consistent efforts by the 10th House of Representatives and its leadership to work hand in hand with the executive arm of government in the last 1 year to accelerate the delivery dividends of democracy, in the delivery of the dividends of democracy to Nigerians. Now, little wonder that the House of Representatives has christened itself the People's Parliament. And of course, Mitere Ikpe also captures this. So we'll take these two reports and then we'll return to our discussion.
The power of Nigeria's bicameral legislature is provided in Section 4, Subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. The legislature, being the fulcrum of a democratic system of government, is vested with the responsibility of representing common and collective interests of citizens. Prominent among the several functions are lawmaking and oversight to monitor implementation of projects and policies of government to ensure equitable distribution of resources in a just and fair manner. Nigeria's Senate has, within the first year of the administration of President Bola Tinubu, screened and confirmed more than 200 appointees across sectors to assist the government deliver on its mandate, and also approved several spending plans.
After confirming them, after their appointment, we called them to question. We asked questions from them. We made sure we get guarantees from them and commitment. We made them to use their own integrity as the collateral, as the surety for the jobs that they were given by Nigerians.
In checkmating the activities of the executive to curb excesses, the Senate instituted inquiries and made interventions. The ongoing inquiry of the 30 trillion naira debt burden from the Ways and Means portrays intents of lawmakers to correct anomalies.
We have also realized that these monies were not really used for the purpose for which they were earmarked. That's why, but we also have independent sources of getting information. It is clearly established that every procedure for the rules and means are violated. That is established. This is a request of 500 billion. There is no categorization of the projects the government wants to execute. The shortfall in the revenue to pay salaries none is summarized.
In the wake of the over 200% electricity tariff increase, Senate conducted an investigation with the aim of reaching a common ground for the operators, regulators and consumers.
Does it go ahead to address the fundamental problem of the lack of solvency within the entire sector?
There's no way we can add this electricity increase now to petroleum subsidy removal at the same time and expect people not to be suffocated.
So what we're trying to do is to find a middle course between getting the liquidity you want and then giving Nigerians a little leeway. We want tariffs that are affordable to Nigerians.
Education being the foundation for development, the Senate gave approval to the Students' Loan Bill to enable indigent Nigerians access tertiary education. For the 10th Senate, its contract with the Nigerian people is to ensure good governance through robust and effective engagement with stakeholders for national development.
What the National Assembly is doing is looking at some of the existing rules, they are amending it, but it's a very slow process. It's not as fast as Nigeria wants.
We had positive results to talk about, yet it is not Eldorado for us. We have not gotten to the destination, but the journey of 1,000 kilometers starts from a step the National Assembly, together with the executive, had made in order to reposition the economy and the security architecture of Nigeria.
It has embarked on another round of constitutional review to further bridge the gaps in the polity.
Now the seat alteration is ongoing. Clearly, that's a significant development in itself, the fact that we've had these alterations. We've also had amendments that have to deal with the financial independence of state legislatures and state judiciaries. But as significant as these amendments are, there's a lot more room for improvement. There are fundamental issues that I hope this ongoing exercise will address. For instance, mainstreaming gender into our constitutional scheme. We need to have the voices of women at decision-making tables.
We will transform the laws of Nigeria. We will reform those things that we can reform for Nigeria to work.
In order to contribute to the effort of the Senate and the entire Nigeria towards giving Nigerians the best, leading to the transformation of our dear country in line with the New Hope agenda.
Lami Ali, NTA News.
A time was when the banana peel syndrome characterized Nigeria's legislature. In that era, it was more or less 1 week, one trouble in the legislature. Since its inauguration, June 13, 2023, the 10th House of Representatives, however, approached the business of legislation with positive strategies, chief of which is executive legislature synergy. Speaker of the House, Tajuddin Abbas, says this is fundamental to sustenance of democracy and meeting the needs of the citizenry.
The 10th House of Representatives has demonstrated a commitment to foster a harmonious but professional relationship with the executive, based on mutual respect and respect for our distinct constitutional mandates. Is fundamental for efficient governance, political stability, effective legislation, and the overall health of our democratic system.
The legislative agenda of the 10th House identifies 8 priority areas carefully crafted with citizens' inputs to align with the renewed hope agenda of the federal government. Lawmakers say this has enhanced the performance of the Green Chamber as the People's Parliament.
To make sure that there is some peace and harmony such that we can achieve development for our country. And then again, here in the 10th Assembly, you can find that on the floor, there is no sectional divide as we debate issues. It's always, most of the time, what's best for our country. And I'm glad that that's the kind of leadership we have had, and that's also the kind of followership we are having. The Nigerian Parliament, the National Assembly has done well, and we continue to do well.
In the last
Many thanks to Lami Ali and Mitari Ikpen for their interventions and talking about their reports from the National Assembly, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. It's 1 year. You were talking about 1 week, one trouble. Well, we keep the space because anything can happen in any chamber, depending on what the constituents have sent the representative to do on the floor. If he doesn't agree with what you are doing, he must first talk about what his constituents have sent him to do. But good reports, from the reporters there. But let's go to, some of the interventions so far. The government has, apart from rolling out its policies, it's also been hands-on in monitoring the ministers and the different sectors to make sure that these policies, begin to, drive the system. But it's not without pushback from some entrenched positions in some of these sectors. We're seeing, a situation where, yes, you have rolled the policy, but the people are still trying to understand what it is, and some people who used to gain from the old order will push back. Take, for instance, the issue of subsidy removal. One would say, from perhaps an optimistic perspective, that things should have settled down fully. But we're still seeing a situation where, we're still seeing, this, the prices of, for instance, PMS ratcheting up, almost running away from the average Nigerian. And we know that we drive our system with some of these things until we get the power sector, fully running. How can we begin to, go through this labyrinth? There are problems, there are things that we need to do. I want to take that, I want Dr. Okeke to take that. How do we go about it? Because you have been in the saddle before. How do we go about it? Get everybody, even those who have gained from, the system as it were, how to convince them?
I always believe that any form of leadership should focus on the masses, the people who don't have the wherewithal to progress in life. So whatever you do must always affect them. Now, fuel subsidy removal affects them. So what do you do to mitigate those pains? Now, I know that people were focused on the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, which was in charge of handing out cash donations or whatever. Now, I guess people were not happy when the ministry, the program was shut down. And the president had to do that because the money was not getting to the right people. I've always said that you must do it right, no matter what the pain is. Start by doing things the right way. For instance, when we were in Anambra, when I was a deputy governor, we tried to provide funding for people who are 70 years and above. We set up a committee that went to every town. We have about 181 towns in Anambra State. And the PG of those towns will come out to the town hall, organize all the people.
What's PG?
The President General.
Okay, President.
Yes. But we'll bring out the people who are 70 years and over because they all knew them. All the village chairmen knew who was above 70. They brought them out to this town hall and we took their biometrics. Now, there are people who were maybe too old that couldn't come out. They will probably send maybe a niece or a grandchild, a grandson, whatever, to come and we'll take those persons biometrics because these are the ones that will go to the bank to collect the funds. So we made sure that the money was getting to the right people. Now, you have to do an update, obviously, because people do die and then people do come of age in those areas. So it becomes a continuous process. Now, I don't know what those figures were used, whether they were used during the process of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs doling out funds to the different states. I don't know what happened. But I believe stopping that program made sense because we couldn't be wasting the funds and it wouldn't get into the right people. So what the federal government needs to do is let's make sure that we are working on that, making sure that that program will start in the shortest time, just to help cushion the effects of the subsidy removal on some of the masses. Now, I am praying, and I'm praying to God that Dangote begins to refine fuel, gasoline, and then the Patoka refinery is supposed to come online. Would also be continue to do the same. Because once these things are produced locally, it makes life easier for everybody. We don't spend our forex to buy the fuel. We can now channel the foreign exchange to those importers that need it to bring in goods at a lower price. So I think it's hard, it's difficult, but we must continue in this direction. No matter what, the opposition might say, no, this is not right, it's not right. It's the only way for us to go. It's in the short run, it's going to be painful, but in the long run, there's light at the end of the tunnel. We just need to sit back and continue and be focused on what we're doing. Let the president not be deterred. Let him not be deterred that his policies will work. All we need to be is sustain it and be consistent.
All right, I will come to, Doctor, because later, just immediately after our next report, because you also work in the private sector. And a lot of people will say for us to get, things to show on the road properly is to get the manufacturing sector working fully, employment and all that. We'll talk about that in terms of impact on the people and all that, because that's a key part, as well as when you look at our demographics and the humongous number of the population of the youth. We'll come to that. But let's take also another sector apart from the issue of subsidy. The finance sector has been pushing back on different things. You spoke about it, you alluded to it, and the single window and all that. But let's take this report, because perhaps it would put our discussion in proper perspective. Nigeria's monetary policy landscape is getting a redo as the central bank continues to put in place new reforms to achieve price stability and boost investors' confidence. Now, Musa Abubakar reports that the new policy direction under the Tinubu administration is bent on achieving macroeconomic stability and growth.
Price and exchange rate stability is one key aspect of the economy that is critical to achieving macroeconomic growth. This is what is driving reforms at the Central Bank of Nigeria under Olayemi Kaluso. A shift from managed float system to a floating exchange rate for the naira to allow market forces to determine the value of the currency is already in place and is boosting investor confidence.
Multiple windows that were encouraging, round tripping. So that is now behind us, although it has also come with associated devaluation of the naira. But we hope that in the medium term, that the naira will once again strengthen.
The bank has committed to an inflation targeting regime, aiming to keep inflation within a specific range.
It is apparent that the present CBN governor is on the price stability side. In other words, let us focus on achieving price stability, whether it's exchange rate or inflation, and then they hope that the economy will respond to the price stability that has been achieved, and then create jobs, create employment, production will increase, consumption will increase, and real GDP will grow, national income will be created.
The CBN has successfully cleared foreign exchange backlog amounting to billions of dollars. These measures have already contributed to stabilizing the foreign exchange market, as well as brought in $1.5 billion to the economy.
We have attempted as much as possible to make the market a lot more transparent. And transparency in our dealings, which of course foreign portfolio investors want to see, and which gives them the added confidence. And we have seen that they have responded very positively to the transparency initiatives, and that has given a considerable amount of confidence to them.
In collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, the bank has provided over 2 million bags of fertilizer worth more than 100 billion naira.
I assure you that it will be judiciously used, and will deliver it to the last mile, to the intended persons, to the intended farmers, where they can reap the benefits of this huge gesture, and by in turn to cultivate and produce more that will stem the galloping food inflation.
In a coordinated effort with fiscal authorities, the bank is supporting broader economic goals. One of such goals is to achieve $1 trillion GDP, a target that the CBN is backing with new capitalization requirements for banks.
So there's no cause for alarm that whether banks are going to increase the capital base. They've already proactively doing that. And this is driven by the fact that with the devaluation, it requires larger amount of naira to fund transactions.
Under the new regulations, banks with international authorization must meet a recapitalization amount of 500 billion naira, while national and regional banks are required to have 200 billion and 50 billion naira. These comprehensive reforms reflect the CBN's proactive stance in addressing Nigeria's economic challenges. With these measures in place, the bank aims to create a more stable and prosperous economic environment for the nation. In Abuja, I am Musa Abubakar, NTA News.
Thank you, Musa Abubakar. I saw some mints there. Perhaps you brought some back to the studio while you were doing that report, but we'll see after the program. We've been talking about, the Nigeria's economy. This is from the perspective of the Apex Bank and efforts to ensure, price stability. But for those in the private sector, production and all that, what are the challenges across the value chains?
Well, I personally believe that Nigerian economy is moving on substantially. According to reports that just came out, we grew about 2.9% in the first quarter of this year. But the challenges we are having in the economy, which the president, through his bold policies, have been able to resolve a little bit, like this issue of multiple exchange rate, to single exchange rate, as well as, the issue of power. I believe the current administration needs to do a whole lot, in resolving the issues of power. Because for manufacturing, to succeed in this country, there has to be availability of electricity. And if you compare Nigeria with other African states that are as huge as us, like South Africa, for example, their megawatts in electricity is about probably 70,000. You go to Egypt, is about 60-something thousand, whereas our own is below 5,000. So, and the president, I know they are doing a whole lot, in trying to resuscitate the issue of electricity. If this is done, and the macroeconomic reforms that is being handled by the central bank gets into play, then manufacturing will start. And for manufacturing, to start, you'll find out that, foreign exchange, will come down and the economy will blossom. Because the problem we're having is also the issue of foreign exchange. You see foreign exchange in the past, some people are buying it for 750, whereas some people are buying for 450. And the people buying for 450 will go ahead and sell it to the people buying 750. That was a major problem. So with this single exchange rate, I think it will make things move forward.
All right, let's come to Dr. Bello. We've discussed a lot, and we talk about the key areas where we have comparative advantage in terms of trying to diversify the economy from our over-reliance on the oil sector. Even the oil sector, we still import. So we need to get that right. But in terms of the low-hanging fruits, which sectors should we be looking at for immediate intervention so that the stress on that, single economy and, government getting, its wealth from one source can be a thing of the past?
Okay, I would like to say policies are meant for the people. Policies can be painful. Policies are not destinations, they are journeys. So like you rightly said, what are the low-hanging fruits? Let me say, well, a bit unfortunately, most of today's low-hanging fruits are tied to security. For example, agriculture, farming. If people could farm and have food, since that seems to be like the lifesaver for most citizens of the world, then things might be adjusted. But unfortunately, in some parts of Nigeria, we still have a lot of violence happening on the farmlands. I'm from Kogi State, and I don't think there's any day that passes that we don't have either some security challenges, killings. Even just last week, some people were killed on their farms. So because that is happening, it's hard. And don't forget that Kogi State majorly is an agrarian state. So it's farming we had. Apart from education, of course, there's farming. And when they can't go to their farm, then that place is blocked. Another is tourism, because Nigeria is beautiful and it has so
I don't
many.
want to go to education and school fees
No, I'm
yet.
coming,
Let's
yes. Tourism. But tourism is equally tied to security. Nobody is going to come to a place where they're not sure they can go back home. For education, I mean, that's foremost. That's the greatest legacy any country can give its citizens. And like we've agreed here, already this administration has even gone further with the education fund, which has translated into the students' loan, so that most people can go to school. So the first things first will be Nigerians, with every sense of duty and responsibility, Nigerians feel hungry. So we need to sort that out. We need to sort out the farming area, the inflation area, the medicine area, and then other things can fall in. But so far so good. Policies are moving. They should be tracked. They should be monitored. And I think the major gap we might have there again is communication. These policies must be broken down to the people, because until they understand the trust of the policies, we are not going to get anywhere with the people on the streets.
Dr. Keke, issue of security. We seem to always put this at the doorstep of the security agencies. In other climes, it starts from the people. Because the security man will tell you, or the security agent will tell you, he's not a magician. He needs information, he needs intelligence, and he needs the people to have a buy-in, so that when they see suspicious movements in their areas, at least the first forewarning is there, and then you know that this can happen at any time. And then if they don't respond, then it is on the security agencies. So do we have that consciousness? Because when we talk about security, especially from the issue of the grassroots, by the time you interrogate when some of these movements of outlaws are eventually reported or something bad has happened, you now hear stories like they saw them last week, they saw them week before, and then nothing was done. How do we begin to stimulate this consciousness that we should be taking the issue of security very seriously?
I don't know. That's a very good question. As a deputy governor for 8 years, we had to deal with that. We had meetings with the Igwes, the people, the traditional rulers of every community, and basically trying to put this forward that criminals are not in the space. They're on land. They're in somebody's community. You know the person that lives next door to you. You don't know. You know whether the person gets up in the morning and goes to work, or when people are going to sleep, that person is up rummaging, moving around. So people in the community know the criminals. The question is, are they willing to identify them? Are they willing to call the police and say, hey, that man that lives so place, I'm not quite sure what that man does. Can you go and investigate? We try to do the best we can, at the time, trying to communicate with the traditional rulers to make them understand that criminality is in your neighborhood. It's not something that is in space. You can identify them, and we can begin to chase them away from those areas. Let me tell you what we did. First tenure of Obiano's administration, we had what you call a joint task force, made of the police, army, navy, SS. I think all the security agencies were all together. He provided logistics, provided vehicles. We knew the bad areas in the state. We all knew them. So what happens is that one early morning or very late night, this joint task force will raid those places and arrest those people. For no reason, just pick them up, keep them for 2 days and release them. The idea was simple. A criminal wants to know who knocks on his door at any moment in time. So if you begin to harass them in their environment, they don't stay. They pack up and leave and go to another environment. We did this, we sustained this. After a while, they started living in Anambra. Of course, moving to the neighboring states of Imo, Delta, or Enugu. It's a situation where the communities need to get involved. People always tout the security in Israel, a small country that's surrounded by a host of hostile countries. The citizens are part of it. We actually brought a security expert from Israel at a time when we had just started, and he said to us, listen, the citizens must get involved. The police can't do everything you're expecting. They can't be everywhere. It's you, the citizen, that would say, this man is here, he's new in our community, we don't know him, we don't know what he does, can you investigate him? And then you have to go ahead and do that. Now, until we begin to do that, nothing's going to change. I know there's a lot of clamor for state police. To me, that won't solve the problem. What I believe might help, from my own perspective, is let every policeman go back to your state and police. If you're from Anambra, you're in the police force, go back to Anambra and become a policeman in Anambra, because you speak the language. You come from the community, so you're able to understand the nuances of your society and be able to tell when things are not going the way it's supposed to go. That's, to me, is one way security can help. Every policeman, go back to the state you came from. Police in your state, because your citizens also know you. So if you're not doing what is right, they can checkmate you.
Well, another argument would be that now that the policeman is in a state, the people know his grandfather's house.
Yes.
And they could equally also use that to threaten him. But let's in
the area of
yes. Let's come to you now. Before you make your intervention, let me also I want you to bring on board another thing from your region of the country. Just before the general elections, we had a lot of issues of insecurity, especially in areas around Imo and all that. Has that gone down? Are those boys still there, or what is the status now?
Okay. Before I come to that, I think in the area of security, intelligence sharing, gathering of intelligence are key, to effective security in this country. And there has to be a synergy. That's what we are lacking. The police, the military, civil defense, or road safety, they all need to work collectively. They need to have probably a single database, as is done in overseas countries, so that when something is happening here, the people in Kanu, the people in Kaduna, the people in Bayelsa will also see it in the database to know there is a gray area. You see what I'm saying? Not a situation where it is happening in Imo, the people in Kogi don't even know what is happening. That is a big problem. Intelligence sharing is key, and we need to spend a lot of money. The Nigerian police, the military apparatus, they need to spend a lot of money in collecting intelligence. That is why you see America being a lord in security. They spend money in gathering intelligence, even in what happens in other countries. In respect of the Southeast truly is no longer boiling as it used to boil like prior to the Tinubu administration coming on board. I know according to records currently, there has been 25% reduction in crimes in the Southeast. The IPOBs and their Eastern Security Network, they've not been pretty effective as they used to be like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. The issue of, stay-at-home orders, which is being observed every Monday, that one is also dissipating. And I give credit to the Southeast governors. They've been adamant on that, and I think it is working. Are there security lapses in the Southeast? Yes, there are. Their reduction in crimes in the southeast, especially terrorist attack, it has reduced tremendously. We all know the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, has been a major issue in the southeast, and I believe that at some point this needs to be addressed, by the federal government. I remember vividly during the electioneering campaign, I believe in Ebonyi State, and I was privileged to be part of that campaign in Abakaliki as a member of the Presidential Campaign Council from Southeast. I think the president made it abundantly clear that he will work on issues, militating against development, and security in the Southeast. And somehow he also talked about addressing the issue of Nnamdi Kanu.
Let me stay with you a little bit. When we talk of insecurity lessening, and you spoke about some of the activities of the governors there, in terms of, their performances, because even now also, at the subnationals, we're also celebrating 1 year anniversary as well. Have they been effective in delivering the dividends of democracy to the people? Because, job opportunities, a general lessening of tension, availability of opportunities for people to grow, have a way of reducing, the tendency to become, to recruit, citizens to outlawry. I'm talking about the governments there. Are the governors, capturing the imagination of the people there?
I think the truth is that, like I mentioned earlier when I alluded to our sister here, the issue of independence of local government is critical to the overall development, of the rural areas, and I'm delighted that the Attorney General of the Federation has now taken the 36 governors to court in respect of making the local government independent. The local government have kind of become an appendage of the state government, where most of them are giving peanuts,
of their money.
Of their money. That is a big problem. And the president, is courageous enough to stand by his Attorney General, because the president has spoken eloquently, about physical federalism, whereby the federal government, the state government, and the local government will be working hand in hand for the overall development of the nation. There is no way this nation can develop without the local government being autonomous. And this issue of local government elections is also critical. The local government chairmen are done by appointment, either as sole administration or as local government chairman without elections. But I'm very happy that in my own state of Imo, our governor, Senator Hope Uzodimma, has talked about having a local government election, free and fair election, sometime this year, I believe in September. I think that is the way to go. Local government is the closest to the masses. Go to overseas where you have mayors, or look at a city like San Francisco. San Francisco Airport, which is one of the largest airports in the world, is being managed by the local government, by the city of San Francisco. The same thing is applicable to other airports. Local government is very critical. So as long as we keep making local government an appendage of state government, there will be no progress, there will be no development in this country. So I really thank Mr. President, for standing his foot to make sure that local government becomes independent and autonomous in this country.
Dr. Runkabelo is a place where you are so passionate in terms of this issue of autonomy, but there's a difference between a plan and it getting, to fruition because of the pushback from and how powerful, the state governors are. Yes. Do you see light at the end of the tunnel? This has been a discussion, not even of this administration, of previous administrations. The money doesn't get to them. And they put their stooges in this, local government. And most of the time, you don't even see local government chairmen. You see caretakers and all that. So how do we get, this concept to actuality?
Well, I think the good thing is now we have a president and, of course, the National Assembly working closely with him. The president has the political will and the courage. Most times when we have issues of policies that falls flat on its face, it's because along the way, the political will was not strong enough. It's obvious. You see, some things are a blessing in disguise. Inflation came up, and everywhere in the country is, oh, the people are hungry, the people are hungry. Everyone is hungry. Because when they talk about hunger, you look at it that we don't have separate markets for parties. It's not a political party thing. We all go there, and we know what we're going through. Now the president has looked at it that, look, even just like 2 days ago, when he was addressing, I think, the Yoruba community in the villa, he made it clear. He said, this is a federalism. Let's go back to that. Because until we go to the grassroots and it works, believe you me, things will be tough. Just to mention this, the Middle Belt area, that's now it's called the Central North area. With every ounce of respect and, let me say, truth, they were the guys feeding this country until insecurity crept in. If you look at the whole of the Middle Belt, which is now the Central North. And if everybody is fleeing away, then what happens? The local government, if they don't work, let them have their money. Let's even, I mean, policies are not fixed. They are not cast in stones or cast in iron. There are some policies that you can say, okay, let's try it for 2 or 1 year. If it doesn't work, we revert. If it doesn't work, we adjust. But we've not tried it at all. All we hear is, it won't work, it won't work. Let it work for once. Let their money go to them and let it work.
Okay, they say don't always look for problems, look for solutions.
Exactly.
Let's look in the direction of a former deputy governor is sat in the seat presiding and all that. I spoke with a politician in the course of the week, and he was saying that even when you have these policies, the recruitment process is another issue. That you can actually give the money straight to the local government chairman, and based on browbeating and their fear of perhaps not returning or being removed or something, they would even by themselves hand the money back to their their principals, the governors, in those states, out of sheer fear.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you have been there. How can this work?
Excuse me. I think if the way I see it is moving, of course, the federal government backing it, and of course, with the support of the National Assembly, it can come into play. Like I said, all it needs for the governor to sit down with the local government chairman. I know there's a discussion on how do they come about, how do they get elected, that the state electoral boards need to be dissolved, based on the Attorney General was saying that it should all go back to INEC. I'm also in agreement with that, because the state Electoral Commission is also in the pocket of the governors, so they can decide who becomes the local government chairman. So it's not really an election if the governor is deciding who comes on and who doesn't. But like I said, it can work. If you do complete autonomy where they stay on their own, some of them will not survive. Excuse me. Some of the local government will survive because they don't have enough money. They're not big enough to have the resources from federal to survive, to sustain themselves. So it must be where the state government is saying, okay, here, part of the IGR we're raising goes to each local government to pay your teachers, to pay your civil servants or whatever. But it can be done. And I do agree with the fact that let's empower the local government, because to me, instead of having just one person being in charge of all the resources, spread the resources around. Some governors argue the local government will just chop the money. So
they are chopping too.
So you're chopping. So why don't you allow the local government to say, because that's a way of spreading, excuse me, resources. So I think it's the right step in the right direction. All it needs is a sit-down discussion and cooperation to make
our international viewers will not know what chopping is, but we keep them in that ignorance. But let's take something. The president spoke, sometime during one of the holidays, the religious holidays, and he was talking about the concept of the Nigerian in general. What exactly are you doing for your country? How do you care for the other Nigerian? How are you thinking about the country in general? Times are hard, times are hard, but what is your contribution to national development? How are you seeing Nigeria? Is it from a pessimistic or optimistic perspective, from the different tiers of government, and from you in terms of the value you are adding to the project Nigeria? Let's hear from him.
As we go through our rough and tumble system of democratic world and freedom, we share our friendship, our oneness with each other. Let us, in our heart, care for the needy. Care for those who have not. And together, we can promote peace and stability across the world. We can teach the message if we believe in it. It is a joy that you share the evening, and the memory of it is what we need to extend to your various countries. That stability is here, peace is here, and we should all join together to promote peace across the world. There will be no economic prosperity without peace and stability. I want to sincerely thank all of you for various acts of diplomacy that you embraced.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu talking to Nigerians in terms of maintaining peace and having a buy-in in the project Nigeria. Let's join our correspondent, the State House correspondent, Musbao Dan Wahab. Musbao Dan Wahab, tell us, give us a sense of what is happening. We, talking about a day like this, you will be expecting some activities at the State House, parades, and all that. What is happening exactly? We spoke with one of our correspondents earlier, Ignatius Ikwo, and was telling us that at one point or the other, they're expecting that the president will come to the National Assembly. So perhaps you can, tell us a bit about what has been happening in the State House, as well as activities in the course of the week, and what you expect perhaps later on, in the day and perhaps in the week. Musbao Dan Wahab.
So thank you very much. What I can tell you reliably is that the ambience here at the State House is quite calm, and it's close to normal activities for the president in every other day. But what is actually happening is not so far from the fact that today is just the anniversary day, or the first anniversary day, May 29. Commemorating the handing over or transitional day for the administration, but actually the celebration is not happening today, and that is not far from the fact that June 12 has now been designated as the Democracy Day. So it is expected that that is going to be the major celebration for democracy in Nigeria. At the State House here, there's no any parade for now, but what is certain from the itinerary of Mr. President is that any moment from now, he will be going to the National Assembly as scheduled and as widely transmitted to Nigerian people that the president will be participating, will be attending the joint session of the National Assembly, talking about the Senate and the House of Representatives. So for now, he's still in the office with his Vice President, Kashim Shettima. You know how the National Assembly is important to these people because the President himself was a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the Vice President as well was also a senator. And it's just a family affair that it looks like this time they're going to join their current family members of the National Assembly. So apart from that, the President is also expected to carry on with these scheduled activities, which will include the inspection and inauguration of the commercialization or commercial activities of the Abuja Metro line. And that will be later today after leaving the National Assembly. So we expect all of these to come one after the other as the day continues.
All right, Musba, before I let you go, you have just talked about the two helmsmen, talking about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the Vice President Kashim Shettima being senators, because a senator is always a senator. There's nothing like former senator. But they are going to, going back home to see, what we would refer to as, colleagues of some sort. Apart from that, how would you, in your, interactions with people who have visited the villa, how would you rate the interaction between those two arms of government in your interaction with them? And what do you expect to happen today? Is it just, as usual, a return home, and then perhaps are we going to see something also profound in terms of, how the two arms of government want to continue in the next 3 years?
Well, this is supposed to be democracy with three arms of government. It's talking about the executive, legislature, and then the judiciary, each with their independence. But clearly what this administration has shown is that spirit of togetherness, inclusiveness, working closely with other arms of the government. And President Bola Tinubu has demonstrated this clearly with the way he has been working with the leadership and members of the National Assembly. The Senate President, who is the chairman of the National Assembly, Senator Godswill Akpabio, and of course, the Speaker of the House of Representatives are almost always here to talk to the President when it comes to national issues. So they are working from what we can see clearly together to ensure that democracy thrive in the country, and that they deliver dividends of democracy to Nigerians. And just recently in Lagos, the Senate President Godswill Akpabio said it at an event that he doesn't care what people say. The National Assembly is in full support of this administration, all aimed at giving good dividends and benefits of democracy to Nigerians. So clearly we're having a very cordial relationship between these two arms of government. Very
much, Musba Dan Wahab. We're also following that synergy, because the studio arm of NTA presentation and the one on the field is equally working in synergy. But so we'll come back to the studio arm. Thank you very much, Musba. Let's stay with the former deputy governor very quickly. Did you have this kind of relationship in your time? And a lot of people have said state assemblies are almost like, let me not use that word, but something like a stamp at times. Do you get, for instance, some dissenting voices from the State House of Assembly telling you, okay, you go this way, this is where we want you to go?
Well, in our case, I think when the dissenting voices came from other opposition parties that were able to win elections, not from the party members who were members of the state in our assembly. There was a time the state assemblies were being asked to vote for autonomy, and they actually didn't. They decided with the governors not to ask for autonomy. The process. But
they wanted their own autonomy.
They wanted that.
You know why?
That's a good one. But it's really a sad situation, the way the electoral process works in this country. The independence is very needed. It's very much needed, but getting there is a problem. How do we get there? How do we make it possible for the local governments to be independent, but yet working together? I'm emphasizing that because it's very important that the governors are working together with the local government chairman. They can't be independent forces just doing whatever they do, because nothing will get done. I give an example of a road traversing several local governments. If the governor says that he's not going to build a road, what happens? Will the local government build just his own section? He probably won't be able to afford it. So you need the cooperation of the governor, the local government chairman. Now, the question is, how do we get the right people in those offices? We must find a way of getting INEC to be in charge of such elections and hoping that the right people, the right parties will emerge. I know people talked about the last election cycle, about the problems. But that's one election that brought in people from so many different parties. If you look at the Senate, I think there are about 6 different parties in the Senate, maybe 7 different parties in the House of Rep, 8 or 9 different parties in the states House of Assembly, House of Assemblies. So, to me, it was an election that the opportunity was given to people, other people from different parties, to be able to participate and win election. Even though people can say it was fraught with so many irregularities, but if you really look at things objectively and see what happened, what transpired, you will see that this was one of the good elections we've had in the past several years. I believe this is the right direction, and I'm happy that the Tinubu administration is pushing it. The Attorney General is pushing to have the local government to be autonomous. Even the judiciary also needs to be autonomous. I always say that one of the greatest challenges we have in this country is it's not an issue of policy. We have enough policies. The bottom line is the issue of accountability. People need to be held accountable for your action or inaction. That's what's lacking, nothing else. We have the brains, we have the right people to be in power. It's just people do things that are mind-boggling and get away with it. Because who will hold you accountable? Even if you get arrested by EFCC 2 days after making a statement, they release you, they take you to court, you get a bail, and then the process starts. You see people who are being tried for 5, 6, 7, 10 years, they're still out there being tried for a crime they committed several years back. After a while, it gets, the files are full of dust. Nobody talks about it. It's just the new things that keep on happening. So we must make the judiciary stronger, which I see the administration is also pushing for. Pay them more so that they are not in a situation where they're begging for funds to be able to take care of their family. Pay them more. Let them take charge of their situation. Let them be in charge. If we have a bad judge, let the NJC remove that person. Don't keep a bad judge in office, because to me, it doesn't help the country to develop. I say that the executive arm will come and go. The most is 8 years you rule. Legislature, you do election every 4 years. If you win, you continue. If you lose. But you put a bad judge in office, he stays there. He's in office. Continue to commit all kinds of malfeasance and gets away with it because nobody's touching him. That needs to change. That's the only way we can move forward, because we have whatever it takes for any country to succeed. We have it in this country. We have it in Nigeria. And I'm praying in the next 3 years that the Tinubu administration will make the steps needed for that direction to come. I'm happy with some of the decisions he's taken. Yes, it's hurting. It's hurting for a lot of people, but it's the way to go.
All right, we'll take other things, especially the leadership recruitment process, and we have a party man also here, apart from yourself, to look at why we sometimes get some, people who might not be worthy of such seats in, a position of authority. But let me remind our viewers that because of the day, we will be moving to different parts of the country. But first, we will be stopping at the National Assembly, where the, President is expected to take a stop, perhaps also commission the National Assembly Library. The lawmakers are waiting. They understand that their session is on in both chambers. the red chamber for the Senate and of course the green chamber for the House of Representatives. In the course of the day, we will be there, as earlier talked about by our correspondent at the State House. We expect that movement will be done in the course of the day. So we will be taking you there to the National Assembly to see that session. All right, we'll be also telling you about some of the other programs on standby in the course of the day, and then we would bring that as well. Let's stay with, let's come to Dr. George Agbekai. Somebody, made some allusions some years ago and said that Barack Obama may not win local government election in Nigeria, and a lot of people laughed and all that. But, in those days, especially 79 to 83, it looked as if the local governments, the councillors and the local government chairmen looked like a breeding process to see who the next governor will be, because you would have seen them administer at the local government level, their interaction with the people, their confidence, their competence, and then you might bring them forward and all that. These days, we even see a situation where, governors are brought from abroad and all that. They don't even know the lay of the land and all that. And then they spend 1 or 2 years even understanding their people before deploying effective policies. How do we change this? First, from the party perspective, how do we get the very best brains, even from the universities? The gestation period of a, potential leader getting to that podium. Where do we begin to, breed this new set of leaders, and how can we go about it so that we get this effective leadership you spoke about earlier?
I think the commitment to internal democracy is key. If you check our political primaries, most of the political parties are not committed to internal democracy, and the issue of godfatherism, in party politics, that has been a major factor, and the monetization of our politics. You now talked eloquently about professors coming in to serve. A professor may not have the money to even pay for
the ticket, the form.
The form. You see what I'm saying? So internal democracy, monetization of the election, as of the nomination and politics in general, to run for a governorship election in Nigeria and become successful, you may be looking at 5 billion naira, 10 billion naira. How many people have that kind of money? Even running for Senate or House of Rep, you may also be looking at 2 billion, 1 billion. And that's why when most of them go into the Senate or the House or the governor, they try as much as possible to get back these monies they have spent during the election. So that is a problem. We need to look for a way to extricate money in our politics.
How can that be done now that it's even the prices are getting higher? Let me bring this on, but I'm going to stay with you. Yes. A man with a double PhD, one in economics and the other one in public administration, we once told him, can you come and represent us? He says he's voiceless. We say, why are you voiceless? He said he cannot express his interest because of the price. Expression of interest for the price. He could not, he's now voiceless. He can't express that interest because of the money based on the expression of interest for. So we understand this. But you politicians are even perhaps we can say you are the people who have made this highly monetized. When you say a politician is generous, is nice, that means it's generous. It's not necessarily because it's of the projects he has been able to achieve. It's because of the bags of money he has brought back to the constituency and all that. How do we de-incentivize this use of money, especially in getting the party ticket? How do we go through the recruitment process in such a way that CVs are brought, antecedents are looked at, and then we don't look at the baseline of Naira and Kobo and get the right guys in the system?
Well, unfortunately,
you paused a little bit.
Unfortunately, based on the constitution we have and the Electoral Act amendment, it may be difficult to get that done. Truly. First of all, the political parties themselves needs to reduce the amount of nomination forms. Okay, look at it. In the presidential election, some political parties sold their own forms. So I don't know, 20, 30, 50 million. Go to the Senate, even regular House of Rep. Some political parties sold their own, I don't know if it's 5 million. That's a lot. Majority of Nigerians cannot afford it. Except people that make their money through illicit manner. And when you win these primaries, to fight for this position in the general election requires enormous amount of money. And that's why sometimes you don't really see a lot of genuine people, professors like you mentioned, getting into party politics. You know, that's a big problem. Go to.
You want to say what? Let Dr. Bello say what. But before Doctor comes about, I was talking to you about the activities lined up. The president's going to, also inaugurate the Abuja Metro line. Of course, he gave the Minister of the FCT the matching order. I said he doesn't want a house in Abuja. What he wants is to ride on the Metro line. So in the course of the day, we will be there to see the locomotives and the light rail, see what is happening from destination to one of the terminals and see what is happening out there. The Metro line, we understand it is all ready, the trains are ready, the cabins are ready, and in the course of the day we'll be there to also look at what is happening there. We'll give you those pictures live. We also be in different parts of the country. It's not just here in Abuja that the 1 year is being commemorated. Some governors, of course, who the ones who did not have their elections off cycle, also will be marking today as their 1 year anniversary in the saddle of those states. So let's come to Dr. Ronke Bello. In terms of the recruitment process for the women, it was reduced, but a lot of you said you want it free, so that some of them said they want it free. And but tell us about the state. What is your impression about it?
For leadership recruitment, I think the problem is highly monetized, as has been said, and I think being highly monetized is still tied to the state of the people. If you go to a village where people are poor, people are unfed, they don't want to hear your grammars or your policy. They don't even understand when you are saying you have a blueprint. What they want is cash.
Cash.
They don't care if that cash finishes that day, but theirs is today, we were given cash. So fundamentally, it's wrong from that point. Now, the good thing about today's, life is, even politics is in transition in Nigeria. Today is just 25 years, and we thank God for that.
Of the Fourth Republic.
Of the Fourth Republic, yes. It's changing because more professionals, and I'm glad seated here is a vice chairman of the professional angle of a political party. Before, we didn't have things like that because the professionals, they run away, the academics, they run away because, okay, I don't have that kind of money. Far back to years ago, I think 1999, when some nice people from my village said, come around for House of Assembly. And I said, okay, cool. They said, you need 250. And I said, I'm coming back, and I fled. Because who is going to invest that kind of money in an election when you are not even sure of winning? But today...
Some say it's business.
Well, it shouldn't be business because we're talking leadership. But the good thing is it's changing. More professionals are coming in because we saw after a while that the reason why leadership was not working in Nigeria is because the people who should be profiling such leadership had left the field in fear. So suddenly professionals are coming in. And even, let's look at this, if a governor, for example, paid millions to win his election, why would he come in and then rather than efficiency, it goes for loyalty? That's another problem.
All right, so let's quickly also let you see some pictures from Port Harcourt, the River State capital. We will be there also in the course of this broadcast. State governments are also marking their 1 year. And Governor Simfubara, there's a scorecard an event to commemorate 1 year and see exactly what has been happening in terms of developmental strides from Port Harcourt. Governor Sim says his staff say they have the SIM card to development in Rivers State, and we'll see how that will be done in the course of the day. They would come with the scorecard as well. We'll be there live. So, you know, Dr. Runke, sorry to interrupt you.
No,
We're talking about
okay.
leadership.
Yes, so the people who should now choose appointees, for example, if they did what we call a 50-50, bring in the politicians that worked for you, but really if you want development, you bring in the technocrats. It's a potpourri, it's the mixture of that causes development. But where you win an election and you just go back and say, okay, all the people that voted for me, all the people that helped still ballot boxes when ballot boxes were still being sold, all the people that were on the streets should be the one in governance, then there is a problem because they don't have what it takes to move the country forward. Even so, I won't even say it's all on the politicians. Yes, the politicians need politics to come into play, but once elections are over, if you are really determined to grow your land, to grow the people, to bring development, you need to now bring in technocrats who know the know-how of leadership and development to help do the work. And I think that's still the gap we have in Nigeria.
All right, Dr. Okeke says he has what we call it, the formula to, you know, get these things right.
I think it all depends on sincerity of purpose. The elite have a lot to do with this. They both said, there's money in politics and you can't remove the money.
You do spend money.
When I will come to that. When I was deputy governor, I went to Lagos and I met with the traders, the who is who from Anambra in Lagos. These are the big boys. These are the boys that bring in 100 containers every month. And I said to them, you know, you guys are here just worried about your containers, you know, coming into the country. But you're not really politically aware. You fail to realize that one stroke of a 50 naira pen, your container might become a contraband, that you must begin to get politically aware. And I said to them, listen, 10 of you big boys can come together and put a purse together. Come to Anambra and look at all the candidates, all the people coming out to run for election. And call them, invite them over and interview them. Excuse me, what's your name? Where are you from? What's your background? What do you do? What do you intend to do for our state? And once you've done that, look at the best person, the person amongst them that seems to have the wherewithal to do the right thing. And then support that person with your funds. Now, the funds you're giving is not for him to pay you back. It's not for him to give you contracts or employ your people. You're doing it because you want the right person in governance. You want the fact that if this guy does well, it gives you opportunity to come back to your house, your village, palatial home, without worrying about criminals, because he's doing what is right to chase criminals away. Do it the first time. If the person works hard and succeeds, support that person again for a second term. If they win, good. If that person doesn't do well enough 4 years, remove him. Put somebody else in. Do that about the 3 cycles, 4 cycles. Things will begin to get better. The people that really want to make a change, that have sincerity of purpose, will come out because they don't need to worry about funding. I didn't run for governor. Why? Because I know I don't have the money. And I'm not interested in getting money from some billionaire who now sit on my neck to pay him back somehow or employ his cronies. No. So we must have a way where the big boys, the elites of every state say to themselves, we want good leadership for my people. If not for me, for my children, for my grandchildren. Let's come together as a group. Spend what's money? What do you expect? The money that you're amassing, what is it for? It's for a better society.
I would have loved to, interrogate this further and ask you what they said when you made this presentation, because it will get to a point where the man with the big containers will become angry when he calls the governor first time he doesn't pick. But that's a
story for another day. But that's one way.
We know the mentality of Nigerians. I put him there.
You can't remove the money. There's no way to remove the money now. Not in the short run.
There's something for transmission. But let's take a few things. You just talked about containers, and containers come through ports. This administration recognizes this. I happen to be from a riverine area, and my ancestors would have loved to benefit from this sector. But of course, it's coming now for the new generation. Now, Nigeria took a giant leap into the future with the creation of the marine and blue economy, and the indices from government's blueprint for the industry is showing a glimpse of hope. While investment in shipping business topped priorities for stimulating economic gains, key players believe post-infrastructural upgrade will unlock jobs, create wealth, and other amenities for Nigerians. Michael Olaleye reports.
It is a new dawn, beaming with rays of hope, and beneath the sun is the ocean presenting riches and wealth, waiting to be harnessed. Whether below or above the sea is a $1.5 trillion treasure, which Nigerians hunt for a chunk started a year ago. The voyage has been eventful, with government putting all machineries in place to make the shipping business work. And for now, operators say there is a wind of change favorable to willing investors.
The Dangote refinery has started, so for wet cargo businesses, there is now originating cargoes coming out of Nigeria to the rest of the world. And this spring up opportunities for Nigerians to be able to participate.
The goal is to establish a shipping line capable of competing for the $10 billion annual ship charter spent by foreign companies, while making Cabotage Act work for the indigenous ship owners.
It gives us opportunity to get money at a very good rate for us to be able to compete with our foreign operators.
As a starting point to unlocking these huge opportunities, there are proposals within the range of $600 and $700 million for the upgrading of the Lagos ports.
Port efficiency is not just about automation, which we've already begun. It's also about the physical infrastructure. So the physical infrastructure must be in place, and that's why we are going to reconstruct. Then we are automating. Automation would naturally bring efficiency, increase revenue, and then plug leakages.
The proliferation of dry ports is another area in which the federal government is investing vigorously, and for now, 3 are completed and operational out of the 6 legacy projects enmarked.
The essence of having these dry ports is to bring shipping services closer to the shippers in the hinterlands. This is because it will improve the ease of doing business, and not only that, it will also enhance trade volumes that will come in and out of Nigeria.
All these initiatives are yielding global recognition, as approval for the extension of the country's exclusive economic zone from 200 to 220 nautical miles was given by the United Nations.
Emerging areas in the blue economy need to be looked into, even the areas that Nigeria has not yet entered into. For instance, seabed leasing, underwater mining, the exploitation and capturing of other renewable energy resources such as wind.
The strong conviction that the blue economy is indeed the oil of the future also reflected in the transfer of the Department of Fisheries and Oceanography to the ministry, further giving room to fish for more wealth.
As a government, we continue to create policies and programs that allow for enabling and conducive business environment for trade facilitation and market access that promotes transparency, efficiency, and compliance with regulatory standards.
Within a year of its creation, key players say the path to economic gains has been established, and in a matter of time, the results will commensurate efforts.
Our flow must be consistent. Automation is very important. We need to start driving efficiency across all the sectors. We need to start being data-driven. and more of going automations.
The future is bright, offering large maritime space to explore, and it is hoped that the country's blueprint to harnessing marine resources for economic growth will deliver expected results. After all, doing business with the ocean can never end in tears. In Lagos, Michael Olaleye, NTA News.
Michael Olaleye with that report. Of course, any report from the ocean is not salty. Well, it's the ocean itself that it is. Let's take some sound bites from the president. He's been talking about the economy, efforts to resuscitate the economy and rejuvenate key areas of the Nigerian economy, and looking at key areas that could help in diversifying the economy. We'll be talking about that in a short while. The president was speaking about that, and of course, the inroads made in gas and of the opportunities there in terms of domestic competence, in terms of production, in terms of new avenues for growth and development. We'll be bringing that shortly to you as well. But our guests are still here. Dr. George Agbekai, Southeast Tinubu Support Organization, Dr. Ronke Bello, publicist and policy analyst, and of course, Dr. Ikem Okeke, former Deputy Governor of Anambra State. All doctors. I must quickly work on my PhD. But let's, continue with this discussion, and let's quickly hear from the president first, and then he will set the the perspectives for us to continue on this discussion.
The three milestone projects, which includes the expansion of the AHL gas processing plant, the ANO gas processing plant, and the 23 kilometers ANO to Obiafu, Obrikum, Oben, OB3, custody transfer metering station gas pipeline project. This event is highly significant in our country and demonstrates the administration's determination to accelerate the development of critical gas infrastructure geared at demonstrably enhancing the supply of energy to boost the industrial growth and create employment opportunity and further prosperity for our people. The project also fully in line with the Decade of Gas initiative and our quest to create value from nation's abundant gas assets while eliminating gas flaring and celebrating industrialization. It is pleasing that approximately 500 million standard cubic feet of gas in aggregate will be supplied to the domestic market from these two gas processing plants, representing over 25% incremental growth in our domestic gas supply. In practical terms, this is more gas to power the sector, more gas to industry, and more gas to critical segments of our economy. Let me at this stage congratulate NNPC in particular, because when we review 11 months ago, we resumed, I asked of this project. I made my priority and the administration's priority clear on gas for prosperity. And they say, this might take 2 years. these three projects. Upon later review, they didn't make further promise, but they said they will surprise Nigeria. Today is a great day for your achievement, demonstrating teamship, commitment, and dedication to duty. I congratulate all of you, the entire team, for what you have done for the country to achieve this project in less than 2 years, 11 months fulfillment of promise.
If you're just joining us, this is an NTA special on the 1-year anniversary of the current administration, and it also, of course, is the commemoration of 25 years of the Fourth Republic, successful transitions in governance, and of course, scorecard in terms of delivering the dividends of democracy. And I'm being joined by Dr. Runke Bello, publicist and political policy analyst, Dr. George Agbekai, Southeast Leader Tinubu Support Organization, and Dr. Nkem Okeke, former Deputy Governor of Anambra State. I start from Dr. Okeke again. Issues of security. There's no business that can thrive. Most policies will not get beyond gestation period if security is not in place. In terms of even attracting foreign investors, that is one of the first things they will look at before they bring their businesses into our climes.
Absolutely.
How do we, first of all, get the buy-in of all the agencies? We've had situations where even there are issues of, non-cooperation between some security agencies, and then you get to tough war and all that stuff. Apart from that, how would you rate how the current administration is going about, constructing its security architecture to effectively, answer the questions Nigerians have been asking in terms of getting our security up to speed and engendering investor confidence in key sectors of our economy?
I think the initial appointments that the president made showed his direction, where he looked at trying to spread, so it's not from one region. All the security agency heads were from different parts of the country. That gets a buy-in, that he wants inclusivity. Then having someone like Nuhu Ribadu to chair the NSA, because the charge for the NSA is to always coordinate all the security agencies, bringing the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, all of them together, police, all of them sitting together in one room and talking and sharing information. Like my fellow analyst mentioned, cooperation is important. I remember after 9/11 in the United States, that's when they formed the Homeland Security. That was the result of the Homeland Security Agency, which coordinates all these ministries, all the FBI, the CIA, all of them come together and they share information. The whole idea is simple. The Navy can be everywhere. The Army can be everywhere. The police cannot be everywhere. But if they're able to share information, then intelligence helps, because you know what's happening in an area. If somebody comes to a particular location and you're able to put that person in a database, and that person links to another person, you're able to understand the movement of people, the movement of criminals. That is key. That is important. Of course, providing more personnel. We don't have enough personnel right now to man the entire country. We need more people. Of course, the issue of resources not being available hampers that move. Then providing armament, providing all the guns. You find a situation where the criminals have sophisticated weapons that the police can't even match them. You can't go to a war with a criminal who's carrying an M60 and you have an AK-47. He has a better reach. He can, stop you dropping your tracks before you can even get to, where he is. So we must find a way to provide increase the number of armaments they have. The use of drones. I can never overstate or understate the use of drones. We must be able to acquire enough drones, be able to send them out there to recognize, to be able to get information, to be able to track these criminals in their movement. Of course, we must also be able to arrest, prosecute, and jail. This must all be linked. It can't be a station where people are arrested and maybe not tried, and before you know, they are released back into the society. So it's a gradual process, because to me, it's key to our development. You can't help the agricultural sector if there's insecurity. You can't help the influx of FDIs, foreign direct investment, if there's insecurity. All you might be seeing is portfolio investment, because you don't need to be here. You can just send money to the country and they put it on portfolios. But if you want physical investment, if you want foreign companies to come here and invest, we must provide security. We must be up in our game to make sure things are moving in that direction. Key to any development whatsoever.
Dr. George Akwekai, agric and even the mining sector seriously impacted by insecurity.
I remember vividly being on this platform immediately after the election, when they were searching for ministers and other government officials. And I did say that for somebody to become a national security advisor, it does not necessarily mean that the person has to be a former military general. I said so because having a former military general to be NSA, superintending, the chiefs of staffs in the military, sometimes he becomes overbearing to either the CDS, to Chief of Army Staff, Navy, and Air Force. Why? Because he sees all these chiefs as his juniors. Probably he was a major general when they were like colonel or perhaps major. Now we have gotten somebody who was not a military general as NSA, Malam Nuhu Ribadu. And the tide has changed. He's doing an absolute good job coordinating all the military chiefs, and it is working. According to records, news reports, terrorist attack leading to deaths in Nigeria in the past 1 year, it used to be about 2,600 per day, but now it's less than 200. It's a news report. So like I said earlier, intelligence sharing, intelligence gathering are key to resolving criminalities in this country. Look at solid mineral. Solid mineral is a key area in the development of this country. We've not even started tapping it. There are numerous of them. The person in charge of that area, who we all know, Dela Lake, I believe is a capable individual, and he's doing very well in that area. But incidences of insecurity is hampering, that pretty progressive area. Same thing is applicable to agriculture, as our sister alluded earlier. Kogi State, Benue State, Ebonyi State, Southern Kaduna. The issue of herders-farmers conflict is one that the government need to deal with. If all these things are done, I believe food security in this country will come to play.
All right, let's you want to make an intervention very quickly before
okay. I think for security, we salute all the men and women out there protecting Nigeria, both externally and from internal aggression. But I think we should look at the root cause. As long as people are unemployed, as long as people are jobless, as long as it's a money, like my brothers have been saying, society, then people might take to carrying arms, and this is what is causing the insecurity. Because if people were busy really right, on their farms or doing their own things, then there won't be an area where they're recruited. Because when we look at it, yes, we thank the people who have worked in the past and presently. After all, there was a time that Abuja was always bombed. The churches were bombed, the marketplaces were bombed, UN was bombed. But now they've been able to restrict that away. But unfortunately, it turned from what then we all call Boko Haram to now kidnappers, to now headers farmers clash, which in itself became more dangerous. So I think the government must find a way of getting more of its population employed in doing something so that they call and recruitment and the things that glitters that they look for quickly, which is money, in insecurity will reduce.
A company was established in a local government somewhere in my state, and I was speaking with one of the parents, and I asked for one of the young men who used to give a little bit of problems. They said now he's very tired because he returns around 7. So once he has worked from morning till 7 o'clock, he's too tired to be recruited to do anything. I understand what you're saying, but let's talk about the issues of armament that you were talking about. And let's see this report. President Bola Tinubu approved the procurement of 12 attack helicopters for the Nigerian Air Force, and is expecting the delivery of 51 aircrafts to boost surveillance and possession of attacking criminal camps and cells across the country. Let's hear this report from Ismail Musa, who gives, in terms of actual details of what has been done in the Defense Ministry.
A safe and secured environment is critical to socio-economic development. To confront terrorism, kidnapping, banditry and secessionist agitation head-on, the present administration embarked on procurement of hardware to enhance the capacity of security forces to tackle emerging threats.
The president last year did a supplementary budget and approved close to 500 billion for the procurements of military hardware and the support and welfare of the armed forces. And that has been supporting. The armed forces have bought a lot of equipments, aircrafts, UAVs, MRAPs, APCs, and a lot of guns and ammunition. That has supported the modernization process of the armed forces. Last week, we commissioned 20 MRAPs that were given to the DHQ.
And to ensure institutions of learning are secured, the Safe School Initiative Squad was activated to curb the menace.
Going forward, we are strengthening law enforcement and security measures to prevent these abductions and strengthen physical security across vulnerable communities. I want to put on record and appreciate the leadership and encouragement of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
In view of the dynamic and complex nature of these threats, the Nigerian Army has been strengthened through the procurement of armored personnel carriers and training to facilitate rapid response to security challenges.
We need more men on the ground so that we can fight more criminals. But the president has graciously approved for the other militaries and other security agencies to do a massive recruitment so that at least they can be posted to various places of distress so that at least the issue of insecurity will go down drastically.
Similarly, President Bola Tinubu approved the procurement of 12 attack helicopters to operationalize the Nigerian Army aviation and improve ground troops responsiveness, while Army units and forward operation bases fortified with deployment of platforms and equipment to upscale troops' fighting power.
There has been a remarkable improvement in troops' ability to defeat and destroy improvised explosive devices planted by the terrorists, and this has reduced the fatalities on troops. Troops of Operation Harden K neutralized over 1,750 terrorists. Troops also rescued over 820 hostages.
The Nigerian Air Force, the elite arm of the military, and the Navy have received several aircraft and vessels, while other platforms have been expected. This is to enhance surveillance and precision in attacking criminal camps and cells across the country.
I want to assure Nigerians that we are fully committed
to achieving our mandates. We will never compromise.
The Defense Headquarters is appealing to Nigerians to see the ongoing drive to further secure the country as a collective responsibility by providing timely intelligence reports to security agencies. In Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
Many thanks to Ismail Musa for that report. Before we round off on that, we'll come to Dr. Okeke briefly. This is what has been done at the level of the forces at the national level. One will say, also the subnationals should have some buy-in. In the southwest,
yes,
they had some security network. Agutu came up briefly in the east. How strong is it? What's been happening? Because sometimes, local intelligence sometimes helps so much in at least getting to the, nitty-gritty, the hideouts, because you can't just come from Abuja and expect to get, to some of the havens of these outlaws.
I think I will always go back to, when I was a deputy governor. We tried to do the much we can. I know the government, excuse me, the government invested quite a bit in the security agencies, providing vehicles, providing logistics. And then we equipped the vigilantes. We work with the vigilantes. Now, the difficulty with the vigilantes is that, yes, they are homegrown, they are there, they know the community, but they carry pump action. You can't go to a fight with somebody who has an AK-47 and you're carrying a pump action. It can't work. So I'm not quite sure how we can, if there's a way to graduate the vigilantes to a police force so that they have the same equipment that the police has. I'm also, some of the things I've been thinking in my head at times is we need to withdraw a lot of the police force we have with VIPs and give them the work of police. What's wrong with setting up a private security, force funded by those in the VIPs that want the security force? Let them pay the money. Find a former Inspector General of Police to man it. Let them recruit people, train them, provide all the necessary equipment they need, and then do their private security service. Take away the police and let them police. If it's possible to even merge the civil defense with police, let's do that. Because to me, sometimes the duties overlap. Why don't we just have them as one? Train the vigilantes to become policemen so that we have more police in the system. The governors are funding them, maybe they're not paying them enough, but force them to pay more to the vigilantes. Because we need more.
Some of the effective ones, though, that I've seen were all these babas that have been, a Nigerian Legion. Very effective, but they can't be recruited, so to speak.
Yes.
So there must be a way to capture those ones as well. Because experience in security is very important.
Very important.
Very important. Two, that's one. Let's look at another aspect. Are we helpless in this issue of our borders? Because you keep on talking pump action, AK-47. The guns coming from somewhere.
Well, somewhere.
If we could achieve perhaps even nipping this in the bud, those guns not even getting into the system in the first place, or huge penalties anywhere any sniff of an arm is seen, huge penalties to that area, whoever it's traced to, whoever it is, get that one done, and then having more priority on our cities across the borders. It seems as if we have left them to, we have people, let's speak, because we have guys who are employed. I mean, they see it as smuggling as a business, especially when you talk of cars, for instance, in Nigeria, and they come from different parts of this country, they get into the country. Can we do something in that direction? That is one. The second one is, perhaps some people are afraid about this issue of vigilantes. When it comes towards election time, they turn to thugs because they still have these guns and all to unleash terror. They do vigilante work in normal times, but when election is coming, they become something else. Also, that aspect has also been spoken about. So let's take that questions back to back, and I also wanted the intervention of Doctor as well.
Yes, the issue of vigilantes becoming thugs, I really don't see that happening a lot. But I do agree that I've seen them and I've seen their effectiveness, but like I said, they're not well equipped to do much. And sometimes there's no communication between them and the police force, where they can say, okay, once I see somebody and I can't fight them, let me call the police force to come and provide support. So I don't see that
happening.
Happening. The other question you raised was borders. If I go by what I see on a regular street, on a regular road, then I know our borders are very porous. You come to a checkpoint, a policeman there, and you see a car with boys in it, and all he has to do is just stick out his hand, maybe with 1,000 or 2,000. The police take it, and the vehicle continues. This happens to me. I see it all the time. All the time. So the question I ask myself, if this is happening here, why should the border be any different? If somebody is importing a car, through the border and knows that it's illegal, all he needs to do is when he gets to the border, find a wad of notes, give to whoever is the border guard there, because it can be traced to him. There are so many borders all over the country that who says that this vehicle came from my own checkpoint? No. So I'm not quite sure how to change the mindset of our people to do their job. Policemen on the street just take money. They just take cash and the cars just move. And it's sickening. It really is. But what do? Some say remove them from the streets, remove them from the roads. I'm not sure whether that works, because it gives the armed robbers or the criminals access to just move up and down. But when you put them there, they don't do the job they're expected to do. So it's like a catch-22. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. So I don't see the border being any different. Now, I just pray it's only vehicles that are coming in, not armaments. But I know that's not true, because where do these criminals get all their AK-47? Where do they get their M60s? Where do they get their rocket launchers? You see a criminal carrying a rocket launcher. From where? Where is he getting it from? I mean, I don't understand it. So you find, of course, we can't cover all the length and breadth of the border. It's not possible. Even if you have the roads that have roads access to them, what about the bushes? What about the forest? They can just, create, trails and then pass through there with horses or whatever, camels or whatever they want. They just enter into the country. So I don't have the answer. I really don't. But I think we need to increase the number of our police force. Like I said, merge the civil defense with the police.
But if maybe Dr.
Yes.
Abuja can answer this, you are older than us, and you've seen, when you step into other countries surrounding the country, especially these francophone countries, the people who are controlling traffic, they don't even hold arms. Sometimes it's just a whistle. You don't even see anybody brandishing anything. Yeah. So how come you come from that country, you get into this place? There's order just on the other side of the fence, and then you come in, you see all this order, or government spaces.
I think the problem is the mindset.
The mindset
is naturally the orientation of our people. I believe immigration is positive. Immigration is very significant to the development of any nation. But in our own case, our borders are pretty porous. In fact, the immigration officials and some members of the military, they are not really doing a great job, in curtailing illegal immigration to this country. If you go to the Niger area, Lake Chad region, there is probably absence of immigration officials there. It's pretty porous. I know that the current Minister of Interior, Tunjojo, is a very capable individual who has done a whole lot, in the area of international passport. That is certain. But we want him to do more, to checkmate illegal immigration in our borders. He's a very capable individual, and he has done well in other areas, like in correctional institutions, he's doing okay there. But the area of immigration in our borders, if we are not able to checkmate, the kind of people that are coming into this country on minute by minute basis, we are in a problem. And that's where this insecurity begins. Both bringing in of arms and ammunitions, they all come through our borders. So the earlier we checkmate these particular areas, that will help us resolve the criminality and the insecurity problems in this country.
All right, somebody was sending a text and said they should work on the fences of the correctional centers. But I understand what let's move on very quickly. Let's move on very quickly. When we talk about the cycle, there's also an aspect. This is 25 years of unbroken democracy. We've spoken about the legislature. We've spoken about, consistently spoken about the executive. An area that we should speak about is also the judiciary. Because now it seems as if the cycle is not complete. Even election cycles are not complete until the courts have spoken. Politicians like Dr. Okeke must keep something aside for the SANs. Even after he has won election, the SANs will still have to defend this election in court. Beyond the validation of the people, he still needs to go to court. But let's quickly take this. It's almost 25 years of unbroken democracy, democratic governance in Nigeria, the longest since independence. The success many have attributed to several democratic institutions, but one that stands out and seen as the arbiter and sustenance of Nigeria's democracy is the judiciary. Austin Ayebe of the Judiciary Desk gives us this report.
The restoration of democratic rule in Africa's largest country since May 1999 has no doubt brought positive change in the politics of a nation of more than 200 million people. Though not a perfect one, coming from reported cases of corruption, electoral malpractice, and political violence, which have remained intractable despite a deluge of reform initiatives. While the benefits of most institutional reforms have been difficult to measure, there has been significant progress in a few key areas of national political life.
The judiciary has and continues to play a key role in the electioneering process, contributing to the credibility and integrity of the process. Though election disputes are inherent to elections, challenging an election, its conduct or its results should, however, not be perceived as a reflection of weakness in the system.
The reform in the judiciary has led to the institution's gradual emergence as a courageous and impartial arbiter in electoral disputes.
When you measure against citizens' expectations, you're always going to find that there are gaps. But at the end of the day, it's a question how are those gaps addressed? And I think that whether it is in this particular specific issue of electoral litigation or indeed other areas of judicial intervention, it would be important that the judiciary constantly reviews how it is matching citizens' expectations.
And in talking about high-class political cases, courts have given judgments also that calmed frayed nerves in the country. The last judgment given by the Supreme Court in cases from Plateau State, Nasarawa State, Zamfara State, Kano State, I think Osun or Osun, those judgments helped in calming nerves and reassuring the citizen that their votes counted. So judiciary has done a lot.
These decisions and the new activist role of the judiciary as a vital instrument of political control and democratic stabilization has helped to prolong the life of Nigeria's Fourth Republic.
The amount of threat or intimidation should make a thoroughbred judicial officer deviate from the law and ponder to public sentiments and emotions, which are often misplaced. Media trial can never hoodwink a judicial officer to begin to do what is unconstitutional and at variance with our extant laws.
Politicians, of course, would have to understand that it is not usual that they would go accuse the judiciary or judicial officers of malpractice. They would not go and make allegations that are unfounded and try to build public opinion in support of their case.
Even with some cases of electoral offences and conflicts characterizing the democratic process, many politicians have preferred the judicial channels to resolve their conflicts as they have confidence in the arm of government.
It takes a lot of understanding and practice of the fundamentals of democracy. So, on the part of the judiciary, if we take up the first one, democracy is all about rule of law, meaning the law should be the one to guide our conduct. Obedience to law is what should be our ethos.
In Abuja, Austin Anyebe, NTA News.
Thank you, Austin. From the judiciary, we'll be going to the National Assembly soon. We understand that the president has arrived at the National Assembly for the joint session there. We'll be getting there soon. And of course, we will be linking up with our correspondents there. We have two, Ignatius Nkwo and of course State House correspondent Musba Odan Wahab. So shortly we will be joining them as well. So stand by for that. Not forgetting also other activities lined up for today. There's the inauguration of the metro line, and other states also doing that. So we will be doing that very shortly. But we have Dr. Runke Bello. She's been talking about women for a while, that why have we not done that? We have women lined up here. I hope perhaps you've seen that the Nigerian Television Authority has received several awards in terms of inclusion and women in top positions in the organization. So we would always cover that aspect as well. But I would also ask, what about the men? But let's leave that as it is. But let's talk about your sector.
Yes.
What are your expectations?
For women?
Yes.
Okay. I think this administration has done so much by saying they're going to give women positions of note. Don't forget, we used to pursue the 35%, and Nigerian women are still pursuing that 35%. But I think what I would like to say is some of us belong to a school of thought that women should not be seen. I mean, physically, yes, culturally, traditionally, we have issues of women being the softer or weaker sex. But I think women should not be seen in leadership as an appendage of any other person, because gender actually has no brain. Brain is brain. Performance is performance. Leadership quality is leadership quality. So I think it's high time we stop putting women like, oh, just look for areas. I'm happy that of recent, we've seen women in Nigeria being ministers of finance. We've seen them on other high levels, not just women affairs. Actually, we're looking forward to the day that a man will be moved to be minister of women affairs, so that they can go and learn something too. So really, women are doing
there's already a title like that, but it's not for broadcast.
It's not for broadcast, okay. So women are doing exceptionally well. Women are marking down. Even in the last election, a lot of women came out at the sub-national. Some could not really fly because, like we said, the money aspect. But women are doing so well. And another point of note is we won't just like, oh, we need women, more women in governance, and then we bring just any woman, with due respect. We need to have women who can stand their own ground in their own areas and deliver on the jobs they're given. So it shouldn't just be, okay, bring 10 women and that. In politics, just to say that quickly, before now, the areas women were given is to come and dance and share peanuts and clap. But of recent, proudly, women are taking their own positions. Even in the campaign team, the last Tinubu Shetima campaign, which I was a member, my brothers there were members, we took roles on that were equally seen before, like roles for men. So the Nigerian woman is doing very well. We expect more for the president. He has promised us a reward system. We don't still have enough women in today's government. So let me use this platform to say, yes, we're looking for more women to be brought in, because when it comes to management, when it comes to leadership, when it comes to delivering on the gains of democracy, when you want a job, I mean, it's said, if you want something said, send the man. If you want something done, send the woman. So please, we need more women on board to move Nigeria forward.
Well, I will ask this question, and I don't want you to see me as somebody who is anti the women movement, but I have to ask you, if we are more, I mean, if the population of men to women is even more women in some instances, the statistics show even more women. Is it not out of the hands of the men, for instance, if the women were to take a stand and just vote for women? I'm talking of elective position. I'm just asking in terms of simple numbers. Instead of this recurring stories of women are not there and all. We've seen situations where women have come out in party conventions, fully loaded with women, and no woman will vote for that woman. It's not an issue of competence, nothing. So I'm just saying, apart from issues of, okay, the society must do this, the government must do this, what are the women doing themselves to push this through? For instance, we've seen what the youth have done in Not Too Young to Run, for instance, and it got the backing of the government of the day at the time and Nigerians in general. Is there a movement that is galvanizing momentum towards this eventuality?
There are so many women groups out there that are doing things and propelling women to come together. It might not be very strong in politics yet, but it will get there. But in so many other professions, we have the Women League of most of the professions. It's before that, well, I agree with you, they say women hate women and they won't vote for women. But that still comes back to the men, because the men share the money, and most times the women don't have money to share, so they go to that side. But that is in the past. Today, Nigerian women are no longer competing. We are complementing each other. And that is why we're having more people in places of authority. So now a woman can come. I mean, even the last election, we had a few women out there. And the National Assembly, that dropped, which I'm sure is still because we don't have that kind of money. So the narrative we're putting out there for women, especially in politics, is let's find a way of equally becoming economically independent of these men. So when you come to a campaign, I mean, what a man can do, if you are throwing out money there, I might not be that rich, but we should be able to say, look, this is what we're equally bringing on board. So it's still the men that are getting modeled up into our activities that in politics we've not been able to put ourselves together. But like other professions, we're getting there.
All right, let's look at the value chain. It's not a good one, but let's look at the value chain in the political system. You see the mentoring processes or the way the men do it and get their successors or get whatever they are doing. Are the women doing the same? Are they supporting other women who are coming up? The ones who have gotten their leg through the door. Have they been able to mentor other women into this support group and looking out for them, for instance, to get to that line? Or are you thinking in that direction? Because we've seen situations where men go out of some, political leaders go out of the way, yes, to mentor and to get somebody through the line. Those who have had the opportunity. I'm particularly, concerned about these dwindling numbers, especially in the National Assembly, especially the upper chambers. We've seen a situation where the numbers were more than this. Now it's reduced so, drastically. So what would you be doing, for instance? It's not a battle of the sexes, but how would you, for instance, help, somebody who is a woman through the door?
Okay. Like I mentioned earlier, in other professions, it's already happening. I mean, look at the banking industry. Suddenly, women took over as CEOs. So now we need to bring that into politics. You see, the political terrain is still a bit harsh, even for the men. That's why my brother here said after being deputy governor, he refused to run for governor. My brother here too, I don't know where you are running. So it's harsh. So when it comes to women mentoring women, you see,
his own case was because the men with the containers kept their money.
You see, let me interject. I believe because of cultural, traditional barriers, as well as finance, Nigerian women have not really gone up politically.
Politically, yes.
But I believe a lot has to be done by the legislature, to improve the standing of women in Nigerian politics. Go to overseas, especially in US. A woman was just the speaker, Nancy Pelosi of California. A woman currently is the vice president of the country. And there are as many women in the House of Rep and Senate just as men. You know, I know we have all these barriers, but I believe for it to work in this country, there has to be a legislation. The National Assembly needs to do something, you know, either to pass a law indicating the number of women or percentage of women that has to be in the House. Then you now come to the political parties, where I talked earlier on about...
Who is going to see this constituency?
Yeah?
Who is going to see
the
this
question I was
constituency
going to
for
ask
this
him.
idea?
Exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. It's just
if you say
no.
the number of women in the National Assembly,
This
there are some
can be done.
constituencies that they would have to come for. Will you now say this constituency?
Correct.
There must be a balance.
It's not a constituency. Okay. They can make it a level playing field. No. There has to be a level playing field where the women and the men can compete. But this time around, there is no level playing field.
Well, I don't want to put my opinion on this. Let Dr. Keke help me.
Let me add my 2 bits. I think what he said about cultural bias is there. That's definitely there. Yes. Maybe also
religious.
Maybe also the level of finance is also a problem. But there's no law you can put to say that you must have this % of women. It's going to be difficult to put forward. But like you said, who will see their constituency? I think it's an issue of mindset. Let me give you an example. United States, when Hillary Clinton was running for election as president, she lost out, and she even lost the vote of women. Why? Because they saw her as being too ambitious, somebody who had just planned her life about being the president of the United States. When the husband committed adultery, she didn't mind. She was like focused on being the president. So they didn't really come out to vote for her. If you go to the voting population in our country,
and they voted for someone who spoke too bad. I mean, in some cases, badly about them.
Exactly, exactly. If you go to your, if you come to my town, the people that come out for election that vote are the women. They're the women that come out. So, like you're saying, if the women feel right about putting in a woman, they can. The question is, it's like some of the good people not coming out for elections. Women also are in the same situation. They feel like they can't win, so they don't come out. I think it's just a time factor that with time, more women will
change.
Yes. Well, it will change. Definitely, it will change. Because, I mean, look at the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Look at the prime ministers of so many of the European countries. They're women. It's not a question that women can do better. If you go to,
we may also have to.
let me give you an example. Go to Rwanda. Most of the ministers are women. Of course, they lost a lot of the men during the war, but the women are performing. They're doing a good, fantastic job. Women can work. They can do better than men. If they go through the hassle of making a home, they say the man brings home the bacon, but it's a woman that makes the home work. Why can't they run agencies? Why can't they run ministries? They can't. There's no reason why women can't. It's just someone with time, political awareness. Like you said, we have APC Professional Forum. Some of us are not there because we want to run for an election. We are more there as maybe creating a good awareness and maybe political appointment to be appointed. Because sometimes that process, you know, having been in a political process in my state, and what I witnessed tells me it's really difficult to be part of this process, because you're sitting around with people and they're telling you, you're the man, your excellency, you're it, this is it. Once they step out of that door, they're telling somebody else something else. You find that they're not with you. So there's that level of no trust. No, people are not genuine. Their support for you.
Let me ask you a direct question. When you left office, was that when you now found out some of the things you didn't do well, or the things that you did well in terms of feedback? Was there a curtain, a veil between you, for instance, and some of these things because of our nature of being perhaps a little bit sycophantic to the man in the chair?
How do I put this? The problem I have with people now is that I didn't give them contract. I didn't give money. I even have a relative that went to report to the governor once that I wasn't sharing. The governor told me this story. The governor said to him, well, it's only when I give Nkem that Nkem will give you. So if I don't give him, he won't give you. The point is that people's expectations is really warped. It's all about what can you give. Do you have money to give them? Do you have a contract to give? Once you're not able to do that, you haven't performed. The only thing I know in my life or the way I performed was I did my best. I did whatever capabilities I could. If I found a reason to give somebody a job, I gave the job. And I don't give a job because you're my relative, no. I give a job to who comes to my office and says, I need a job. Because sometimes such people are the ones I'll remember. They say legacy is not in structure. Legacy is in human beings, the many lives you've touched when you're in position of power. I want to say something. We tend to focus on political leaders, but a principal is a leader. A teacher is a leader. One of my best jobs was when I was a lecturer in a university. That was my best job. I came into class, you see young kids listening to you, looking up to you to impact knowledge. What I want to see change in our society is, if you are in any position of power, if you're in a position to make a difference, make a difference. Do things the right way. You might not see the reward now, but I guarantee you the reward will come in due course. I don't know. That's my own take.
This sermonizing,
yes,
we may need to look at the reality on ground.
Yes.
Your fellow politician, or in fact, you are all politicians. So
no, I'm not a politician. I see myself. No. I'm a professional in politics.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, very good.
Technocrat in politics.
Very good.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's. I will take that description for the purpose of this discussion. But let me come to you, Dr. George Agbekai, and how do you incentivize this vote buying? How do you stop it from the party perspective? Because holding leaders accountable becomes very difficult when you have collected 4,000 just before on election morning. And I had to tell one while I was on the field that if you take 4,000, that means 1,000 for each year that the governor is on the seat. It's been able to pay you 1,000 per year. But she didn't really see what I was talking about. She was even asking me for direction of where they were sharing money while I was trying to cover the election. There is a need for reorientation and the engagement from the party level, because it seems to me to be a 4-year festival when we get towards these election processes. When we are getting towards election, we see a lot of activities from the party level. You don't do much in terms of the engagement in those 4 years. What you want, the manifesto, what the party wants to achieve, getting to engage with the people, and from there perhaps even pick amongst them who you want at the councillor level and all that in terms of your interaction. How do we get back this? My dad was an action group member as a student.
Yeah.
As a student, and he had an idea of what the party was going to be about even as a student. So coming out, he knew, okay, could he be a part of this? And not because of the manifesto. It was as if he was reading what he wanted to become.
Yeah, you see, the issue of vote buying in Nigerian politics is one that started prior to the First Republic, and it blossomed in the Second Republic. Now, in this Fourth Republic, it has come back. I don't know if I should say that it is part and parcel of our political culture. It is becoming something that is inherent, in our society. And it is wrong. The point now is this. There are some other factors. The security apparatus, the police people, the civil defense. In fact, at some point, I was an election observer in one of the states, which I won't mention. And one of the talks was there sharing money in front of a deputy commissioner of police. He was just sharing it. People were collecting. And there was a deputy commissioner of police that was almost by the side. You see what I'm saying? It is wrong. And for us to stop this mess, it has to start from the top. Okay, look at most of these thugs sharing money, some of them are caught. But to prosecute them is a problem. You catch them and they are in jail waiting trial. You see the same politicians that they were working for will go and bail them out. So that is a problem. The issue of monetization of our elections is part and parcel of this. You know, that's why our election has become a do or die affair. People save money for election. You save money for political primaries of the election. After that, you save money for the main election. After that, you also save money for court cases. That is a huge problem. You know, President Tinubu has spoken eloquently, you know, about changing the narratives in terms of our elections. So we really await him to do a whole lot in changing the orientation, because this is all about orientation. It's all about mindset. It has to start from primary school, secondary school, the universities.
All right, I understand that. Let me, you know, Dr. Ronke, I'm going to my next story.
All right.
And in going there, I want to say the women who were part of this, they were sharing wrappers for a long time. You know, but let's move on very quickly. Abuja Technical has a story on women, if that is ready, and then we'll take it, after that we'll talk of housing. Let's see if we have the clip for women so far in the 1 year of the current administration, and after that we'll go to housing.
From the corridors of power to the spheres of businesses, Nigerian women are leaving nothing to chance in the bid to rewrite history that women are partners in building a formidable home front and, by extension, growing the nation's economy.
The government has started to make an impact. Most of our women in the Nigerian economy today are in the informal sector. They're trading, some are farmers, some are artisans, and so on and so forth. And government is looking at how to help them through agricultural programs.
The PAPE project of Her Excellency, the Renew Up, which she is the national chairman, is for women and children. She has empowered so many women, giving scholarship through this Office of National Council for Women's Societies.
In a bid to harness the enormous potentials in women, who forms over 50% of Nigeria's population, informs the women-friendly initiative of the present government.
And everything we're doing in this Ministry of Women Affairs since President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took over is fairness, equity, and justice. We are one Nigeria. Everybody must be carried along. The poor must breathe, like the president keeps saying.
In agriculture, for instance, the current administration within 1 year in office has rolled out various programs and incentives to support women in agriculture, especially those in the rural areas. But just like Oliver Twist, they are also asking for more. Patience Nnamani is one amongst other women willing to expand their scopes in food production if given more of the needed resources.
Get like fertilizer, I get like a loan for me to expand more. I would like it so that I myself will employ some people.
With 500 hectares of land for rice, then 300 hectares of land for corn. We decided to start with those two for now as test running.
Also in the area of women empowerment, the story is changing for good.
37,000 POS free with table, chairs, and umbrella. We equally shared it, making it 1,000 per state. It's the same way I'm doing with those sustainable empowerment machines. Because what I do, the people in the north, they do deal on rice. They deal on rice, beans, corn. We gave them rice, beans, and corn processing machines. Then those in the south, we gave them cassava and garri processing machines. And each of the communities we give, we make sure you have complete set.
I promise that I will never be a dependent when I handle this. I don't need to give it to anybody.
because I'm also a computer literate.
The POS, I'm going to use it to start up a business because for now, I'm doing buying and selling.
As women and children are the most vulnerable in times of crisis, insecurity, they say, remains a huge challenge for them.
Insecurity and conflict affects women the most, and they cannot go to farm because of insecurity. So I think that is very important. Because if you give a woman a loan and a grant, and an agri loan or grant, and she can't access the farm, what have you done? We need to go back and do our best to secure our women and secure the lives and property of every citizen.
We have the belief that with their efforts they are making, this joint security effort, I believe our army are working and it will bring end to this problem.
In counting the gains so far in 1 year of President Tinubu, the women are optimistic that the future is bright in the years ahead. Ngozi Technique, NTA News.
Ngozi Technique with the technicalities of women empowerment in that report. Dr. Keke is here, Dr. Runke Bello, and Dr. George Akbakhai. Dr. Keke, housing is another issue.
Yes.
Infrastructure development, especially housing. It's supposed to be both at the national and sub-national level. We've seen the housing projects. It started under the previous administration, has been taken up. In this administration, just last week, about 2,700 or so houses were inaugurated in Katsina by this current administration. But how can the sub-nationals key in? We've been doing this for a long time, but still a huge deficit in that sector.
How can they sub-nationals?
Yes,
they can. I mean, because the people live in their states. It's not rocket science. They need to really get involved. Of course, the question you ask, do they have the resources to get into housing? But I think what you need to do is more of create an enabling environment for the private sector to come in. I know in Anambra, a lot of estates are coming up because the government is ceding land to private developers who now develop and then sell to the citizens, or even there's people who are involved in the Federal Mortgage Association, people who pay into the federal government a mortgage association to be able to just pay the little money, and then you begin to, money is deducted from your salary to be able to pay for the mortgage of the housing. So I think more needs to be done because there's definitely more need for housing, especially now that things are a bit more difficult, more stressing. The question is, how does the federal government provide the support to the subnationals? Because if they're engaging in development themselves, well, I guess it works because I know they did some work in Anambra. Federal Mortgage Bank actually was in Anambra doing the same. It just needs a situation where more effort we made in that direction, more funds provided. See how we can attract even foreign investment in that area to be able to provide more housing. It's a key area that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible.
It's a huge industry, Dr. Akbakhai. How can the subnationals intervene, helping the people get this? And by this intervention, sometimes it could also lower issues of rent. If there are more houses available and they are affordable, that could also help. And there will be not much stress on the citizens, because these days, unlike in other climes, the average Nigerian just wants to build his own house, and and that also leads to some corruption as well. But in your experience and what you've seen in this sector, what interventions do you think should be made at the subnational level? The plan is pretty clear at the national level.
Yeah. I think in the area of housing, President Tinubu has done tremendously well in the area of housing. In fact, the man that is in charge of housing, the Minister for Housing, I remember used to be the Managing Director of Federal Mortgage Bank. He already has vast experience in that sector, you know. And what the federal government need to do is also to try to replicate this in the states. I'm aware that in Imo State, there has been some federal presence in housing, especially somewhere in Avu, close to Owerri, you know. But at the same time, the governor of Imo State, you know, for all I know, has also participated in, you know, real estate, doing real estate for the workers, you know, and that is a very good idea, you know. But the point is this: state governors all across the country, they have the finances, you know, to engage in housing. Have you forgotten that most of them also collect loans? They borrow money from overseas, you know. But it's important to really put this money in the right areas, you know. I know very well when Wike was in River State, you know, the state under Wike, you know, built, you know, housing estates for civil servants. So the area of housing is very, very critical because rent is high. You know, as inflation goes up, rent also goes up. You know, so it's an area that the government, both federal and state, need to pay attention to.
Dr. Bello.
Yes. Well, I think they've mentioned the key areas. If we can think of some years back, I think one of the greatest legacies of the Obasanjo then administration, at least for government workers, was when they made, if you wanted, they gave you the first right of refusal to buy where you are living. That thing really helped a lot of Nigerian workers. So I think policies like that should come back in a way. And then he mentioned on the key area, which I'm going to put it as a question. I know you are the one asking the questions. But who regulates rents in Nigeria? Because that's the killer for most Nigerians. So who regulates?
It's an open market. It's open market.
It's an open market.
It's an open market. But just sorry to interject. I think what's going on in the National Assembly about paying rent monthly, I think it's a fantastic move. I think I'm hoping the federal government can push it, let it pass through, because people are strangulated by having to pay annual rent, pay 2 years. What for? Once you sign, in the United States, once you sign an agreement monthly, you pay your rent monthly,
like they do overseas.
Exactly, that's what it needs to be done.
But there's also some magic in the FCT. The FCT minister, I think he wants to do something in that direction. You have a lot of estates unoccupied, and people are looking for houses. And
correct.
So we'll go into that subsequently. But let's take this report on housing very shortly. The difficulty in accessing affordable, decent, and quality housing delivery in Nigeria has been one of the major challenges facing an estimated 80% of Nigerians who fall within the low and medium income earners. In this special report, Francis Udojo examines efforts made by the federal government and complementary arrangements with agencies towards housing delivery in Nigeria.
Shelter, no doubt, is one of the basic needs of man. However, the difficulty in owning a house is a huge challenge for many, especially the low and zero income earners. Jummai Stephen, a public servant, is one out of few lucky to acquire a house through a government housing program, though she says it was not easy.
It doesn't come easy. Neither did it come for me. But with friends and family and savings, I was able to, and borrowings too, I was able to pay the initial deposit and get the place. Government is doing well in this direction, but I think government needs to do much more.
Jummai is lucky, but her case is not the same with a 27-year-old private school teacher, Mercy Chijoke, and a 60-year-old retiree, Luka Nimiel, whose places of abode are short of the standard, expressing difficulty in getting a decent house.
Men looking at the environment, you see that is not conducive. We don't have toilet. See, this is just the toilet and this is public toilet. if you should have a little child and there is no way you can provide poultry for the child, it means that the child will contract sickness.
Government, everybody have his own help or way to do, and if they're trying to help, I no go refuse now.
Despite several government policies to address housing needs of the people, yet systematic issues like inconsistencies in policy implementation, suboptimal performance of federal housing institutions, among others, have continued to be a barrier, resulting to prevalence of slums and a huge housing shortage that experts estimate to range from 12 million in 2007 to 28 million housing deficit in 2023. The present administration, led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in its wisdom to tackle the challenges, pulled the Ministry of Housing out of works, giving it full autonomy to perform optimally, doling out 100 billion naira in the 2023 supplementary budget and 18.9 billion naira in the 2024 budget. This huge support to the housing sector initiated a delivery process of renewed hope cities and estates of 100,000 housing units across the Federation. The pilot stage was the inauguration of 3,112 unit sites in Karasana with a complementary roles of private investors and developers.
We intend to spread these houses in the entire state of the Federation. So once you have these houses in the entire state of the Federation, options were given for you to purchase either 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom or 3 bedroom, depending on your affordability.
The present government had also engaged financial institutions and agencies like the FHA, FMBN in the housing delivery process, where National Housing Fund and social housing programs could be accessed through a mortgage plan, rent-to-own, outright purchase, among others.
For those who don't have a purchasing power, we are proposing the National Housing Fund. We are taking it to National Assembly within a couple of weeks for the National Assembly to approve that. Government is going to provide those houses free of charge to Nigerians. How to sort the funding? We are doing the framework.
Currently, the first batch of applicants have been identified under the National Housing Program, NHP, with a total of 8,925 applicants. This could be said to be a big sigh of relief, an opportunity for 27-year-old Mrs. Mercy Chijoke and many Nigerians living in slums to own a decent and affordable house of their own. Francis Udojo, NTA News.
Thank you, Francis. When a new helmsman takes the seat of the Nigerian president, there are several things that come in the entry. That is the stature of the nation on the continent and in the sub-region, and making new friends around the world. Let's listen to some of the president's takes in at the World Economic Forum, and also at ECOWAS, talking about Nigeria's resolve in tackling some of the issues raised in the sub-region, the continent, and of course in the Committee of Nations as well.
To growth. It is going to be difficult, but the hallmark of leadership is taking difficult decisions at a time it ought to be taken decisively. That was necessary for the country. Yes, there have been blowback. There is expectation that the inequality in it will be felt by a greater number of the people. But once, I believe it was their interest that is the focus of the government. It is easier to manage and explain the difficulties. Along the line, there is a parallel arrangement to really cushion the effect of the subsidy removal on a vulnerable population of the country. We share the pain across the board. We cannot but include those who are very vulnerable. Luckily, we have a very vibrant, youthful population interested in discoveries by themselves and highly ready for technology, good education, committed to growth. We were able to manage that and partition the economic drawback and the fallout of the subsidy removal. Equally, it engendered transparency, accountability, and physical discipline for the country. And that's, to me, is more important to focus on what direction we should go, and we pursue that rigorously.
All right, some soundbites from the president. We still have one more from ECOWAS. If we can take that before we come to our discussion. Let's take the president's remarks at ECOWAS, talking about issues in the sub-region.
Great members of the Parliament, to observe the provision of the Supplementary Act relating to the enhancement of the powers of the ECOWAS Parliament, which confers upon me, as chairperson of ECOWAS Authority of Head of States and Government, the power to convene the first session of the 6th legislature. In doing so, I wish to reaffirm my unwavering commitment to the aspiration of our community and, by extension, the fundamental objectives upon which the ECOWAS Parliament was established. Dear parliamentarians, our journey towards a future of peace and prosperity, we cannot succeed without the loyal contribution and hard work of our community's legislative agency. Furthermore, to realize the ECOWAS vision of 2050, we require greater involvement of the people in the decision-making process of the community. Please bear that in mind.
To set the tone for the next leg of our discussion, and as well also remind you that we may soon go to the National Assembly as well, let's look at the power sector. In the last 1 year, the current administration has embarked on reforms to build a resilient power sector. Now, let's know about the currents that has led us to where we are at the moment. Let's hear from Joshua Ojito.
It's 1 year of the Tinubu administration, and government says effort to improving power supply in the country is work in progress. From legislation to executive commitment that birthed New Electricity Act 2023 and steps taken so far to increase generation, strengthen capacity of the grid, as well as distribution, industry players describe events of last 1 year in the sector as right steps towards building resilient power sector.
There are a lot of investments already coming into the power sector because of the activities and liberalization they have witnessed in this sector. And I believe that whatever has eluded us in the past in this sector, this administration is committed to break the jinx and make the power sector effective again.
We impacted about 7.8 million lives in the country. We have connected 1.8 million houses. We have developed 150 mini grids and also deployed over 1.5 million solar home systems across the country. One of the key things that this present administration has succeeded in achieving is the signing of the biggest public sector funded off-grid project in the entire world, a $750 million project that we popularly call DARES, Distributed Access Through Renewable Energy Scale-Up.
So these are things that are brought on board by Mr. President to ensure that all the challenges in the power sector are effectively resolved, and then we will now have adequate power supply, we will have reliable and sustainable electricity supply and safe electricity supply in the country.
Also, in the last 1 year, electricity tariff was increased, but only for customers on Band A from 68 Naira kilowatt per hour to 206 Naira 80 kobo with assurance of 20 hours daily supply, while tariff for customers in other bands remained frozen as they continue to enjoy federal government subsidy in the sector. However, continuous vandalization of transmission towers and other power infrastructure, especially in the northeast and north-central parts of the country, with great disturbances, are some of the challenges the industry is contending with.
TCN is collaborating with all these security agencies to make sure that our lines are well protected. I'm assured Nigerians that the government is doing all what is possible
in the Federal Capital Territory and by implication Nigeria.
Sorry about that, Joshua Ojito. We have to that your report. The current is still there. We'll get back to it in the course of this broadcast. But let's join the National Assembly. We understand the joint session is on now. Let's join the network studios for the National Assembly, and let me use the opportunity to thank my guests. We will be back after the live coverage of activities at the National Assembly. Let me quickly thank Dr. Runke Bello, publicist and political policy analyst, and also an advocate for women in government.
Thank you.
Dr. George Agbeka, Southeast Leader Tinubu Support Organization, is also a traditional chief, the title holder, and of course former Deputy Governor of Anambra State, Dr. Ekam Okoke, all PhD holders on today's edition of this leg of the transmission. My colleague Ruth will come after this broadcast. I've been here with you, and my name is Fisai Ogunfi. Thanking you for being a part of it. Keep it logged on the Nigerian Television Authority for views, reviews, previews, and interviews. Bye-bye now.
Deputy Speaker, with the leaders who receive the Vice President now, and Mr. President, and usher him into the chambers for what I may call, Mr. Speaker, how do you call it in Nollywood? Wakapas. Let's refresh our memories. Nigeria, we held thee. Our own dear native land, though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be our symbol, that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain, to hand to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Can we say amen?
Distinguished senators, honorable colleagues, it's a great pleasure to have you here on this emergency sitting, joint sitting to receive Mr. President, primarily to flag off the new national anthem. I'm sure you are aware that this program should have started by 11, but because of some technical issues that we have encountered, that's why it has been, it's taking place now. And because of that, Mr. President has other commitments after the National Assembly engagement is supposed to be at the commissioning of the light railway station somewhere in the town. So he might not be able to give any speech, and all the speech is coming from us too. Not going to take place because the June 12 is supposed to be the real democracy day, not May 29th. It was an error from us, and Mr. President has acknowledged our shortcomings in that regard and advised that whatever ceremony we are going to have, whatever speeches we are going to have, should be reserved for June 12th. That will be the day that we will all convey to actually celebrate democracy. So, honorable colleagues and distinguished senators, forgive us for such this lapse. Inshallah, by June 12, all that we have to say about our 25 years of unbroken democracy will come to pass. I want to also especially thank you all for the role you played in ensuring that the National Anthem Act bill was judiciously and expeditiously passed by both the Senate and the House. And as the Senate President has just mentioned, Mr. President has assented to that particular bill. It is now an act. And his presence here today will be largely to symbolize the commencement of the use of the new national anthem. And after that, I believe we'll adjourn, and the Senate President and myself, and of course some of you who have been invited for the next phase of the commissioning taking place today, will proceed to accompany Mr. President to the railway station where he will commission the light railway for Abuja metropolis. Thank you so much for being patient with us. Thank you so much for your support. May God Almighty bless us all. Thank you so much.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, leadership of the Senate and leadership of the National Assembly, distinguished senators, distinguished members of the House of Representatives, we have in attendance the National Chairman of the largest political party in Africa. His Excellency Governor Ganduje, you are welcome. Whether we shout, whether we say yes or no, you are still the chairman of the largest political party in Africa. And representing the governors, many of them will come, is a major performing governor of Borno State, my dear brother, Governor Zulum. You are welcome. I know other governors will soon be here. Nobody said no when I said the best performing governor in the whole of Borno State. Nobody said no. So you are welcome, sir. So distinguished colleagues, in a few minutes, August guests will be here. Distinguished senators, distinguished colleagues, myself and the Speaker, we have just noticed that a former member of the House, a former Speaker of the House of Representatives is also in our midst. Right Honorable Patricia Ete. And we have seen also from the Deputy Chairman South-South to other members of the Working Committee of the greatest party in Africa, the APC. They are also here in attendance, the National Working Committee. We have a former Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, also in our midst. So it's, you have already done the needful in accordance with our rules. You have moved a motion to allow strangers to approach the hallowed chambers of the House of Representatives. So for that, I thank you. And so the door is open for strangers to accompany the Vice President and the President to have access to these chambers without election today. So I thank you for that.
You're welcome to the live broadcast of National Assembly joint session, where any moment from now, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will be gracing the chamber of the House of Representatives in commemoration of Nigeria's 25 years unbroken democracy. Well, at the moment, senators and members of the House of Representatives are all seated in the green chamber. Well, before this time, members of the House of Representatives, some of them actually made some, presentations on what some of them described as a strategic and critical moment in Nigeria's nation building, where some of them outlined the various achievements of Nigeria's democratic journey. Well, and then the senators were in their own chamber before, just a few minutes ago, the senators now had to join them. And then earlier, the President of the Senate had announced that today is not the National Democracy Day. And because of that, there won't be a presentation of addresses. Same with what the Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, just said. Now, all senators and members of the House of Representatives are all seated. Earlier, the House of Representatives had moved the motion, which is the tradition of Parliament, to usher in visitors into the chamber. And then that gave way for some of the guests who bid to be part of this August meeting to enter. We have the national chairman of the APC, Abdullahi Ganduje, former governor of Kano State. We also have the governor of Borno State, already seated in the chamber, Babagana Omara Zulum. We also have former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Patricia Ete, and some other former clerks and some members of the Federal Executive Council as well. Now, everywhere from from the entrance of the National Assembly to that links the presidential villa, everything is now set to receive Mr. President. Well, we have quite a number of handful of media houses across around too, and we have presence of security personnel, in addition to the ones that we already have here in the National Assembly. But everything is now set. Members seated, senators seated. Well, we expect that any moment from now, the president will be entering the Green Chamber. It is a day to actually remember Nigeria's journey in the democratic chain. Well, today actually is not Nigeria's Democracy Day, but then it's very strategic because on the 29th of May, the president was sworn in, and today marks 1 year of that national event. Now, like the Senate President earlier announced, they are inviting the president so that he can listen to some of the legislators as part of marking his 1 year in office. We will remember that the president on the 29th of May 2023, when he was sworn in, he listed 3 strategic agenda as the driving tools for his commitment for Nigerian democratic development. That day, Mr. President reaffirmed his commitment anchored in seeking for economic rebirth for Nigeria, also to strengthen national security, boosting agriculture and food security. Well, when the president came on board, his desire to ensure food sufficiency for Nigerians led to the recrafting of the Ministry of Agriculture to now become Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. One of the 8-point agenda of the president as well is to unlock energy and natural resources. The president also announced his resolve to transform infrastructure and transportation, which has been visible in the last 1 year that the president has been hands-on. And we expect that some of those infrastructural development breakthroughs will be commissioned as well. And we also expect that from here, Mr. President will be going to commission other infrastructural projects that has been in place within 1 year. The president also made clear his desire to improve on education, health, and social investment, accelerate diversification through youth-driven industrialization, digitization, and innovation. And that has been very clear that the president has not wavered on this resolve. The president also announced his resolve to improve on governance for effective service delivery. Now, as it stands, the Chief Executive, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is entering the chamber.
On your mandate, Bola. On your mandate, we shall stand. On your mandate, Bola. On your mandate, we shall stand. Yes.
Your Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our dear brother, distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. Your Excellencies, from the chairman of the largest party in Africa, earlier introduced, His Excellency Ganduje, National Working Committee members of the great party, the APC, the Governor of Borno State, the Chief of Staff, principal officers of both chambers, the Secretary to Government of the Federation, himself a Senator, Senator Akume, former speakers, starting with our sister Patricia Ete, former deputy speakers, former leaders of National Assembly, all our colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, this is your National Assembly. The senators and members have asked me to congratulate you on your first anniversary since your swearing in office. Congratulations, sir. Before you came, myself and my brother Tajuddin Abbas explained the purpose of this visit. That this is what we call in Nollywood Waka Pass. You intend to celebrate Democracy Day, which is June 12th. But out of honor and respect for the National Assembly, you said you must pass through the National Assembly on your first anniversary in office. Of all the significant things you have done, I think one of the most profound is to take us back to our genealogy, the genealogy of our birth, that though we may belong to different tribes, though we may have different tongues, in brotherhood we all stand. Henceforth, we will not refer to ourselves as just mere compatriots. We will refer to ourselves as brothers. And as we go forth in battle, whether on the field of sports, in the field of politics, in economic endeavors, we must hail Nigeria. And so we are all saying today, Mr. President, Nigeria, we hail thee. There is no better place to commence this revolution of going back to our genealogy than the National Assembly. Matter of patriotic, not just representatives, but elected representatives of the people of Nigeria. The voice of the National Assembly is the voice of Nigeria. So we welcome you. On that note, sir, we will allow you to greet your people because of your crowded schedule today, and we look forward to celebrating Democracy Day on June 12th with you. You just greet us. You may say what, you may wave, you may stand up and take a bow, because this is the chambers. However you do it, and thereafter, we will allow you to take your exit while we continue with our proceedings. Welcome, Mr. President.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, Your Excellency, the Honorable Speaker, distinguished leadership of the House, the Legislative House, both sides, colleagues and friends, old and new, to every Nigerian, I say congratulations for 25 years of unbroken democracy. Out of respect, I come to say thank you very much for building up to this stage, building the institution, building the country. You are the first and foremost leaders that speak for our people. And you have been in the forefront of this struggle.
Mr. President, without interruption, the members have asked me to tell you to please sit while you are speaking in chambers.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This institution, the hallowed chamber, represent our consciousness for freedom and sense of belonging. You rang out the latest national anthem. Nigeria will hail thee. See, this is our diversity. Representing all characters. And how we blend together to be brothers and sisters. Without this house, probably I may not find a path to the presidency. I started all from here. And that is why I'm giving that respect this morning to you, to please continue to collaborate, work together, build our country. We have no other choice. It is our nation. No one, no age, no other institution or personality will help us except we do it ourselves. No amount of aids that may be coming from foreign countries or any other nation. They take care of themselves first. Let us work together, as we are doing, to build our nation. Not only for us, but for generations yet unborn. Charting a new path. The question of program for development. I submitted the last budget to you. You expeditiously passed it. We are walking the talk. I will soon bring year 2024 appropriation bill. That is just for your information. But we must nourish this democracy, build this nation, so that the future of our great grandchildren will be sure of prosperity, development, and progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will be expecting the supplementary appropriation bill of 2024 as soon as possible. On that note, Mr. President, to enable you waka pass, I want to invite my brother, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, the Speaker, House of Representatives, to say thank you to you before I would plead that the band should not lead us. We want to use our voices and get used to our new anthem. Right, Honorable Speaker. The members have agreed that they can sing. And so please say thank you to the President and then we will now take the new national anthem with our voices, so we get used to it. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our father, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our dear brother, Honorable Kashim Shettima, Your Excellency, the Senate President, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol already established. My own is just to say a big thank you to our dear leader, who has been very supportive of the National Assembly over the last 1 year. A true Democrat who has seen it all, a former governor, a former senator, a leader of the party, and now the president. I want you to know, Your Excellency, that we in the National Assembly are very, very happy with your report card, with your performance so far. The National Assembly is very, very thankful for the partnership that has existed within the last 1 year between you and us here. It has been a partnership that has been mutually beneficial to all of us. It is a win-win, and that is how democracy is supposed to be played. We want to thank you for finding time to come here in spite of your tight schedules, and to assure you as well that the National Assembly will always be supportive of your noble objectives. We will always be there to support you, to partner with you, and to collaborate with you. We want to thank you for bringing back our national anthem, the one that we grew up with. I'm talking about those of us who are above 50. And for the young ones, I'm sure by the time you sit down, read it line by line, word by word, you will see why it is very, very important for Nigeria to revisit its former national anthem. Because it inspires hope. It inspires hope. If we can follow to its logical conclusion, Nigeria will be a much greater nation. So thank you, Your Excellency, for coming. We will be looking forward to being with
Mr. President, because we are Democrats, I would like to put the question. The Speaker has just mentioned something that those who are below 50 years may not know much about the old national anthem. So can I put the question? Those in support that the band should lead us to sing the new national anthem adopted by both chambers of the House of Representatives and the Senate, can I hear you? Say aye. Aye. Those against, that is those who are saying we should use our voices. Can you say nay? Okay. As Democrats, the ayes have it. So may we now rise for the national anthem.
Well, that's the end of the President's visit to the National Assembly here inside the chamber of the House of Representatives. Well, earlier the President had made some comments where he congratulated Nigerians on the 25 years of unbroken democracy. He explained that his visit to the National Assembly is to just say congratulations to members of the Senate and House of Representatives who are leaders and representatives of Nigerians. Yeah, President Tinubu also described the legislature as leaders who represent national consciousness for freedom and sense of belonging. He urged them to continue to collaborate towards a better Nigeria. The President observed that the act of building Nigeria should be done by Nigerians and not foreigners. He emphasized that no amount of aid from foreigners would build the nation of our choice. He said that Nigerians must nourish this democracy so as to bequeath to citizens yet unborn the standard of leadership and country that they desired and wished. Well, earlier, President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, in his opening speech, congratulated the President and Nigerians and said that the President has taken Nigeria back to its genealogy of its birth by reintroducing the earlier national anthem. Now the President is still exchanging pleasantries with members of the National Assembly. After that, we expect that the President will now go straight to the new National Assembly Library Complex to commission the project. As soon as the President finished his comments, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, also thanked the President, describing him as a true Democrat. He observed that the President's gesture towards the legislature is typical of a good breed Democrat. He said the President gives the National Assembly their constitutional space to carry out their duties. Tajuddin Abbas said the National Assembly is very happy with the President's scorecard. He noted that his administration is in mutual relationship with all other organs of government for national development.
Honorable colleagues, can somebody move for the adjournment of this special sitting? I will expect a member of the Senate, any member of the Senate, any member from the House. Honorable Shatima, please go ahead.
Chief Whip, move.
Mr. Speaker, sir, distinguished senators, honorable colleagues, Lawal Shatima Ali, representing Bursari Gaidam in Saripere constituency, I hereby move that the House be adjourned till tomorrow 11th.
Minority Leader, Honorable Chinda, can you second?
Second.
Oh, really?
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second that the House do stand adjourned. I so second.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. House adjourned to Tuesday next week. Thank you.
Well, that was the end of that historic visit of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to the National Assembly, where the House of Representatives now has adjourned to plenary to Tuesday next week. Well, it was quite clear that members of the National Assembly all embraced this visit. Because if you ask me, for those of us who have been in the National Assembly for some time, this is the first time in recorded time that a president, is coming on the day of his 1-year anniversary, to commemorate with Nigerians through their leaders. Well, at this point in time, we will now hand over to our studio to continue with the scheduled program for today. On behalf of the outside broadcast crew here, I am Ignatius Nkwase. Enjoy the rest of our programs.
Assembly there commemorating 25 years of unbroken democracy. We saw the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who came in earlier to thank the legislators, for their sustenance and, of course, consistent building of the Constitution as bridge builders, of course. And he specifically, stated that they represent, the consciousness for freedom and, of course, sense of belonging. And they should continue to work together, to build a nation where even unborn generations can enjoy what it means to have the dividends of democracy. He says his administration is walking the talk. And, of course, we're seeing that with the Renewed Hope agenda 1 year ago when he came on board to demonstrate his visionary leadership and commitment. This is still PBAT at 1. Welcome to another session. And of course, Victor Azu, my colleague, is already here with us. Victor, you witnessed the session that just happened there at the National Assembly. One particular fascinating aspect was when the new national anthem, or should I say reverting to the old national anthem, was recited. Some persons had to go to their phones, talking about the legislators, to recite it. This is a national assignment. Just like the Senate president said, it is a revolution, reverting back to the old national anthem. Can I ask you, do you know how to recite it?
Well, I have to learn it again.
I had to.
I'll have to learn. We all have to learn. It's now new to us. And, well, the wordings of the old, now current national anthem, some say the wordings are quite a bit more unifying, a bit more resonates a bit more with the people that we are.
Yeah.
Well, I have to learn all of it so that it sticks like the old one.
So you can recite it comfortably.
Begin to say,
well, people like us and those of the like the legislators there who kept looking at their phones, some kept mute. It's better you go mute. Just like to read the words, the lyrics. By the way, it was composed by Lillian John Williams. That was in 1959, and then it kicked off on Independence Day, and it was sustained till 1978. So for those of us like myself who don't know it properly, I like to read it because the words for me, Victor, they're very deep. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign, in peace or battle honored. And this we count as gain, to hand on to our children a banner without stain. That's deep. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, of course, Nigeria shall be blessed. Talk about reorientation, Victor. This is a national anthem, of course. We should look beyond the lyrics and the deeper meaning, talking about patriotism, commitment to serve, and of course that honor, respect for our national symbols.
Yeah, I think that means something, what will lead us wherever we go. The president goes somewhere, for instance, they have to play that for him to recite. If there is a football match involving the Nigerian national team,
you see that unity of
you have to recite that, and so that it can resonate with our people. And when you recite it, every other thing is silenced, just so that you can, it can resonate with you, and the spirit takes over you.
Okay, but Victor, if you look at this 10th National Assembly and of course the President Tinubu's administration, when you look at the synergy between the legislation and the legislators and of course the executive, how would you describe it?
I think it's a good thing. We have seen the kind of relationship that you want to see. The kind of relationship that you want to see between two arms of government, because at the end of the day, they are working towards one goal.
Yes, yes.
Everybody's working for the same Nigeria. And if the president, as leader of government, says this is the direction I want to go, he's only courting the support of the legislature to be able to deliver on his mandate. Now, it's a fine line that has to be carefully walked, because if you do that too much, advocates of separation of powers will come for you, because they tell you, you have become an appendage, as you often would hear. But I don't think that it's always the case. It's not actually a healthy situation where the legislature and the executive are at daggers drawn. They're always fighting, they're always disagreeing. Nobody makes progress in that kind of situation.
And that's why the president, sorry to come in, that's why the president had to thank them, for their consistency in building and sustaining democracy. Because, Victor, if you look at, of course, it was during the towards the last session of the 9th Assembly that the whole reversion for appropriation bill to go back to January, the whole January style, and it's been sustained, so to say, even with the 10th Assembly. And he specifically thanked them, for that very soon he will bring for the 2024 appropriation bill. But of course, the synergy is one aspect, and looking at the bills, passed within a short time, this national anthem, of course, is one of the fastest. People have come out to say that it's one of the fastest, they've been passed. How would you, look at it? Because 2011, President Tinubu, when he wasn't the president then, he wished, that Nigeria could go back to this old anthem. Do you think this is an honor?
Well, the president himself said it's a revolution. Perhaps the wordings mean that much, to say it is a revolution. Let's go back to that which resonates best with us, that which we can relate with the best, and that which maybe can motivate us, can inspire us a bit more than the one we are departing from, to be able to achieve our national goals. And passed very, very swiftly. I'm not sure I've seen, there are other bills that have scaled that quickly, but this one
Victor,
is something.
Of course, is Inauguration Day, and some states, of course, are also celebrating this day. So we're going to join our outside broadcast crew very shortly, because the Rivers State Governor, Siminalayi Fubara, of course, will ready to give an account of his stewardship and presentation of his scorecard in the past 1 year. So we'll join our outside broadcast crew for that. Let's see what he has, for his people.
Lies. When he was doing all these things, did he consult us? Did you consult us?
Do not pay attention to him. Yes, look, Chief, the people first. Yes.
All right. Now, do you have one or two witnesses you can call? Let's hear from them, at least to confirm what you have said.
Indeed, the people are my witnesses.
Okay. One by one. Let's hear them. One by one.
Your Highness, these people are they necessary? We are talking about something that is within the family, within the structure. Why are you bringing the people here?
Can you hold your peace? One by one, please.
Yes, Your Highness. I various construction projects, such as those at Elele Omoku Road, Ogoni Andoni Unity Road, and the Port Harcourt Ringi Road. Please give it to me. Not only that, my lord. What about phase 2 of the Trans-Calabari Road? Emoha, Calabari Road, dualization. So many things have been done.
He did all this. Okay.
My chief. What about Egbema, Eternal Road?
I can't hear you. Take this mic.
What about Egbeda Internal Road? What about phase 1 of Port Harcourt Electrical Village? See, as we speak right now, he has already directed the start of phase 2.
You mean the phase 2? Yes. He has directed.
Oga, you are a good man. You can see that the people in your community, including the civil servants, are happy with you. You helped them achieve their goals and still want to do more for them. Oga, may God bless you, sir.
Yes, so prior to the promotion,
a student,
my father was unable to cover my tuition. And then he gave my father a Christmas bonus of 100,000 naira.
Oh, that's
Thank
wonderful.
you, sir. Even at the River State University and University of Port Harcourt, he fulfilled his promise and did a job. Thank you, sir. Sir, on behalf of the students in this Mindiama community, we say thank you.
That's a great one.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. He has also provided subsidy intervention buses for everybody in the state, both indigene and we the non-indigene. He has done so much. And you know these buses are free, sir.
Free.
Not only that,
okay.
He has also reopened the River State Transportation Company. My lord, sir, as we speak, they are in motion.
They are in motion
now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
sir.
That's
My
great.
people, even in the health sector, employment is all going. He has also equipped the River State Teaching Hospital. Oga, you are a visionary leader. Yes. God will continue to bless you for us.
It is easy that I don't have witness. It's a mistake we have made. We'll correct it.
Money na money, money na money, money na money, money na money. My people, sir, hey, the empowerment of small-scale businesses and industries is also from his hand.
These are market women.
Yes.
Okay.
And he has also promised us very soon. I mean, very soon, he's going to open my one market for us. See, you know, NTA, he also gave every market woman 400 billion to support their small-scale businesses. Isn't that good? Money na money, money na money, money na money, money na money.
Thank you very much. The evidence are enough. We cannot waste time any further. Now, Ojirijibo, are you guilty or not guilty?
My lord, I thought you would not even allow me to talk. Now that you have allowed me, I have something to say. You see, it is not like that. The problem is that all these things they are mentioning. Before he started carrying them out, did he consult us? Did he consult the structure? He did not consult the structure. All we are saying is that, look, this thing is the system. You consult the structure. Now, the other day, he went to, that was on the 1st of May. He was at the workers and the main announcement. that as soon as federal government approves the minimum wage, he will be the first to pay. Did he consult us? He did not consult us. And we are hearing right now that he now wants to implement the 10,000 employment of the youths. Did he consult us? That is what they're saying.
Now, young man, hold it. You are hiding from the question I asked you. Are you guilty or not guilty?
Your Highness, what about we that put him there? What about the structure? He wants to destroy our structure. We will not allow it.
Are you guilty or not guilty?
Your Highness, you are the one deciding.
You are guilty.
Now, if they say I am guilty, you should all know that all the reason why we are fighting him is that we just want to protect our structure. We want to be relevant. That's all. So I am a little guilty and little not guilty.
Now, without wasting time, you'll listen to my verdict. For misinforming the people and trying to mislead them concerning this gallant leader, young and visionary leader. Without wasting time, I will want to tell you, this leader is like an eagle with target. And as he comes down, he comes for his target. He takes his time and he doesn't miss. Once more again, I am declaring that you be sentenced immediately. Gentlemen, carry this man away now.
Sentenced for protecting the structure.
You and your structure will be arrested now. Carry him away.
Your Highness, we will protest this. We will appeal it. You can't keep us irrelevant. We must protect the structure. The structure first. We will protect it. We will protect it. We will protect it. We will protect it.
That's a short presentation by the Council of Arts and Culture Rivers State on the occasion of accounts of stewardship and scorecard of Governor Siminalaye's Fubara's 1 year in office. Earlier, the Secretary to the State Government, Tamida Nagogo, and the Chairman on the occasion, Senator John Mbata, had spoken, and they all congratulated the Governor for his successful 1 year in office. Good afternoon and welcome to this live broadcast, transmitting live from Obiwali Hall, Port Harcourt. We thank you so much for tuning in, and on behalf of the outside broadcast crew, I welcome you to this occasion.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and invite to give a speech with all humility, a seasoned accountant, an astute administrator, a strong, determined, focused, purposeful, and responsible leader, the human face of governance, the governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Sir Siminalayi Fubara, Grand Service Star of Rivers State.
Yes.
Foundation of democracy in 1999 to date. Sir, Dr. Peter Odili, and your amiable wife, Your Excellency, the former deputy governor, the former governor of our dear state, Sir Celestine Omehia, my able lieutenant, the deputy governor of our dear state, and also the speaker of the River State House of Assembly, the Honorable Chief Judge of our state, and your members of the State Assembly, the Secretary to the State Government, our leaders that are here, Right the Honorable Austin Opara, Chief Secondus, Dr. Samsam Jaja, and other leaders that are here with us, our royal fathers that are here, well dressed in your very colorful attires, our religious leaders that are also here with us, other invited guests, permanent secretaries, head of agencies,
This freezing, is it live?
All right, the Rivers State there. We seem to be having some audio and signal challenge. When that is stabilized, of course, we'll reconnect. Okay, I hear it's been fixed, so let's reconnect. That's the Rivers State governor giving account of his stewardship and, of course, presentation of his scorecard, Siminalayi Fubara there. Okay, I hear that is still being fixed. So, of course, it's 1 year of office for the Rivers State governor as well, just as we're celebrating the 1 year in office of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It's May 29, Victor. When you look at a state like Rivers State and looking at the demonstration, you know, by the people there, they believe within a short time or a space of 1 year, he's been able to impact their lives in different stratas there.
Well, I think it's easy to see or to sense satisfaction, to sense joy. If the people are happy with a leader, it is palpable. You can almost feel it. So for similar life, the state has been challenged, to be honest, in the last 1 year. Politically challenged. And that's not easy because it distracts from the real essence of governance.
Yeah.
But somehow the governor has been able to, set all of those aside and get to work. And most importantly for Rivers people, that's what counts, that the governor hasn't stopped governance. Governance is ongoing, and projects that can make life easier for them are ongoing as well.
Yeah, and just to inform you, our esteemed viewers, that very shortly we'll be joining the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria here in Abuja, where he will be launching the Abuja Metro Station for commercialization, of course. When we get information that he arrived at the venue, definitely we'll connect rather, to see this laudable initiative, happening today, marking 1 year in office of the President. Victor, okay, I have Port Harcourt audio and signal has been fixed, so are we rejoining them? Okay, let's go.
Our rights, an opportunity to govern our state and advance its progresses in freedom, and we will continue to prevail. For us, any government, what is named, must be accountable, responsive, and responsible for the security and well-being of the people. Having managed the affair of our state for 1 year, in bracket 4 months, including dispensing public resources, it is only proper that we render accounts with a public presentation of performance record. I am therefore pleased to stand before you to present our scorecard for the first 1 year we have been in office as the executive arm of the government of Rivers State. Recall that we promised to deliver to our people our core priorities of economic growth, infrastructural, healthcare, education, and agriculture, as contained in our blueprint for building a viral, resilient, and progressive state that caters to the needs of the people. Today, I am proud to report that despite the unprecedented challenge, our first year was marked by significant achievements we can all see and attest to. Roads and other infrastructures. From the onset, we believe that infrastructures is key to the sustainable development. Without adequate infrastructures, we strive in vain for a secure, safer, economical, vibrant, developed, and prosperous River State. As patriots, we are all looking forward to the day when all River States will be interconnected by roads and bridges, which only the government can make possible in partnership with the private sectors and our development partners. The facts and figures shows that we inherited 34 uncompleted road projects worth over 225 billion, spread across 13 local government areas of River State. Out of this number, 12, including Oyibo, Okoloma Road in Oyibo, Alode One Road in Eleme, Mbodaya Road in Obiakpo local government, Igbo Uhuduga Road in Ahoda East, Udemede Road in Ahoda West local government, Ahoda East local government area, Omoko Eligwe Krigene Road in Oba Ebema Ndoni local government area, and Neka Internal Road in Obiakpo local government area, Obakri Internal Road in Emowa local government area, Omogwa Internal Road in Ikwere local government area, the Andoni section of the Ogoni Andoni Opopo Unity Road in Andoni local government area, the Emowa Tema Junction Road, the Omok Ebema Road, the Ebeda Internal Road have all been completed, while the rest, including the dualization of Ahoda Omok Road, are ongoing. We initiated the construction of 9 new roads projects of our own, worth 534 billion 332 million, including these roads are the Port Harcourt Dual Carriage Ring Road, you're all aware of that, the Ndoni Junction Oneta Creek Link Road in Onolga local government area, the Umu Akala Mberi Road in Omoma local government area, the Aleto Ebubu Eteo Road in Eleme local government area, the Iboche Ndoni Road in Onaga, extension of the Chokocho Iboche Road in Eche local government area that links River State to its boundary with Imo State, the dualization of Elele Ebeda Omok Road, construction of the Akania Obogoro Road in Obiakpo local government area, and the big elephant in the house, Trans-Calabari, the true and real Trans-Calabari Ring Road, which is recently awarded. I wish to emphasize that with a combined cost of 528 billion, the 50.15 kilometer ring road, the dualization of Elele, Ebeda, Omok Road, and the Trans-Calabari projects are 3 most ambitious road projects ever carried out by any government in River State. The 50.15 kilometer Port Harcourt dual carriage ring road with 6 flyovers, 1 river crossing, walkway, drains, and street lights, spanning 6 local government areas, was awarded to Julius Berger, Nigerian, at the cost of 195.3 billion for a 36 months completion period. The speed with which the project is advancing shows that the administration is in a hurry to deliver this project before the due date, with the down payment of 77%, which is about 149 billion to the contractor. That is what we paid to the contractors. Presently, work on the project is progressing satisfactorily from the 6 different locations. The 33.5 kilometer Elele Ebeda Omok road was awarded on the 26th of March 2024 at the cost of 80.8 billion naira to Kremberg Construction Company with a down payment of 50%, which is 40.4 billion. The duration of this project is 24 months completion, and the contractor has since commenced work on this project. The 12.1 kilometer all swamp with 6 bridges Trans-Calabari Road, which stretches from Rumolumene to Bakana and Tombia, was awarded to Lubrix Construction Company Limited on the 20th of May 2024 at the cost of 225.3 billion with a down payment of 30%, which is 67.5 billion already. The duration of this project is 36 months, and we believe before the 36 months, we will all gather to commission that project. It is also necessary to reiterate that only the Port Harcourt Ring Road is being funded by borrowed fund. I repeat, it is only the Port Harcourt Ring Road that is being funded by loan, so that you understand. The Elele Ebeda Omok Road, the Trans-Calabari Road are being funded from accumulated savings. When they were asking, what are they doing with this money? We do not need to go to Abuja and spend our money. We do not need to go and make friends with the big people who wear Abada and all those things. Our friends are improving our state, and that is why we were saving. And by the special grace of God, if you add 67.5 plus 40 plus 4, you can see that conveniently we saved over 100 and something billion to fund this project without any stress. I wish to assure you that we are determined to complete this ambitious road project within the lifespan of this administration to advance interconnectivity across the states, enhance movement of goods and services, and accelerate the social economic development of the impacted communities and the entire state in general. It is also pertinent to note that funding of this project has not deeply affected the government's capacity to deliver other projects and services to our states and our people. As of today, we have paid in the areas, we have paid in the sum of 6.1 billion on the Woji Aleto Alesa Refinery Road and Bridge. We have paid 4 billion for the Bori Internal Road. You are aware of our situation there. We have also paid over 5.6 billion for the Lelenwo Internal Road. We have also paid over 873.4 million for the sand filling and reclamation work at Abonema. We have also paid over 512 billion for the sand filling and reclamation work at Kola. We also paid over over 896.8 million for the ongoing distilling and evacuation of debris and maintenance work at the Interwoba Canal to control the perennial overflow and flooding of the environment during the rainy season from that source. We do hope and pray that the contractors of these projects, most of which are from the communities, will return to the sites and ensure that the completion of this project for the benefit of their community and people. Having received final payment from the government, community leaders should monitor and ensure that these contracts are fully executed to specification and have themselves to blame if they do not monitor the contractors. Education delivery. At inception, we inherited several uncompleted secondary schools, reconstruction and other projects. On assumption of office, we quickly released funds to complete these schools and deliver them for public use. To this end, we made final payment of 701.9 million for the completion and delivery of secondary school in Rume Precom. We paid 355.6 million for Calabari National College. We paid 329.3 million for Government Secondary School, Borokiri, the completion. We paid 379.7 million for Government Secondary School, Eneka, the completion. We paid 461.9 million for Government Secondary School, Emowa. We paid 134 million for the completion of Comprehensive Secondary School, Alisa. It happens to be my first school when I started government work. So that one, the money is not much. We are very economical, so we didn't pay much there. We paid 1,142 million for the completion of Community Secondary School, Kuroma. And funny enough, the man who paid the money is one of those people who go on air to abuse us. That's what have we done? You know the man now. We paid 1,863 million for Comprehensive Secondary School, Okake. One of the social media boy benefited from there. We paid it for the completion of renovation of that school. We paid 585 million for the completion and furnishing of Government Secondary School at Awa. Unfortunately, as the man received the money, he ran away, but we used the EFCC to return him back. We also paid over 2 billion for Government Secondary School, Government Girls Secondary School, Ahoda. Work is going on there. I have to commend the contractor. They're doing a good job. We also paid 1.5 billion for the reconstruction of the famous grammar school, Okrika Grammar School. I believe work is going on there too. We also paid 612 million for the furnishing of the University of Port Harcourt Convocation Arena. I believe the school is already using the arena because we did everything within our power to put it to use. We paid over 700 million naira for the law school campus in Yenagoa. It is part of the project we inherited. And because of the importance of the law school, we didn't abandon it. We funded it for completion. We released over 1,902 million as matching fund for Universal Basic Education Board for the provision of infrastructures, including rehabilitation of basic education schools. It is noteworthy that the State Universal Basic Education Board has used this fund and, to the glory of God, rehabilitated over 50 basic education schools across the states. Still in education, we spent within our administration timeline, we spent 2.6 billion for the supply of textbooks to all levels of education in the state school system. We have paid in 2023 1.1 billion for WAEC registration, senior secondary registration rather, 973.5 million for NECO registration, 369.1 million for basic education certificate exam, 1.1 billion in the year 2024 for WAEC, 606 million for basic education exam, NECO, and a lot more. I don't need, the figure is so much. But it will interest you that for 8 years, consumables were not provided for the conduct of examination, and we have started providing that for the senior secondary schools. We also paid 423 million. This money is scholarship that was given to indigenous students in the River State University that are studying medicine. They were not paid for how many years. We have redeemed it and made it a policy that anytime it is due, communicate us, we will meet our obligation. We did not end there. Grants that was pledged to the institution, we have redeemed the 1 billion naira grant pledge. Although there are many schools to be renovated, equipped, staffed, we decided to complete and deliver all ongoing school projects before embarking on a new construction, which we shall soon start after an audit of the state of their standing schools and assessment of their needs. Health delivery. Health is wealth, and our commitment to advancing the health, safety, and well-being of all residents cannot be overemphasized. It is for this reason that we made healthcare delivery a priority focus of our administration and deployed funds towards realizing these fundamental objectives. Shortly after we came into office, we commissioned and put to use. We did not just commission, but we ensured that it is put to use. The Kesley Harrison Memorial Hospital, the dental, maxillofacial, ENT, and ophthalmology hospital for public use. We spent the sum of 179 million for the Kesley Harrison and 112 million for dental, the dental hospital, respectively, for provision of basic amenities like materials, solar energy, and other things that are needed for the hospital to operate optimally. We spent the sum of 720 million for sundry equipment and material, including neurosurgical tools at the Rivers State University Teaching Hospital, 100 million naira for additional 100 bed space for the orthopedic trauma surgical ward in the Rivers State University Teaching Hospital. We also equipped the intensive care unit. We also spent over 343 million to construct a 400 capacity auditorium at the School of Nursing and Midwifery. We spent 300 million for accreditation purposes and 990 million rather for the repair of radiology equipment in the Rivers State University Teaching Hospital. We spent about 90 million naira to provide residence for our house officers, which prompted the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria to increase the number of house officers approved for the hospital from 64 to 96. We also launched the takeoff of the contributory health insurance scheme and provided 70 million takeoff grant to the board. Revitalizing the River State Emergency Services that was established by the administration of Sir Dr. Peter Odili and spent 157 million on medical emergencies. You're also aware that when the Lassa fever outbreak came up, we immediately acted. We spent about 200 million naira to tackle that incident. I'm proud to say that with our intervention, over 35 primary health care centers through the state's primary health care board are functioning in our dear states. Finally, on health, we approved the implementation and review of consolidated salary scheme for medical doctors and the recruitment of 1,000 medical personnel in the medical service of our states. Economic growth, security, and workers' welfare. We inherited a state which economy had remained on a declining trajectory despite its growth potential. And we needed to change this negative narrative for the better. We also needed to attract investments into the state and increase our internally generated revenue based as too much reliance on federal allocation was a challenge to the realization of our developmental goals. We therefore set up an IGRO investment advisory committee that I happen to be the chairman, which is helping us to navigate our course for increased economic investments and internally generated revenue to accelerate economic growth, job creation, and advance the welfare and well-being of our people. 1 year down the line, we believe we are succeeding. Our internally generated revenue witnessed an astronomically increase from 12 billion naira to between 17 billion naira on off-peak period to 28 billion during peak period. We prioritize the security of life and property by supporting the security agencies to do what they know how to do best. Our commitment and strategy in safety and security are yielding the desired result, with lower crime rate reports in our home, office, communities, and neighborhood. Our liberalized, business-friendly economic policy and programs are boosting confidence and attracting local and international investors to invest in our state, judging by the expression of interest offered we receive every month. We have kept our tax low, frozen the imposing of taxes on small businesses across the state, and also increased the ease of doing business in the state by eliminating the bureaucratic bottlenecks. No request for the signing of certificate of occupancy that remains in my office beyond 2 days, except if I am otherwise engaged beyond 2 days or out of town. We have established a 4 billion naira matching fund with the Bank of Industry to support existing and new micro, small, and medium-sized businesses to grow their businesses, to drive the economic growth, and create jobs and wealth for our citizens. Over 3,000 citizens and residents had applied to access this fund, and their businesses at a single-digit interest rate and a repayment period of 5 years. You can see that the money is free. 5 years to repay a loan. We remain committed to prompt regular payment of salary. When we came on board, the salary figure that we inherited was 5.6 billion. After the promotion exercise, those of you that are accountants or even engineers can do the calculation here. When you add 25% of 5.6, you can imagine what it is. The present salary bill of this administration is over 8.3 billion. That is what we pay as salary every month because of the effect or implementation of promotion for 11 years. So when people will say, what are they doing? We tap ourselves on the back. It is not easy. That alone is enough to impair our progress, affect our projects. But because our mantra is the people first, making the people happy, we will not go back on that promise. Pension and gratuity and other benefits to civil servants are paid promptly. We have also tried as much as we can to improve the state of our secretariat complex. Presently, we have engaged an engineer to go assess the structural suitability and what we can do to make it or give the secretariat a facelift. We have and will not fail in our legal, contractual, and financial obligation to our contractors, service providers, investors, and in respecting the rule of law, due process, and the constitutional rights of all residents and visitors alike. We are committed to economic diversification through agriculture, and we assure citizens we are really attracting investors to help us improve the agricultural sector of our states. We are going to take over every agricultural establishment by the previous administration that is not functioning to make them viable, because agriculture is the key in modern development. This will enable us to enhance food security, grow our economy, create jobs, and generate revenue for the government to enable us to embark on more projects. In addition, we have concluded plan to engage our youth in profitable agricultural and we have already applied to participate in the second phase of the Special Agro-Processing Zone project of the African Development Bank and all agricultural development scheme of the federal government. With all sense of humility, I am proud of the progress we have made in 4 months. I am also confident that although the progress may be slow, we are on the right path towards realizing our collective dream for a better River State. I acknowledge that the achievements we have recorded and the progress made would not have been possible without your enduring support and the significant roles you all played in different capacity, whether as legislator, judicial officers, political and opinion leaders, royal fathers, civil servants, the clergy, professionals, business men and women, youth, and ordinary citizens. I assure you that we will continue to build on what we have achieved. Neither would we fail to prioritize security, comfort, and welfare of our people, prosperity of our people. As they say, be all and end all of our administration. Our goal is to build a strong, resilient, and sustainable economic system to advance the security and well-being of all who live and do business in our state. I have been inspired by your unconditional love and support to never give up and to rather work harder to deliver more quality social economic projects and services to our state and make life more meaningful for all. Looking back, we had put River State first and getting things done for everyone. And I am excited, as you are, what we have achieved together in the past 1 year, but in bracket 4 months. Finally, as I look forward to another fulfilling year of working with everyone to make our beloved state the greatest state in Nigeria, let me appeal to the opposition that we need peace and security, not crisis and trauma, for River State to develop, grow from strength to strength, and occupy its pride of place in the Committee of States as the best place to visit, to work, to do business, and to raise our children. It's on this note, it is my privilege to thankfully present our administration. You call it 1 year scorecard, but I say 4 months report card, as a symbol of our commitment of transparency, accountability, effective service delivery. Once again, on behalf of my wife, we appreciate and remain grateful to all of you for the opportunity to serve our state and work hard to deliver these issues that matters most to the quality of life and those of our children. Let me thank every one of you and may God bless you all. Thank you and God bless you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that was a comprehensive and detailed account of stewardship rendered by His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the unveiling of the scorecard. May I respectfully invite to join His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, and support him as he unveils the scorecard. May I invite the chairman of this occasion, distinguished Senator John Azuta Mbata, also to support His Excellency as a former governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Sir Dr. Peter Odili, CON GSSRS, and his wife, Her Excellency Honorable Justice Mary Odili, JSC retired, also working hand in hand with His Excellency to unveil the scorecard is the Deputy Governor of Rivers State, Her Excellency Professor Mrs. Ngozi Maodo, DSSRS. The Speaker, Rivers State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Victor Okojumbo, will be joining His Excellency the Chief Judge of Rivers State, my Lord Honorable Justice Simeon Chibuzo Amadi, DSSRS, and the President, Customary Court of Appeal, Rivers State, my Lord the Honorable Justice Ihemnacho Wilfred Opuzo, DSSRS. May I now respectfully invite the Governor of Rivers State to step forward in unveiling the scorecard. His Excellency Sir Siminalaye Fubara, Grand Service Star of Rivers State.
Do you believe? Oh, I believe.
Governor Fubara about to officially unveil his scorecard, and he's being flanked by the chairman on the occasion and of course other dignitaries. Earlier in his speech, he has reeled out the numerous achievements of his administration under 1 year, and he had said that apart from the Ring Road, Port Harcourt Road, which was funded by borrowed money, other projects are being funded by accumulated savings. That is talking about infrastructure. And right now, he's about to unveil his scorecard for the people of Rivers State.
So we prepared it for 1 year. So what we have here is a simple record of our activity, the grounds that we have covered, gains made, and also areas that we are still transversing. The record might not have completely everything, but it gives you an idea of where we were when we came in, where this administration has taken the government of Rivers State to, and a picture of how the future will look like. Let me, on this note, with every one of you that are here to support me, unveil this to the glory of God. Thank you.
His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, Grand Servitor of Rivers State, unveiling the scorecard of the first year of his administration.
The things that are impossible, the things that money cannot buy, they are the things that he has done for me. What my father cannot do, what my mother cannot do, he has already taken on. Almighty Father, to you. Father, receive what I know. Savior, receive what I know.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that was the unveiling of the scorecard of the first year of His Excellency Siminalayi Fubara, Grand Servitor of Rivers State. We still have an interactive session just after now, so please, if we have any questions for any sector or on any sector of our economy that would want to ask His Excellency and members of his Executive Council, please kindly note them down or signify, and we will be attending to you. Thank you so much. We'll be taking questions after now, and distribution copies of the scorecard will be done right now. Thank you so much. Please, let's put our hands together for Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're now down to the interactive session. We know that members of the public may have a few questions for the administration of His Excellency. Please, if you have a question, kindly indicate, and we will bring the microphone to you. or you could write them down on a paper and we'll read them out. Thank you so much.
We just watched the unveiling and distribution of copies of Governor Siminalaye's scorecard, and in his speech he had talked about his achievement under 1 year in office, which has to do with education, health, and economic growth, security, staff welfare in the state. And on health, Governor noted that healthcare delivery is a priority in his administration, hence the rehabilitation of hospital to care for the health needs of the people, and that over 35 primary health care centers in the state are up and running. On education, Fubara had mentioned that he has funded over 8 schools, both primary, secondary and tertiary institution in the state. And of course he mentioned that he also funded the law school in Bayelsa State.
All right, the presentation of the scorecard of Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara there. That's a man who is confident that his administration is working. All right, we just got information that the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria just arrived the Abuja metro station there for the launch for commercialization purposes. So let's see if we can quickly just connect to that end.
You may be seated. Thank you very much. Yes, the old national anthem has already been signed into law today, and the President has assented to that bill. So you heard the old national anthem, Nigeria, we hail thee. Could we settle down, please? His Excellency is in the room. Please settle down. Please settle down. Thank you very much. His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His Excellency, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Excellency Kashim Shettima. His Excellency, President of the Senate, Distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio. Excellency, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. Deputy Senate President, Excellency, Distinguished Senator Barau Ibrahim Jibrin. His Excellency, Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu Okezie. Top-ranking members of the National Assembly, Chief Justice of the Federation, Honorable Justice Ariwola, His Excellency Senator George Akume, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Right Honorable Gbajabiamila, Chief of Staff to the President, APC Party Chairman Dr. Umaru Ganduje, members of the Federal Executive Council, Chief Hosts, Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, Honorable Minister of the FCT, Dr. Mariam Mahmoud, Honorable Minister of State of the FCT, Special Advisors and Special Assistants to Mr. President, top-level members of the judiciary here present, representative of the Sultan of Sokoto, Professor Ishaq Oloyede, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Musa, the Inspector General of Police, representatives of service chiefs here present, captains of industry, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Chairman, FCT Service Commission, Executive Secretary, FCDA, the Head of Service, FCDA, Mandate Secretaries, Permanent Secretaries, FCT, and Area Council Chairman, FCT, traditional and religious leaders here present, the representative of the honor of Abuja, CECC management, contractors for this rail line, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, Mr. President, we welcome you to this Abuja metro station. I want to welcome you all to a transportation experience never before seen in the FCT. My name is Eugenia Abu. I'm a multimedia strategy expert, broadcaster, and writer. I'm super excited to be your guide this morning. This is because I love train rides, and they confer a special transportation elixir on the travelers. Today, we gather here, Your Excellency, for the presidential flag-off of the commencement of the commercial operation of the Abuja Rail Mass Transit System, rehabilitated under the present administration. It's a new dawn of transportation in the FCT, and how delightful it is that I would be able to take the light rail from here to the airport. It is heartwarming. Trains are excitable and gives us the opportunity to see communities along the route unknown to some, and to savor the sheer beauty of our flora and fauna, our countryside. Welcome to the metro station in the Central Business District. But let's pause and truly welcome you, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to one of several projects in the FCT to be commissioned and flagged off by His Excellency, Mr. President, in commemoration of his 1-year anniversary of the administration of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. We commence activities this morning with a project overview, this afternoon, with a project overview by Mandate Secretary, FCT Transportation Secretariat, Right Honorable Barrister Chinedum Elechi.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, Your Excellencies, please permit me to rely on the several layers of protocol already well established. Today is a happy day for the Transportation Secretariat on this historical milestone of the commencement of commercial operations of Phase 1 of the Abuja Rail Mass Transit System, rehabilitated under the administration of the Honorable Minister, Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Ezenwa Nyesom-Wike, CON. Your Excellency, Mr. President, will recall that it was only 9 months ago, in August 2023, at the Nigerian Bar Association Conference, Abuja, that Mr. President gave the Honorable Minister the charge to make sure that what is happening here today comes to reality. The Rail Management Project was awarded in 2007 and had a trial operation from September 2018 to March 2020 after completion. However, the COVID-19 pandemic affected the continuous trial operation, coupled with massive vandalization of key components, which resulted in the system not operational since 2020. It is in line with His Excellency, Mr. President's directives that the hard-working and focused Minister of the FCT commenced rehabilitation of the Abuja Rail Mass Transit System, which is now ready for a full and final takeoff of the commercial operation after its inauguration by Mr. President today. The system has 12 trains, each with a capacity to accommodate a minimum of 700 passengers. Each train is designed to run a minimum of 14 trips per day, meaning that one train can transport approximately 9,800 passengers per day. The 2 lots, that is Lot 1A from Idu Station to Bazango and Lot 3 from Metro Station to Airport, will operate 2 trains each simultaneously every day, which brings a total passenger count to 39,200. And in 25 operational days in a month, it will be approximately 980,000 commuters. To effectively commence the commercial operations of the Abuja Road Mass Transit, the Honorable Minister FCT has constructed access roads and car parks in the 12 stations of the rail mass system. Right now, they're all functional. Little wonder that the Honorable Minister FCT is called Mr. Project. We say without any fear of contradiction that beyond any shadow of doubt, the Honorable Minister has shown both capacity for the job and loyalty to Mr. President. On behalf of the Transportation Secretariat, we welcome all our guests and invite His Excellencies, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, and entourage to sit back, relax, and enjoy the hospitality of the Honorable Minister FCT and the Honorable Minister of State FCT. Thank you and God bless.
Honorable Elechi has given us what to expect for this Abuja rail line from this metro station. Your Excellency, Mr. President, the nation shares in the excitement of this commencement of commercial operations of the Abuja rail mass transit system, rehabilitated under the present FCT administration. FCT citizens cannot contain their joy. And of course, the Honorable Minister of the FCT and the Honorable Minister of State have had sleepless nights in the last 1 year just getting us where we are today. Let's hear a round of applause for both of them. Great job. I'm also aware that there's an express service, Your Excellency, to feed the airport for those who are going and those who are also going to the Idu National Station, going to Kaduna, and the same way back. And we're aware that the Ministry of the FCT is also giving us reason to celebrate by gifting us 2 months free ride on this train. We thank you so very much. I'm aware of State FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmood, who will now deliver her vote of thanks. Honorable Minister. Let's encourage her.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, permit me to stand on well-established protocol. On behalf of the Federal Capital Territory Administration and its residents, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, for once again honoring us with his presence in this special occasion. Your Excellencies, we sincerely extend our heartfelt gratitude for joining us on this momentous occasion, the flag off of the commercial operation of the Abuja Light Rail. On behalf of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, I want to express our sincere appreciation to all the dignitaries that are here for honoring us with their presence and for their invaluable contributions to the realization of this significant milestone. Specifically, the FCT administration extends its gratitude to the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, the Senate President, Senator Goodwill Akpabio, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, as well as all members of the Parliament, also members of the Federal Executive Council for their invaluable support for this great administration. Today marks not only the integration of the modern transportation system, but also a testament to the power of collaboration and determination in bringing about positive change. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the entire team involved in planning, designing, constructing, and now operating these remarkable feats. Your hard work, dedication, and unwavering commitment has made this day a possible one. To the residents of Abuja and beyond, I extend our gratitude for your support throughout this journey. The Abuja Light Rail is not just a mode of transportation, it is a symbol of progress, connectivity, and accessibility for all. As we embark on this new chapter, let us continue to work together to harness the full potential of this infrastructure to the benefit of our community and generation to come. Thank you once again. Thank you everybody for coming and contributing your own quota to make this a reality. Once again, we thank you, Mr. President, for this honor and appreciate everyone that is present here for being part of this historic moment. Thank you. May God bless you all. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister of State delivering her vote of thanks there. Your Excellency, sir, very distinguished personalities here gathered. I'd like to crave your indulgence, sir, to ask all the journalists without a State House ID card to note that they would not be able to go down to the train station. The cameras that you have, if you do not have the State House ID, both as a reporter and as a cameraman or camera woman, you cannot go down to the train station. Also, all aides of honorable ministers and other distinguished personalities will not be going down with the personalities who will be joining Mr. President for the commencement of the train ride. So let me repeat that. All aides will remain behind. The security of Mr. President is enough cover for everyone. Your Excellency, in order for us to have a truly organized event, I'd like to again crave your indulgence to quickly name those who would be going with Mr. President. I'd like to state very quickly that everyone in the first row would be going. Of course, we also have the leadership of the National Assembly, the distinguished President of the Senate, his deputy, and other leadership of the National Assembly, as well as Chairman Senate Committee on FCT, Senator representing FCT, and Chairman Senate Committee on FCT Area Councils and Ancillary Matters. In the House of Representatives is the leadership of the House of Representatives. And we also have Chairman House Committee on FCT, Chairman House Committee on FCT Area Councils, and Chairman, Honorable Member representing FCT will also be going. From the judiciary, we have Honorable Justice Olukayode Ariwola, Chief Justice of the Federation, Honorable Justice Monica Dongba Menson, President Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice John Tehemba Toho, Chief Judge, Federal High Court of Nigeria, Honorable Justice Benedict Kanyip, President, National Industrial Court of Nigeria. The Chief Judge, FCT High Court, are also invited to join. All members of the Federal Executive Council, and they will be led by the Honorable Minister of the FCT and the Honorable Minister of State FCT. Security chiefs, we have the Chief of Defense Staff, we have the representatives of other service chiefs, and of course the Inspector General of Police. We also have with us the FCT Area Council Chairman. We have joining Mr. President, the representative of His Eminence the Sultan of Sokoto and the representative of the President of Cannes. We have captains of industry, and I already see the representative of Alhaji Aliko Dangote and other captains of industry here present. Members of the diplomatic corps, His Excellency Mr. Salim Saeed Aishamsi, Ambassador of the United Arab Emirates to Nigeria. His Excellency, the representative of the High Commissioner for the United Kingdom. His Excellency, the representative of the Ambassador of Italy to Nigeria. His Excellency, representative of the Ambassador of the United States, and the representative of the Ambassador of China in Nigeria, the Minister Counselor. We have joining Mr. President, the Accountant General of the Federation, the Governor of the Central Bank, and the Director General, DMO. We have also joining the National Chairman, All Progressives Congress. We also have the Chief of Staff to the Honorable Minister, FCT, Honorable Chidi Amadi, Dr. Emeka Eze, Chairman, FCT Civil Service Commission, Dr. Udo Atang, Head of FCT Civil Service, Engineer Shehu Hadi Ahmad, Executive Secretary, FCDA. We have also management of CCECC Nigeria Limited, the Chairman, Managing Director, Deputy Managing Director, and Executive Director. We have management of ARMT Operator, the Managing Director, Messrs. Nexant Consulting Limited, TOKS, Amingbade. And that is the list of those who would be going with Mr. President. Shall I remind you, please, that only those in the first row will go with Mr. President to cut the tape. And when he cuts the tape, after his speech, he will return to his seat, and those whom I have named will go to the train and wait for him to join them. Please take note of that announcement. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for granting me the opportunity to make those announcements. It is at this time, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that I announce a man that has been described as Mr. Project. Together with the Minister of State, Dr. Maria Mahmood, the FCT Minister has already welcomed you, showing off his pedigree of infrastructural wizardry and dexterity with a major interest in improving the lot of FCT residents and citizens. Please help me give a warm Abuja welcome to Mr. Project, the indefatigable Honorable Minister of the FCT, Ezenwo Nyesom Wike.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, the Senate President, the Right Honorable Speaker, my Lord, the Chief Justice of the Federation, may I rely on the existing protocol. Your Excellency, the Mandate Secretary Transportation has given the brief description of what we're expected to see today. I will just try to put everything in proper perspective. I thank God that the President of the Nigerian Bar Association is here. It was his occasion, which you were duly invited to declare open the annual conference of the Nigerian Bar Association in 2023. Barely a month in office, I was sworn in with the Minister of State, 21st of August, 2023. Then between that time and September, we had the annual bar conference. And it was at that conference, Mr. President said, our dear chief host, our landlord, I want to ride on the metro line. Do not give me land. All I want is to ride on the metro line. Which means Your Excellency knows that there exists of a metro line. But why do you say you want to ride on it? Because it was not operational. And that was why you said you want to ride on it. If it was operational, you wouldn't have given that directive, because it was not operational, and you gave a marching order that we must make it to be operational for the interest of the residents of Abuja. Thereafter, Mr. President, we came back because it was that directive that spurred us to action. We never knew that this was the situation. And when we came back, we had to ask the Transport Secretariat what happened that the metro line was not in use. And they said it was commissioned around 2017, 2018. And one of the things that inhibited the operation was that how could you have built train stations without access roads? Take for example, if I'm living in Idu and I want to use Idu station, how do I go to Idu station? There's no road to Idu station. So there's no way people could have access to the train station. And that was why the issue of becoming operational was not there. And so when he said he wanted to ride on the train station, we came back And when I said, look, what are we going to do? We called the executive secretary of FCDA and said, look, the president has directed that he wants to ride on this train station. And we calculated from that period till he had 1 year in office, how many months? There are about 9 months. And we said, is it possible that we can actualize this assignment within 9 months? Of course, Mr. President, the contract for the rehabilitation of this railway was given in 2018. 2018. And it was awarded at the cost of $30 billion. And that was not paid. It was a directive that we had to plead with the central bank, plead with the Minister of Finance and the Accountant General. They all came together to say, look, support us. This is the directive Mr. President has given. And I can tell you that the Governor of Central Bank and his team did everything and paid that money to CCECC. So I want to, with your kind permission, ask the Governor of Central Bank and his team to take a bow. Thank you very much. The Minister of Finance to also take a bow. And the Accountant General of the Federation to also take a bow. Without their support, it wouldn't have been possible. Having finished paying that, now what do we do with the roads? The cost of those roads was 7 lots cost us 21.4 billion naira. As I speak to you today, all those roads are completed. Car parks for people to use to the various train stations. So what we're doing today is not that we are commissioning metro. No. And people, because I have heard people say that this has been commissioned before. What was commissioned is the metro station, not the operational. Because you can't have a train station when it is not in use. So it was a directive. That is why we're here today. The last government awarded to CCECC to train those who will operate these trains at the cost of $128 million to train our people for 29 months. So we came back and we called the company. It is like you want to sabotage the business of this metro line. Where are we going to get $128 million? Which people are you training? Are you training all of them in China or where? Your Excellency, we sat down with them and said, no, it's not possible. We renegotiated with them. Today, they brought it down to $75 million, which means we have saved not less than $50 million. 128 approved by Federal Executive Council in the last administration. For me, today is the happiest day. We are talking about the New Hope Agenda. What is the New Hope Agenda? Giving back hope to the people. That's what it means. So it is a reality. What you are saying today is a reality. People will not be happy that I can come to the city and go back. Those who want to watch football match will take the train down to the next train station, walk down to the Moshood Abiola Stadium, finish the match, go back to the train station, and go back to their houses. So when people talk about the New Hope, it's as if it is just mere talk. It's a reality. And we want to use Abuja to showcase that the New Hope Agenda is real, is working, and is practical. So, Mr. President, this is part of promise made and promise fulfilled. On this note, I invite you to please talk to us and flag up the commercial operation of this. Thank you and God bless you.
Please have your seat.
the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, the Senate President, and the Speaker, House of Representatives. The Chief Justice of the Federation, Deputy Senate President, Deputy Speaker, House of Reps, President of the Court of Appeal, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Honorable Ministers, here present, the Governor of Central Bank and his team, members of the Cabinet, have had the Honorable Minister of FCT going tribute to teamship, your collaboration, cooperation, and assistance to make today a reality. To the Royal Fathers, the service chiefs, senior government officials, I say thank you very much. Today marks the milestone of our march towards enduring progress as a country, most especially in Abuja capital, Federal Capital Territory. As we gather here to commemorate the 4th anniversary of my administration, we are also celebrating the fruit of collaboration, dedication, progress, and foresightedness. It is my immense pride and gratitude that I stand before you to flag off the relaunch of commercial operation of the Abuja Mass Transit Rail Program, known commonly as Abuja Metro. The Abuja Metro was inherited by my administration from my predecessor. It was first commissioned in 2018 for public use, but this is not to be. COVID-19 struck. The train service was abandoned, vandalized then. Disused and abused. When we came to office, in my desire to have a functional and flourishing federal capital with efficient public infrastructure and transportation, I will serve the people who live and work within the city and the surrounding communities. I made a request, a public request, and a challenge to Nyesom Wike. Today, then I did not know that he will be able to deliver this project on time. I said, don't give me land. Mr. Landlord, give me the assurance that I will be able to ride on the metro line. He laughed, nodded his head. I am very proud that today you deliver on that promise. Now, if you give me land, you have fulfilled your promise. The commencement of this project is a dream come true for all of us. Am I ever not surprised, given the track record of the minister? This accomplishment by FCT administration is a demonstration of serious commitment to value the charter that we all should embrace in this country. Mr. Project, I say thank you very much to you and your team. In keeping with the ideals of the Renew Hope agenda, you have, with your team, demonstrated unusual capacity to really include people. Thank you very much once again. The huge investment that you've saved and you've put on this project is there for the people to remember. Transportation, it gives you hope and access to the various individuals and organizations. But here we are at the last review. The access roads to the various stations of the route is not being done. But today, we are proudly saying you are truly serving the nation. And that is part of a critical element of our new national anthem adopted. It's all about service. You are proud to serve your motherland. Thank you. Abuja Light Rail Metro stands as a symbol of progress, connectivity, inclusivity. It signifies our determination to modernize our transportation infrastructure, reduce traffic congestion in the city, and enhance accessibility to all residents, be it visitors within and outside Abuja. Today, what we have in the Federal Capital Territory is another piece of evidence that we are a government that delivers on promises. I observe keenly other milestones that this administration have achieved especially in the areas of social services and other public utilities. Our dear landlord and esteemed, I heard you saying 2 months free ride. I appeal to you to make it till the end of the year. Free ride. Since today you are not going to charge me, thank you, give the people hope and reasons to celebrate. Thank you very much for listening.
His Excellency has gifted us more free rides. We thank you, sir. A round of applause for His Excellency. Thank you so very much. Only the front row will be here to cut the tape. His Excellency, Mr. President, will return to his seat after now, and then all of us will go to the train and wait for him.
The glory of God and the visible commitment to the service of our people. The commercial operation of the metro line is hereby declared operational.
His Excellency has flagged off the commencement of commercial use of the Abuja light rail. We congratulate the Minister of the FCT and his Minister of State. All those in the front row will return to their seats. In the front row will return to their seats and keep Mr. President company. And then we will invite all others to return to the train. And I will call you in batches. At this point, I would like to crave the indulgence of Mr. President, the Vice President, and all those in the first row to take the national anthem now. Mr. President will remain seated, and I will invite every other person to go to the train, and then he will join. Your Excellency, Mr. President, sir, the national anthem. Thank you very much, Brigade of Guards. We may be seated now. Mr. President will be seated, and all those in the front row will be seated. Here is the list of those accompanying Mr. President in batches. I'd like to start straight away with the leadership of the National Assembly. The leadership of the National Assembly. Everybody in the front row will remain seated and keep Mr. President company. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, sir. The leadership of the Senate. The leadership of the House of Representatives. This is to include the Senator representing FCT, Chairman House Committee FCT.
Joshua, please don't help Nigeria get a seat. More than help us push it. So you've got this list already, right? We'll let you know from which state.
I don't know.
Anyways, we'll let you know.
All right, the inauguration there of the Abuja Metro Line operation there being inaugurated by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Another resounding milestone that this administration can deliver on its mandate of renewed hope agenda. Of course, we had the Minister of the FCT said renewed hope is indeed a reality, a promise made and a promise kept there. A project, of course, the President and the Minister admitted inherited from the past administration, which was not operational, but now we're seeing that it's going to be operational. And good news, of course, the free train service will last till the end of the year. You know, it was supposed to be just for 2 months, but the President has demonstrated his commitment to ensuring that transforming transportation in the country, of course, is for the good of all Nigerians. Talking about renewed hope, Victor, this is a clear demonstration, just like the President told the Minister of the FCT, that when you talk about demonstration, commitment rather to value, the FCT Minister has shown that commitment to value to the people, something, or rather an attribute every other person, you know, or should I say his foot soldiers should embrace. What do you think?
Well, I think so. Leadership is by example. And if the President says, oh, instead of 2 months, I appeal to you, make it 6 months.
Okay, Victor, let's just see what's happening there. The President is expected to go to the train, expected to, you know, take a ride on the train together with the other dignitaries there and the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Let's get some ambience to know what's happening there.
Chief of Staff to the Honorable Minister, Dr. Emeka Eze, Chairman FCT Civil Service Commission, Dr. Udo Atang, Head of FCT Civil Service, Engineer Shehu Ahmad, Executive Secretary, FCDA, Management of CCECC, Nigeria Limited, Jason Zhang, Chairman, Managing Director, Deputy Managing Director, Executive Director, Managing Director, Messrs. Nexant Consulting Limited. Please make your way to the train if I have mentioned your name, and Mr. President will join you shortly. The rest of us will please remain seated. Please remain seated. Thank you very much. Remember that only State House cameramen and State House reporters can join in the train. Would like to thank Mr. President for his patience. As soon as this place is cleared, we will invite the Commander-in-Chief and the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, along, of course, with the Honorable Minister of the FCT, who would be making their way to the train after this place is cleared. And if the central bank governor is in the room, please, he should make his way quickly. He has already left. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to invite His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as he makes his way for the train ride to the airport. Your Excellency, the Vice President, it's always good to see you, sir.
I will give you. Yes, please. Even if I don't have the light rail trains over there, we can have this certificate. We were here when the light rail came.
All right, history has been made again. A day to, look back on the renewed hope agenda of the present administration. There you have it, the inauguration of Abuja Metro Line being operationalized for commercial purposes. And I'm sure Nigerians are very happy, Victor, with the extension of free rail services till the end of the year. I'm going to take advantage of that.
Well, I'll also look towards making use of that metro line. I know I've been on the one from Idu to Rigasa, Idu to the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, but I haven't seen what this is like, and I'm itching and raring to go.
Yeah, we saw the president there, dignitaries there, you know, already making way into the rail line. Of course, we're expecting that any moment from now, that train will be in motion. We don't know to where exactly, but it's just good to have a feel of the train services. Demonstration, you know, of this administration when we're talking transformation for infrastructure and transportation. Victor, we saw the CNG initiative by the president, a vision, you know, of course, to reduce the cost of transportation. And of course, the CNG initiative, they say safe, is cheaper and reliable, and of course, climate friendly. That's another initiative, you know, to boost transportation for this administration. Victor, you want to respond to that before we bring in
well, I think that's still work in progress, and by the time it comes into fruition as it should be, I'm sure it's something that Nigerians will love to have, because for a change, it's going to be environment friendly, it's going to be cost effective, it's going to be something new generally, and we'll like something new.
Okay, so Victor is actually our interior correspondent. When you're talking Ministry of Interior, of course, you know immigration, the NSCDC, the fire service, and of course, Nigeria Correctional Service. We also have two of our correspondents just joined us in the studio, and together we want to dissect or review some of the reforms, you know, under the Tinubu administration in the past 1 year. These are the men and the women who has, you know, they've been on the field for quite some time. So, of course, they're in the best position to give us insight into what has been happening. I'll start with a lady, Naja'atu Tijani, our defense correspondent, very agile lady when you see her on the field. Naja'atu, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Ruth. Don't make people expect me to run up and down or do cartwheels or frog jump.
All right. We also have the power man, Joshua Ojito. Joshua, there's so many questions you're going to be answering when it comes to power. That's one critical sector, and you know, for this administration. All right. I just got information that the train is on motion right now. Let's see that. If we can have that on the screen, let's see that. Okay, as soon as we get that, we'll put that for you so you just see that in motion. Victor, I'll come back to you. Let's hear from our defense correspondent, the aspect of security, which is also part of the 8 priority areas of the present administration, the renewed hope mandate. Security has been on the forefront. And when we want to look at the achievement in terms of investment in the security architecture and engagement, you know, of the military, or rather the defense personnel, what would you say so far, looking back 1 year till now?
Well, there are a lot of angles to take that from, but I want us to, since we're talking about going down memory lane, let's take a look at what is happening in neighboring countries first, in order for Nigerians to understand the context and how far our military and our defense architecture has evolved in a year. If you look at what is happening in Chad, in Mali, in Burkina Faso, in Niger being the most recent, you'll understand that the military in Africa has, well, according to history, always interfered, so to speak, in governance. But I want to quickly retrace to what President Tinubu said. Let's hold that thought. I'll get back to it. This morning at the National Assembly, President Tinubu made a loaded statement, one which people may not fully understand. He said, I want to congratulate all Nigerians for 25 years of uninterrupted democracy, democratic rule. Having said that, Nigeria is a country which has a very powerful military. The Nigerian military is one of the most powerful on the continent, and the Nigerian Air Force is slated to be the 3rd most powerful, tipped to be the 3rd most powerful. The Nigerian Navy, which is also celebrating its 68th anniversary, is also one of the most powerful navies, contributing largely to regional security in the maritime domain, especially the Gulf of Guinea. Now, when you look at how powerful these militaries are, one cannot help but appreciate the fact that if they wanted to, they would interfere, just like what is happening in the other neighboring countries, which I just mentioned. But every military has had to evolve, and the Nigerian military has evolved to the extent that rather than interfere, it is carrying out its mandate the way it's supposed to be, which is to protect and to serve. And with President Tinubu as the commander-in-chief, you will see that in a year, a lot of strides have been made. The military has evolved, but in the past 1 year, it has evolved now more than ever.
Okay.
Let me just complete that thought,
okay,
so that
you
you get the context, because, you know, I talked about what President Tinubu said, and of course, how far the military has come in a year. Now, in this year alone, I had the opportunity to interview the Minister of Defense, who also made this statement when he was giving the scorecard of the Ministry of Defense, that in a year, more than 9,000 terrorists have been eliminated.
Yeah.
Their camps have been destroyed. Their enclaves, their strongholds have been destroyed. Now, 7,000 of them have also been arrested or voluntarily surrendered. When they saw how commanders had been decimated, they came out in scores to surrender. And then under this administration, more than 4,000 people have also kidnapped, you know, hostages have been set free. People who were slaves, so to speak, of these terrorists, people who were taken against their will, people who have been, you know, just casualties of the insurgency, but have been under captivity. More than 4,000 of them have been set free. So when you look at what it has done in the span of the year, and we're not even talking about equipment and platforms yet.
You know, that's another critical aspect, Najat. We also saw the launch of the 50 billion naira Polako initiative, you know, for 7 states to combat cattle rustling and, of course, banditry. But that's on one side. We're still talking infrastructure, because today, actually, we're seeing the launch, or rather the inauguration, or some people say it's a relaunch, the inauguration of the Abuja metro line. When we're looking at transformation in infrastructure, this administration, of course, it's at the core of it. And we've just been informed that the rail line is on motion. That's another critical aspect. Earlier, Victor, we were just looking at the CNG initiative, the presidential CNG initiative. Just sometimes, some few weeks back, we had 200 units of those CNG buses were supposed, that's the first phase of the project, was supposed, you know, to be launched following this May 29 inauguration day. For an administration, of course, that places priority for infrastructure. We'll get to the power man shortly. We just want to quickly look at this infrastructure critically, because transportation, of course, open the way for accessibility, economic activities also to thrive.
Well, I like that this administration is taking transport a bit seriously. You know that Abuja, one challenge that Abuja has is a transportation system that works. You find that from point A to point B, if you are not going by drop, that's on the road, there are places you can't go to.
Yeah.
So I like that this administration has taken that in its strides with options. You have the metro line, you can now move from, you know, the heart of Abuja to the airport by train. Good. And then the CNG buses will come, and I understand that they are going to plug gaps that we have, you know, at the moment in the transportation system by road, which is also another thing. And so Nigerians, or those who live in Abuja, Abuja residents particularly, because this is where we are about to experience something different in transportation. But I also understand it's not going to be only an Abuja thing. Stations will be, you know, you have stations for the CNG fuel and all of that.
Even for the
in
electric
other
vehicles.
states, you have all of them. And so it's easy to feel the impact of government's initiatives in this regard across the country.
Indeed, and the conversion is what Nigerians are particularly interested about. It's cost intensive, but we're hoping and, you know, it's renewed hope actually that it will be subsidized. But of course, there's been clarity, and commitment that this is an initiative that must be rolled out. And the target, of course, Victor, is having 1 million, of the CNG vehicles by 2027. This is a good initiative. Let's quickly delve to the power, which is also part of the infrastructure we're talking about. Now, Joshua, the power sector, Nigerians have their eyes on it, fixed on it. It's just like you looking at a bulb and you don't want it to go off. For you, were there times those bulbs just went off?
Power sector is just like blood to the economy of any nation. When there is no blood, definitely that nation will not function. So that is how critical power sector is. And in the last 12 months of this administration, you will quite agree with me that a lot has happened in the sector, from legislation to executive commitment of interventions, how to improve this sector. Now, in the last 12 months, you agree with me that this administration is now beginning, or Nigeria is now beginning to address the root cause of power challenge in Nigeria, and that is what? From the foundation. Nigerian power sector is designed in such a way that the entire country rely on one national grid. But this administration now took a bold step, that is talking about legislation, by amending the law and also the constitution, altering the constitution, so that subnationals and even local government can also participate in the electricity market.
That is, establish their own state.
So what I mean,
power.
instead of us to rely on the whole national grid, maybe for 5,000 generation, in this case, any state that so wish can go into the market and also generate its own electricity, unlike in the past, whereby no state is allowed to do that. So this is a major achievement in the sector. If this will be properly implemented, the cases of grid collapse that we used to hear, if it happen, it might be for some states, where some state will continue to enjoy their supply. And now talking about generation and also transmission and then distribution, a lot is happening in the sector. And just like I said, Nigeria, it is now time that we need to have an energy basket. By energy basket, we mean a situation whereby we harness all our sources of energy. Let every region or every state take advantage of its own potential. For instance, areas whereby they are so rich in solar, they can go solar. For areas where there is much of gas, they can go on gas. For the North Central, whereby we have a lot of hydro dams, they can go on hydro. By the time that we diversify these energy sources, in that case, you will just switch your light, you switch your bulb, and there will be electricity. So the power sector in Nigeria is work in progress. And in the last 12 months, we can say there is deliberate step to address the challenge of the power sector. We might not be there yet, but with steps taken so far, we believe we'll be there.
Indeed, and part of the work in progress we saw was the unbundling of the TCN, that's the Transmission Company of Nigeria, which establishes the Nigerian Independent System Operator. Some experts have welcomed it, that it's a right step in the right direction, but also there's the aspect of, community or rather citizens' participation every time we hear of vandalism of some of these government assets, which is quite unfortunate. When you hear the grid collapse, a lot of Nigerians are always like, where is this national grid that keeps collapsing? And vandals also play one, a role that is not pleasant at all. You want to make clarification on that?
When you're talking about national grid, or when you're talking about grid collapse, just like you said, one will wonder, where is this grid located that it keeps collapsing? The issue of grid or national grid, we are just talking about the tree tripod or the tripod upon which Nigerian electricity supply is standing. That is, we're talking about the generation. When you generate, you transmit. When you transmit, you distribute. When you distribute, then you get to end users. So it is this chain that is the national grid. It's not that it is standing somewhere. So in this case, when there is generation, enough generation, and we are not consuming what we are generating, You may be hearing of cases of load rejection by distribution companies. Why are they rejecting load? It's because of poor investment in networks. Yeah. Maybe there is no transformer in some areas, so there's no way they will now receive that electricity to distribute to you. So, and when they are generating, the generating companies are generating, but no one is taking the power, then definitely there will not be equilibrium. Okay. And when there's no equilibrium, definitely grid will collapse. And also the issue of vandalism and the rest.
Joshua, I'd like you to hold that thought. Of course, while they are dealing with the challenges, we know there were also inauguration of some KVA projects. We'll pick up with that. Of course, you know, it's May 29, and you know, states also, some states are also recognizing this day as inauguration day. So we want to find out what is happening in Plateau State, and our correspondent Caleb is already standing by to fill us in. Caleb, we've had stories or reports, if you want to put it, of what the present governor of Plateau State is doing for the people in terms of reforms, in terms of innovation. But you are the man there on the field. You are the man directly involved with some of these initiatives. So please tell us what has been happening in the past 1 year.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. I think Plateau State has indeed made its mark in the last 1 year. And we've had cause to interact with some of the government officials, and they have indeed narrated, indeed identified some of the areas that, yes, this government has intervened in, especially the issue of road network. Road network was something that the government hit the ground running immediately. It came, you know, on May 29th last year. So that was the first thing that the people saw on ground. And opening areas is something that, you know, it's a welcome development, because it does not only link communities that are nearby, but it links almost everyone that comes to the city of, especially the city of Jos. So many road networks have been opened. And then recently we've seen the introduction of the metro buses, one of its kind. It's something that the people welcomed with open arms because of the challenges of transportation, because of the cost of transportation. So it has really reduced the hardship, and the people are indeed happy for it. One of the areas that the state has been grappling with is insecurity, and that is what the government has really done something about. The government has visited all the areas that were hitherto affected by, you know, insurgency and crisis. So there are moves to rehabilitate the people. There are moves to get them back to their farms. The government has distributed fertilizer. The government is taking the machinery of agriculture to the farms because the people are afraid to go back to their farms. So the government has given them the input. The government is taking in tractors and all they know to tilt the lands for them to be able to go and farm, because without agriculture, you know, survival is very, very hard. So many interventions, you know, here and there.
Caleb, it's good you just reeled out some of those achievements by the state government there. Quite impressive, I would say, not without its challenges on one hand, but when a government is working and leaving legacies, we should commend it, right? For you, have you had interaction with the people? What is it like for them 1 year after putting the governor of their choice in power? What was their thoughts?
Sorry, can I hear you? I can't hear you.
Okay, I said, have you had interaction with the people of Plateau State? What did they express to you? That is, if you had that conversation with them, what do they think so far about the achievements or whatever it is happening in Plateau State? What do they think about the man in power 1 year after?
Oh yes, like I said, the people are excited. The people, what you hear is that, no, we've not seen this in a very, very long time. What they think is that, no, the government has come to really get them out of the miry clay where they have been stuck before. So that is it. The people are really, really happy because as we mentioned things like roads, we mentioned things like fertilizer, we mentioned things like the metro buses, we mentioned, it's an interstate thing. We also have the government intervening in even not only the metropolis, but then they have vehicles that ply Jos, Abuja, and that is something that has not happened for a long time. So the people are indeed happy. The people are hopeful that more things are in store for them. So I think that's it. Everybody you talk to, very few people, I don't know, but I've not had any negative comments on what is happening on ground.
Indeed, governance is work in progress, and we want to believe that the pace or the speed the government, the present administration of Plateau State has set out to put there will be sustained. Sustainability is very key. This is just 1 year and we're seeing all these achievements reeled out. Thank you very much, Caleb, for that insight there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, our correspondent there from Plateau State giving us insight as to what the present administration there for Plateau State has been doing so far 1 year on. We'll reconnect, we'll connect to other correspondents across the country to hear what has been happening in the past 1 year as regard achievement. Of course, it's PBAT at 1. Najatu, one critical aspect that Caleb mentioned was the issue of security. And earlier I asked you about community engagement, intelligence gathering, which is something that has been an advocacy for a long time. That commitment, even from community heads and the people engaging, sharing that information is very important. You've been on the field. Are you conversant, with the conversations at that level? Just before you respond to that, just a quick information. The train has left, talking about the Abuja metro station. It hasn't landed. We're monitoring developments. We'll definitely let you know when it lands, okay? So Naja, please go ahead with that.
So one of the approaches that the Ministry of Defense has taken in tackling insecurity rather, is the whole of society approach, in which community engagement is one of them. And what the ministry rather has been doing in this past year, I mean, of course, it started before, but it intensified in this year, was I'm talking about the 1 year of this administration. It's been ongoing, but it's intensified, where most heads were fully involved, of communities, fully involved. They've been having engagement with a lot of people in society, which has led to some of these successes I mentioned earlier about strongholds of these insurgents and terrorists being destroyed, because of course it's that intelligence was gotten from the people.
Yes.
Some of these people, in fact, where they hide the terrorists hide their logistics, people who supply them with things. Because of the engagement and because of the approach that the Ministry of Defense has taken, you're seeing more of such achievements, more people coming forward, being given assurance, believing that they will be protected. In the past, talking about when insurgency was at its height, a whole community would be held to ransom, or there would be dire consequences if anybody mentioned anything.
Yes.
But you see that the narrative has changed. Is still changing. And one other thing that has to be mentioned is what the Minister of Defense said while he was giving the scorecard. He said it is not as if the country or the administration or even the ministry is trying to downplay the clear and present dangers. Those things are there. We're not exactly where we're supposed to be, but the country has actually come a long way when it comes to security. And so the minister said they are not trying to downplay the dangers, not trying to downplay anything or invalidate the feelings of the people, but rather build on the successes, knowing that since they are getting these successes, since the military is making headway, then of course more will come.
Yes, indeed. Najatu, when you give birth to a baby, you watch the baby grow. When they get to 1 year, they're just trying to stand. So let's, wait and see what will come out after 1 year. And of course, Borno, Maiduguri is one flashpoint area of, some of these security challenges. But we want to hear from Jama'a Adamu, not, particularly on security alone, but what the state governor, talking about Babagana Umar Zulum, has been doing in the past 1 year. Jama'a, you have the stage, so please go ahead and tell us. It's 1 year of the state's administration in government. So please tell us how far so far.
Ali Ruth, welcome to Maiduguri, the Borno state capital. Talking about 25 years of democratic experience in Nigeria. The unfortunate thing here is 13 of those 25 years here in Borno state were occasioned by deadly Boko Haram insurgency that has at a point crippled almost everything, socio-economic and political well-being of the people. But as we speak at the moment, everything therefrom has been reversed for the good. If you come to Maiduguri at the moment, you will never see any relics of Boko Haram insurgency. In other words, all the relics that characterize the Boko Haram insurgency has been replaced by tangible development projects courtesy of the visionary leadership of the present governor, Babagana Umara Zulum. Now let's begin from the education sector. Boko means Western education. So Boko Haram, the main target is Western education. That led to the destruction of schools. As at the last count, over 5,000 schools have been estimated to have been destroyed by the insurgents. But as we speak at the moment, there is no single school destroyed that has not been rebuilt. And not only rebuilt in a better way. The latest experience in Borno State here, especially in Maiduguri, the state capital, is mass defection of pupils and students from private to public schools. That shows you the extent to which the infrastructure and instructional materials in public schools have been transformed and repositioned by the present administration. You can remember just recently the Nigerian Union of Journalists passed their verdict describing Borno State governor as the best education-friendly governor in terms of delivery. That is the situation. We have massive delivery of infrastructure and instructional materials across all schools, not just in the metropolis, but across the length and breadth of Borno State. The education sector, which has been the main target of Boko Haram, has been repositioned. Talking about other development projects like roads, wherever you go now, especially in Maiduguri, the state capital, you experience smooth ride on beautiful roads and flyovers. The experience has never been so smooth. That is the essence the governor has gone in as long as to deliver on this infrastructure. And still talking about transportation, I want to believe very strongly you guys in Abuja have never experienced a ride in CNG-powered buses or electric cars. This is a thing of the past here in Maiduguri. 3 months ago, Mr. President was here to commission the CNG buses and electric cars procured by the Borno State government. That tells you how the governor thinks ahead, beating even the federal government on its own initiative. When it comes to housing, a lot has been delivered. Many housing estates, especially across the local government areas in Borno State. There are so many beautiful houses that have been delivered in many housing estates across the length and breadth of the state capital and the local government areas. That is the experience of democratic dividends here in Borno State. Talking about the well-being of the people, because of the insurgency factor, the purchasing power of many people have been crippled. Many were confined to the IDP camps. The governor, with the help of the federal government, has been reaching out massively to the people with palliatives, both food and non-food materials, and equally cash. to enable the people to gain their livelihood. And the governor is now saying that is not sustainable. The way out is to go into agriculture, especially with the potential of the state in terms of agricultural productivity.
Okay, that's Mejama Adamu there, our correspondent from Maiduguri, really now told the achievements by the state government there, Professor Babagana Umar Zulum. And when he said the state government has beat the federal government to his own initiative, when he mentioned the feats recorded for the CNG buses and of course electric vehicles, we saw the pictures there, which is highly commendable, and it's good that he's a working governor who understands the plight of the people. He's a moving governor. We have seen that on record. He connects with his people directly, which is what governance should be, indeed. He talked about the road, agriculture, sustaining, food security in the state. That is also of priority for the state government. He mentioned education, priority given to education. If we want to go down memory lane on when insurgency started in the state, of course, education was a no-no there, but it's good that there has been rehabilitation, reconstruction, and we want to see these feats, being sustained. Well done to the working governor. Of course, we want to see that happen in other states, which is already happening in some states. Joshua, I know when he mentioned the power aspects there for Borno, there were thoughts running through your head. You want to quickly talk about some of the interventions for states? Before we get to Victor, we've not heard from the interior man here.
What is happening in the Northeast is quite unfortunate, because for quite some time now, the Northeast, most part of Northeast is disconnected from the national grid as a result of vandalism of transmission towers. And I think it is now time that there should be a national campaign against this act, because these are critical national assets. These are citizens of Nigeria that are supposed also to benefit from this electricity, but today they are cut off from the grid. The transmission company actually gave a deadline of May 27 to reconnect the Northeast to the national grid. Unfortunately, 3 towers again were vandalized 2 days back. So this is an unfortunate situation in the Northeast, and that is why we keep saying, so whenever things like this happen, vandalism happen like this, definitely is also contribute to the issue of system collapse, or what we know.
Okay, Joshua, just hold that thought there. The president has, arrived there. We're seeing the pictures there. And he's going to, inaugurate that commercial operation there for the Abuja Metro line. I told you we'll bring that to you as soon as they arrive. I'm sure they had a jolly good ride. right, there you have it there. The president has just inaugurated the commercial operation for the Abuja Metro line there, a significant project of this present administration, and I'm sure Nigerians are excited about the good news that rail service there for the Abuja Metro line will be free till the end of the year. You know, 2 months was what was slated, but the president is generous, you know, and he said till the end of the year. So that's a good thing when we're looking at transformation for transportation. There you have it, and of course we want to believe that operational services will commence immediately. So if you have the need, you want to go and have an experience, you know, of what the Abuja Metro or the rail line feels like, please feel free to go. It is for you. It is Renewed Hope mandate. All right, we still have our correspondents here in the studio, and very shortly we'll be rounding off this conversation because at the top of the hour will be time for our nationwide news. All right. Joshua, you were about rounding off your thoughts before we cut to that important scene there to see the president, you know, inaugurate that very highly historic project there by the FCT Minister, Barrister Nyesom Wike. I'm sure that man is a proud man today because a promise kept, they say, has been fulfilled. Victor, we haven't heard from the interior aspect of this conversation. Automation of passport application process was one critical aspect when this administration came on board, and you have been following developments. You can't talk about interior without mentioning the immigration, fire service, Nigeria Correctional Service, and then the NSCDC. But let's go to the immigration aspects, particularly because of the frustration you know, Nigerians used to face when they, you know, want to get that application, you know, for passport. You understand what I'm talking about. Well, you've experienced it firsthand.
The first thing that drew the attention of Nigerians to this minister was the ability to clear backlog, passport backlog, about 200,000 of them within 2 weeks. That was the first thing that endeared him to Nigerians. But that wasn't all of it, because the Ministry of Interior is a broad one.
Yes.
And not just broad, where you have all the agencies working towards one goal. The Ministry of Interior has agencies, all of them with distinct responsibilities.
Yes,
you know what the fire service does: immigration, border security, passport. You go to NSCDC, they are looking at protecting critical national assets. You go to the correctional service, you know, they take custody of inmates and they look after them. And so everyone has distinct responsibilities, but that hasn't stopped this minister. Young, energetic, but with also a good head on his shoulders, brimming with ideas, and able to bring his ideas to bear on each and every agency within his purview. You talk about immigration, apart from clearing the backlog, which was actually inherited.
About 20,000 thereabout?
200,000 actually.
200,000, okay.
And then afterwards, he had gone into, he has a background in technology. He's a tech person, and so he's bringing a lot of that into all of the operations. At immigration now, they are talking about how to minimize, you know, human physical contact with officers, since they are talking about corruption. Of course, if I don't make contact with you, or I don't have to make contact with you, you can't be extorting me, you know, to put it in perspective. That's one part. And then he's also trying to see how we can minimize how much time it takes to get passports done. He's also talking about being able to deliver. For some of us, we've been, you know, to some other places where you just apply and they send it to your location. He wants to make that happen for Nigerians, such that you don't have to go to the immigration service to get your passport. When it's ready, you just pay a token and then they get it to you. But after all of this, he's trying to de-emphasize the passport role of immigration, because everybody knows immigration with passport, that they forget that there is a major responsibility,
indeed,
which is border security.
Okay, Victor, I wish we could just go on to hear some of these reforms. You know, I know there's been a whole lot, and this is a ministry that is broad from what you mentioned. So we won't, unfortunately, we don't have the time to accommodate all of that, but we'll keep our eyes on the prize and we'll continue to monitor development, which is what we do here on NTA. We want to thank you very much, Victor Azu, our correspondent and my companion at the start of this session. Victor Azu there is our correspondent for Ministry of Interior. Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you for that. And also, I'd like to thank Naja'atu Tijani, the woman who is dogged on the field. You don't mess with her when it comes to, you know, when it comes to reports that has to do with security issues. Thank you so much, Naja'atu. Keep up the good work. And Joshua Ojito, the power man, we just want to keep saying that there's light in Nigeria. Indeed. Thank you very much, Joshua Ojito, for your contribution. Keep up the good work, and we'll keep monitoring developments as they unfold in the sector.
Thank you very much.
All right. Food security, of course, you know, is part of the agenda or part of the 8 priority areas of the present administration. And there's been interventions by the present administration to sustain that aspect, interventions to farmers. And of course, we saw the release of grains, 42,000 metric tons of assorted grains and other interventions. Let's take this report by Musa Baba Aliyu to see more on that.
President Bola Tinubu took the mantle of leadership of Nigeria at the time there was a global food crisis. Nigeria was not exempted from the food crisis occasioned by drop in yields as a result of climate change, communal clashes, and scarcity and high cost of inputs.
Insecurity was the one factor that had threatened productivity for a very long time, especially all through the Buhari administration. Then we were unfortunate, you know, we also suffered COVID and floodings in succession from 2022 to 2023. And all these factors debilitated against mass production of food in spite of several interventions.
The administration identified these challenges and declared a state of emergency on food security.
So this administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu deserves commendation because it recognized that there was a problem and it immediately declared an emergency on food security, and also went ahead to refocus the Ministry of Agriculture from Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development to Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. I think it's germane because food security is fundamental to human survival.
The government introduced special intervention in crop production in 2023. Farmers were given fertilizer and chemicals at 80% discount to produce rice, maize, and sorghum. 61,000 farmers benefited from the initiative.
We are supporting farmers on production and productivity. By providing input to these farmers, we are increasing their production and also their productivity. So that is different. We are supporting the farmers, you know, and moreover, the current policy of the government now of Bola Ahmed Tinubu is support to farmers so that there is going to increase production of food, you know, because of the apparent national food security, food and nutrition security. So this is in line with the policy of the government, and this is also one of the objectives of the project.
During the dry season, government procured improved wheat seeds and distributed it to farmers in 15 states. The initiative has created wealth among farmers and injected 309 billion naira to the economy. Ibrahim and Adamu were among the 250,000 farmers that benefited from the wheat farming.
First one, they give me seed. The second one, they give me fertilizer and the chemical. That means herbicided.
Agriculture has become a way of life, has become a way of livelihood for earning, for survival. And we have to develop that culture of good agronomy practices so that we can increase the yield. And that, of course, will start by good quality seeds and good extension services, good fertilization.
A major reform was introduced in the seeds value chain, which has given Nigeria international recognition. More than 300 new varieties of seeds were released during the year under review.
And for the first time, the National Seed Council, the Agricultural Research Council, and the Research Institute were challenging them because the national seed system of every country has a structure and a framework. So right now, for the first time after so many years of abandonment, we are reviving the national seed framework.
The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has also distributed 45,000 metric tons of assorted food as directed by the President. The food items were handed over to states for distribution to vulnerable Nigerians for free. Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
Thank you very much, Musa Baba Aliyu, for that, well-packaged report on the agri sector. There's a state of emergency when it comes to food security by this administration, and part of the 8 priority areas for this present administration. It is PBAT at 1, and of course we've been looking at different sectors and different contributions. The big feat today, of course, the Abuja Metro line is set to go for operation, so please feel free and enjoy jolly good free ride, so to say, till the end of the year. I'd like to just quickly inform you that we'll be having some documentaries coming up on the network service of the NTA. We have the infrastructure revival, renewed hope for roads and housing. You want to find out what's been happening. We talked about power earlier. If you've been following NTA, you see that we have also shown you the documentary on power, but please keep a date with us. That will come up, keep the time rather, 8:05 to 8:30 p.m. tonight. Infrastructure revival, renewed hope for roads and housing. You don't want to miss that. Also coming up at 8:30 to 9 p.m. tonight, economic reforms, a paradigm shift to managing Nigeria's monetary and fiscal policies. We didn't actually delve on that aspect, but earlier in the morning, my colleague Fisayo, of course, discussed with his analyst here in the studio. There's been monetary and policies to reform the economy, and that is work in progress. But most importantly, having an enabling environment for businesses to thrive is part of the goal of this present administration. I told you at the top of the hour we'll be joining our news studio for nationwide news, and just before we hook up to our newscaster, Ifoma Argenta, I'd like to quickly just renew the hope of Nigerians. You know that it is work in progress when we're talking governance, and this administration has clearly demonstrated its commitment for visionary leadership. We saw that demonstrated highly today, which is one aspect of value to governance that the present administration is calling for, from all sectors. It is what we all must collectively work to do. Ifoma Argenta, are you excited about the Abuja Metro line, which was inaugurated today? I'm sure that's an experience you don't want to miss out on. What do you think?
Honestly, Ruth, it's been an interesting day, and I'm really very excited about the free ride. I will make sure that I really enjoy the free ride to the Abuja Light Rail. And of course, from all across the states, it's been one project or the other. Yes. I'm particularly happy about Mejama from Maiduguri, where he, commended his governor for doing, something before the federal government, the CNG, talking about the CNG buses. It's been quite interesting, Ruth, and thank you very much.
All right, we'll definitely join you. I know you have all the news ready for us. So it is the era of renewed hope and transformation. Let's keep hope alive. I'm Ruth Aguwele. Bye.
Hello again and welcome to Nationwide. I am Ifoma Ojinta. The executive has enjoyed a good working relationship with the legislative arm of government under the current administration, but then President Bola Tinubu is seeking to take the relationship higher for the continued benefits of Nigeria and its people. The president was at the joint session of the National Assembly commemorating the 25 years of unbroken democracy.
So please continue to collaborate, work together, build our country. We have no other choice. It is our nation. No one, no aid, no other institution or personality will help us except we do it ourselves.
Also inaugurated a newly constructed library and resource center in the National Assembly complex. President Bola Tinubu has assured that the 3 executive orders on oil and gas reforms which he signed will make Nigeria's petroleum sector globally competitive. The president said this during a meeting with a delegation from ExxonMobil upstream company led by its president, Liam Malone. He emphasized these reforms will